This is co-carbon. I know that this is too. Are the dogs okay, I was here the presentation in February 2020. I was here to start it. And it was a consulting with PwC. So I just was getting started and all of that. And it's a thing. But my business is I created some work things and brought on staff team and I was some talks. Kevin and I met changing every day. We be on the phone. We just connected. Yeah, and you're trying to call someone and try to help them with someone's stressed. We're all stressed. Yeah, you talk small. Yes, okay, great day.
Is that what? Nice. That's cool.
Yeah, I was just gonna go get a little coffee. Is there coffee in the back?
There is. Coffee right here.
Grab a little bit of coffee. We have mic. Sorry. When it's this big a crowd, yeah. When it's smaller, we tend to be there. So Nick's going to come back. I'll introduce you, and then
Good morning. Who's listening? Good morning. Hi, networking folks. Welcome to day 3 of Founded in Fort Collins. Thank you for being, thank you. Shannon had her coffee this morning. The lone woo. Please do grab the coffee, donuts, all sorts of great good stuff. We have, this was Human Being Catering, correct?
Well, Human Being and then just SBDC.
Okay, so Human Being, courtesy of the Larimer County SBDC, thank you very much for the amazing coffee and donuts this morning. The Crooked Cup has been our caterer through the entire week, and so we didn't know how many folks were going to show up, so we wanted to get a little bit of extra coffee. So drink up, please. If you don't go home jittering, then you failed today. That's the only way that you failed today, by not drinking enough coffee. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate all of the effort and intensity that's been brought into this week so far, and perhaps none more so than Candace and Phil, and so we'd love to give them a round of applause. Candace in particular has been instrumental in bringing together the Scale Up Day and Scale Up Week tracks that you will see throughout the week. So there's a little special logo on all the icons in the schedule on their promo materials. And so you can also click on the Scale Up on the category, and it'll show you all of the tracks that Candace and Phil have lined up. It's really been an amazing effort and truly brought something unique and new to our event. We piloted it in 2020, and we took a year off for COVID, and now we're back. We're so glad you're here. And so without further ado, Candace, thank you.
All right, you guys, who's ready to scale your business? Okay, all right, wake up, we're here, right? Okay, so I want to introduce a man who has blown my mind since the first time I saw him speak. I believe it was January of 2019. He presented this concept called the 5 operating conditions necessary for scale. He did this amazing research project where he followed 150 companies for 5 years. All of them were already over $1 million, between $1 and $2.5 million. He followed them for 5 years. All of them had the intent to scale to 10 million in that 5 years. And I believe, if I remember my numbers right, 14 accomplished that. So the stats in the US for businesses that can grow to 1 million is 4% or?
To 1 million?
Yeah. How many startups make it to 1 million?
About 17%.
17%. Okay, so you have a 17% chance of building your business to $1 million. And then once you get to 1 million, you have about a 10% chance of getting it to 10 million. So that means you have a 0.17% chance of, or something like that, 1.7% chance of getting to 10 million. So what Charles is here to do is change those odds. All right, so he did a ton of research about this and the 5 operating conditions necessary for this to scale. He validated that research through some work that he did with Gallup. And for the past 3 years, he's actually been working with companies directly to test this out and to help them actually scale. So he's here to update us on the latest research. So from 9 to 10, Charles is going to be, or 9 to 9:50, Charles is going to be talking about these operating conditions and what they're learning. And then from 10 to 10:50, he's going to go into detail on one of the most important conditions necessary for scale, which is endurance. He'll explain what that is, but it's a huge problem for companies in not preparing for how long it actually takes to build a multi-million-dollar company. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Charles. And a heads up that at 9:50, we're going to move a table up here to prepare for future sessions, and we'll take a little bit of a break from 9:50 to 10, and then you're back on. All right, so with no further ado, Charles Rudd, everybody.
We have a unique opportunity today, get together. So if you could just do me a really big favor and move this direction, I'd be grateful for it. Just come on up. By the way, I am an introvert, so this is a really big ask. Seriously. So there's first class seats up here. More leg room. Thank you. I appreciate you for doing that. Excellent. The coffee's better up here too, I think. And maybe the best part is I won't have to use a microphone, even though one of the things that I should probably practice right now in a couple of days, my co-founder of TrueSpace is my middle daughter, Jamie, who's getting married. Father of the bride thing, I think I have to use one of these. So maybe I should just use this as practice. I'm going to practice the whole presentation. First of all, I'm grateful to be back. Anybody that shows up to talk about business building, I'm here for you because that's my life. That's what we do. Bud, Michael, Tanner, my letter on our team at TrueSpace. Thanks for making the trip up here. But if you have questions or concerns, it was literally a week before the country shut down was the last time I was in this room. It was February, I think the last week of February 2020.
2 weeks before lockdown.
Yeah. Talk about things that have changed since then, right? It's just, we were just talking this morning about passing out a business card or whatever. So here's what we get to do today, since we're a small group, is I'm going to lean on you a little bit. I'm going to have you participate in some discussions. It's not just sit and get today. I'm definitely not an entertainer of any kind. I don't pretend to be. But I have some really interesting things. Number one is I want to get you to see potentially your business and the opportunity within your business a bit differently today. We're preconditioned, unfortunately, with the media and others today that help us think about our business, and often we don't feel great about it. So I'm going to get you to see basically a little bit of a difference in your business. Second is I'm going to introduce you to some data. I am a scientist. I'm an aeronautical engineer. I need data. And as an entrepreneur of 40 years, I'm the biggest doubter you're ever going to find. I doubt a lot of things. I say to myself, I think that's baloney. I don't think that's going to work. And people are trying to sell me stuff all the time. So I'm going to show you some data that might break through that a little bit. And lastly, I'm going to leave you with some questions that I think you need to take with you and try to see if you can find answers to them. There's 5 questions that are important. TrueSpace is the business that I represent today. I did found this with my daughter, Jamie. And our entire intention of this business is to contribute a new model of value creation. And to do it for you, because I want to change how you spend time, how you deploy capital, how you place talent. And I want to increase the odds of your chances of getting into the middle market. That's why we exist. That's what we do. And it's that pure and it's that simple. We considered a not-for-profit when we first started this process. So it's a way for us to give back because we've been so lucky in our approach. So that's what I want to do. Is that fair? Let me find out a little bit more about you. How many people in here are building a business or in a role? Tell me about your business. What are you building?
I'm an artist.
Awesome.
Just trying to get back into it for real. I've pretty much been hobby level, I guess I'd say, side gigs for the last 20 plus years, 20, 30 years. Kids.
Right.
So,
life, adventure.
For real.
You're in a good spot today. We know a little bit about your business, but welcome back. What are you building?
Okay. Our company name is Menu Trinfo. It's menu nutrition information all squished together. We do nutritional analysis for restaurants, food allergy training, and food allergy certifications for the food service industry. And have the pleasure of meeting Charles in 2020 and
Yes.
joined his program. And have seen the benefits from it. It's very exciting.
So Claire is, she has superpowers, clearly. First of all, so Menu Trinfo is a business that we did meet here at the event. Has changed their business dramatically. I think Betsy Craig and Rocky have done such a great job. But not only you've been literally at the table helping them build, but you've also been building a family. So you've done all this. I've watched the whole thing in motion. You have, how old is your child now?
5 months.
Right? So you've done the whole thing, which plays a little bit into, even though I'm an old white male, a big part of our constituents, 50% of our members are women and minority-led businesses. So we're proud of that contingency that we have. So that's what I want to do today. I want to get us into this more of a dialogue. And if you are building a business, this is going to be some things that I think can help save a little bit of your time, help you with the capital needs that you have and others. But let's start with our brains. Where are our heads today around our business? And I tell you this because I'm going to use a bit of a metaphor, but I want you to have I want you to lean into your business in a different way. And the reason I say that is that we have goals that are established in our business today because of what we see, things that we see in the media, things that we see basically happening with other businesses, things that we want or we don't have. And when we see those, we try to fix those things. And that is the root of the problems that we have with businesses that are trying to reach the middle market. When I use the word middle market, I'm trying to get your businesses to 10 million. When I met Betsy Craig, who Claire works with, she did not believe that she could ever get there. They're a business that was roughly at $1 million for 13 years, basically stuck there. She's basically on her way now, I think. So she's there. So I want to get you to believe it. I need you to do that. So I'll use a little bit of a story to do so. And the story stems this way. I was lucky enough to start my career as an engineer at the Boeing Company. And one of the first things that I had to do at the Boeing Company is go through an orientation around the history of flight. I always thought this was weird. I spent 7 years in school, and the first job I had was this stupid orientation around the history of flight. But it changed my world. I don't know how many people know this, but 87,000 flights in the U.S. on this day, started this morning, will take off and land. We haven't had a crash basically in commercial airplanes since 2008, and that was a Metro jet, small one. So 87,000 flights take off and land, and yet a little more than 100 years ago, we didn't know how to fly. We'd get in an aircraft in the air. Just think about that for a minute. Maybe the greatest of which is that for 300 years, all the way back to Leonardo da Vinci, he had built basically a number of sketches to try to figure out how to fly a craft that was heavier than man in the air. And it was so bad, we tried for 300 years to figure this out. People had died, we tried balloons, we tried all these things, that the top scientist in the world, Lord Kelvin at the time, from the Royal Society pre-internet, still exists by the way, was the top scientist. They would declare things. They would determine laws and so forth. The Royal Society today includes Elon Musk, Stephen Hawking, others, people like that. But the top scientist said in 1895 that anything heavier than air, we could never fly. We could go to balloons and zeppelins and things like that, but we could never do that. In 1895, there were two brothers in Dayton, Ohio, that were making bikes and some other things, and they said, I think we can figure this out. But the problem that we had wasn't basically a motor. We had steam engines and others that we had, and even internal combustion, all through the 1800s. The problem we had was getting it up in the air, but the biggest problem was navigation. So we'd get it up there, we wouldn't know, you gotta go from point A to point B, 7,000 flights have to take off and land. So why is that? Why did we have so much trouble for 300 years? It was the last big thing we invented for the most part in the Industrial Revolution. It took us forever to figure this thing out. Because we kept trying to copy birds. That's what we see, that's what we saw. We're birds. They fly, right? They're heavier than air, last I checked. At least I think they are. And they're flying around. Da Vinci developed what they call the Ohrenflopper, like a helicopter only made for birds, and it had actually a thing that went up and down, and of course it would have never worked. But the issue that we had is that we kept trying to copy it, and the more we tried to copy it, the more problems we had. And lo and behold, 100 years before we came up and made the declaration that we couldn't fly, and 100 years basically before the Wright brothers and a few others did figure this out, we had a fluid dynamicist, those of you that have a math background, named Bernoulli. And he figured out that as a fluid flows over a surface, like a piece of paper, and if it has a little curve on the front of it, the molecules that go across the top, basically the energy that goes across the top, has less pressure than that on the bottom, and it lifts up. Well, this is kind of important. 100 years before, we couldn't figure it out, like, oh, that guy, he studies fluids, crap like that, right? So that's what he studies. But once we finally figured out that maybe if we saw the problem in a different way, we saw the challenge in a different way, we could take all that science, all those brilliant minds, and we could figure this out. So somehow, somewhere, nobody takes credit for this. But we started looking at fish, not birds. We saw our companies potentially differently. We didn't see them as we see them today. We saw a different way to see the business, the challenge, what's possible. You see, a fish flows through water. And once we figured this out, the air we breathe has water vapor in it. It reacts basically both chemically and thermodynamically as a fluid does. Once we figured this out, we could start putting navigation systems on all those aircraft. We could stuff a motor in them, and we could get them off the planet. We could literally take them from this exact point, and we could put them in another exact point, because we figured out how to do this, because we saw the problem in a different way. And once we figure these things out, we are humans. Once we figure this thing out, not only 10 years after we figured this out, we had a full fleet of aircraft for mail delivery. We had 1,400 aircraft built and operating in 1917 and 18 in World War I. Jet engine was developed in basically during the Great Depression. And today we have 87,000 flights that look this way. We took it to such an extent that this is called an aircraft. It has a captain. It has a forward and aft, galley, port, starboard. It's a boat. It's a boat. It's a boat in the air, right? What if today you start seeing your business potentially just a little bit different? All those engineering principles that made us fly, all we had to do was see what was possible in a different way. And that's really what I want to try to take you through today. Because this is what we see. This is what we see. Every flippant day, we as entrepreneurs. Unicorns, 100% growth year over year, capital raise. You realize for every startup in this country today, 0.05% receive venture capital funding. 0.05%. Less than 0.1% receive venture funding. In our model, 4 out of 5 companies that make it to 10 million are bootstrapped businesses. I want you to see your business in a different way. I want you to see fish today. Because if you can start seeing it in a different way, you'll start building it in a different way. And if you build it in a different way, you'll get there. And we'll change the outcome of the companies that are getting there. How many people go to investor conferences and they say, I'll invest in your business if you grow 100% year over year for the next 3 years? And we build models for it. We plan for capital. We hire people for it. We do all these things. And the average business, by the way, on their way to 10 million is growing less than 20% a year. Your capability of growing is at 20%, not 100%. So that's the last lecture I'm going to make on that part. But let me bring you through to reality. Truth, right, basically, is a big part of TrueSpace. There's 6 million firms in the U.S. today, according to the U.S. Small Business Administration, and they're taxpayers. Basically, we track the taxes. If you're in business today, even if it's an art business and you're just getting it started, they're licking their chops saying, there's taxes coming to us, right? We can start tracking basically the way you're paying your taxes. But there's 26 million businesses that are registered. 6 million are employers. So there's 20 million businesses in the US that have less than 5 employees or sole proprietors. Think about the difference in mathematics between those. There's less than 1,000 businesses in the US that operate with more than $1 billion in revenue. There's only about 340 to 360 unicorns. Think about this just for what we hear versus truth of what's going on, and yet we keep trying to copy this. Elon Musk does need to sleep. He doesn't read 100 books a year. All the stuff we hear is directing us in a place that we don't want to be. There's 3% of US firms, 180,000, that finally get to the middle market. Our objective is to get you there, or get you prepared to at least think about getting there, because it's very possible. And when you're there, you can do things that you can't even fathom today. I've built 3 businesses past that, and the beauty of getting your business to past 10 million are the things you can do for your people, the things that you can do based on your purpose. And that's what I think is possible for us. So last but not least, we're going to talk about endurance today after this first part. I want you to think about how much of a possible relief this is versus a weight. That the average business in the US that finally gets there, the 3% that finally get to 10 million, have been operating for 12 years. When we met Betsy, you're in your 13th year now, right? Is that right? 13 years. And we're starting to see now some real changes in the way the business is. But that's such a value to have 13 years of learning underneath our feet as we make these decisions. All right? So now let's just talk a little bit about where you all potentially sit. Of the 6 million firms in the US, 40% of them are between 1 million and 10 million. 15 to 150 employees if you look at employee counts. And that's the people, if you're driving down I-25 from here to Denver, people commuting to work, 4 out of 10 cars, think about this, are going to companies like yours, like mine. They're not going to the big businesses. There are not that many big businesses. They're going to businesses just like us. So what if we could change the outcome of these firms? So let's talk about some truth real quick. This is what we believe now after a decade of research and the things that I'm going to show you here in a few minutes. I know it sounds like Captain Obvious, the first one, but it is a profound notion. That first of all, we're drunk on startups and startup thinking in the United States. We need startups. I need you to start. I need you to come back and build your art business. I need all those things. But we got to get to a place where we're doing a different job. And building a business is a different job than starting one. It's dramatically different, not just a little bit dramatic. And unless you're ready to do a different job, you really won't build a business. You just stay and start. I do get a kick out of some of the media when they talk about the $200 million startup. That's not a startup. Sorry. If they are a startup, but we're in big trouble. That's all I can tell you. But that's not a startup. They just want to be sexy. It's like when you use the word startup, you're like in the club. You're young. You're not bald like me. You have a full head of hair. Kind of that kind of thing. So the systemic start of this is that I can see your business. I'll show you that today as a series of 12 systems, and I can measure that with science. And with that measurement, I can tell you whether you're capable of growing or not. More importantly, I can tell you what you need to do to build that capability, if you're ready to build. This is an important thing to take away from my speech today. Starting a business is different than building one. Most importantly, building a business is an interim stage between startup and scale up. We've seen birds start up, scale up as if they're juxtaposed. They're not. There is a distinct stage between those two where you now have to build the capability to scale. That's true space. That's what we're calling business builders today. The primary role of a business builder, assuming you choose to do that, is to create operational capability to become predictable. Predictability is the greatest value creation device in a business for you. Value, possibly if you're going to sell it. Value if you want to sleep at night. Value if you want employees to see you as credible. That's where value comes from, is predictability. That's the most important thing we're going to build. Not fast, not quick, not more, not unicorns, predictability. That's going to be my theme for the rest of today. And last but not least is that there's 5 operating conditions that I'm going to show you that can help us put this into a narrative for us to think about it. But maybe more importantly, when I talk about your time, where should you be spending your time? So that's what I want to do now. This was us basically 2 years ago. We put a few more dollars into the investment with our friends from Gallup. But we announced this on February 20th, the week before I was here. Had no idea that the nation was going to shut down. We also didn't know, after we had spent a lot of time and money, Tanner is our CFO at TrueSpace, knows how much money we've dumped into the Gallup relationship. I didn't realize after doing all that we had to defend the research. Bud was with us back there too. And I'm like, really, you have to defend the research? Like, I thought we just paid for all this research. No, Charles, you have to stand in front of the media, the public, and academia and defend it. So we did. We defended it. Luckily, the New York Times picked up it, exclusive and so forth. I get to tell you the story behind that now. But I want to tell you what's really interesting is we did all this. The nation shuts down. And imagine for a minute walking into like the emergency room of a hospital where people are literally, potentially dying or whatever, and offering a wellness program. That's kind of where we were with the pandemic. Would you like to talk about some research? Help me with my PPP, whatever. Yeah. So we got a little retooling to build up on this one a bit. So I get to take you through that. So let me jump into the study where it all started. We decided to study with real rigor a set of companies just like yours. And I want you to know, Claire, you did get a chance to appreciate this, but had Menu Trinfo been one of our companies, we would have, just like we do today, we would have lived in the office, so to speak, with you, watching all kinds of things take place. But what we did is we would have met with Betsy Craig, who's the CEO, and kind of made a deal with them. We would put a $50,000 coupon into the business in return complete transparency. Well, on the surface, it sounds great. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, sure. Sure, Charles, I'll let you do that. But we come back and say, but let me tell you what transparency means. I get to talk to all your employees. I want to talk to your customers that purchased your product or service, the ones that didn't. I want to be at the board. I want to understand decisions that you made, things that worked, things that didn't work. I want to study it ethnographically, which I'll talk about in a minute, in depth for 4 years. It took us a while to get this together because after a while we got, I'm kind of busy. In fact, I'm getting my hair done. Maybe you can do this later, but I don't think I want to do that. But we got 150. Very interesting part of the economy between 2014 and 18. We used a couple of constructs, but the more important part is where the businesses started. The distribution of these businesses was really tight, so we could follow them. and see what was changing in the business over that period of time. So keep in mind, there's 150 of these companies. What we wanted to see were systems. And I'm going to talk about this because there's a language behind systems that I want to use today. It's one that I would love to use with you over time, because there's a way to see things in systems that will really help you as a business builder. Your business is set up on a set of systems, believe it or not. Whether you use them or not, they're actually there. So seeing a business as a series of systems was for this purpose, and that is patterns of behavior. What I can see in a system is pattern, pattern, pattern. Cause and effect, things that are happening inside your business that we can see literally with data or results, cause, effect. And most importantly, in a protracted study, delay. One thing that we suffer from as entrepreneurs, and this is therapy for me, is we have no patience. Well, that stuff didn't work. Let's just change, we have no patience. We just go from place to place to place. And patience for us is a week, at least for a lot of us. Like, well, that didn't work last week. Well, you set something in motion that might take 6 months to find out if it actually works or not. And so what we were able to see in a protracted study is the output of delay, and delay is a really important part of a system. So this is the language we use of a system. I'm talking a little bit about this, but stocks and flows. Think about that. In a system, there's an accumulation of something. For example, this could be stock, by the way, it is your credibility as a leader. We're going to measure this, but this could be your credibility. Flows coming in basically are things that influence your credibility positively and negatively, and coming out is there, and it's a system. It's never at rest, by the way. I'll talk about that a little bit more this afternoon, or at least in my second session. So keep that in mind. Two structures. Ethnography is the breakthrough of this whole research structure. I got lucky, the universe treated me well. My last business I sold to Xerox. And I had to stay there a couple years I'll never get back in my life. I had to stay there for a couple years. And lo and behold, I find out that Park is the center, the epicenter for ethnography, which is, by the way, where Wozniak and Jobs developed the mouse. The mouse that we use today was it the 8100 system that they had built before they built that cool little thing in 1983? Well, back in the late 70s, they used ethnography and said, we need a way that's not a keyboard to actually interact with the computer. And they saw that through patterns of people's behavior, of ethnography. Well, that's what we're able to do now when we were looking at these companies. And we could categorically put this into a process that we could look at. We could even look at the differences between the companies. And maybe most importantly, we could look at the similarities between 150 completely different businesses. That's maybe one of the big things that we have in common, oddly enough, is how different we are. There's no business that you're building today that's ever been built. It's a novel business unless you're running a franchise. So think about that. That's maybe the common themes we have. Again, back to luck, I got to work with Jay Forrester when I was at Boeing, when I was a puppy, and really got to understand the stock and flow process. The ability to look at delay and systems and understand systems dynamics, because everything is changing, and actually how to put that into something that we can see and measure. So now let me take you forward 4 years. So 4 years is over. By the way, we so underestimated what it took to put this together. Maybe the best thing in the world, by the way, we can all join forces and hold hands here. How freaking naive we are when we start a business.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, seriously. I mean, yeah. So, oh yeah, we're going to do 150 companies. Oh, we're going to do exit interviews for all the unplanned turnover for 150 companies. We thought, oh, that's, I don't know, a handful, maybe 50, 60, 1,800 later, we put it together. So anyway, what happened is that one business got acquired, so we lost one, we were down to 149, and two went out of business at the end of 2017. So we're down to 147. Remember, we started right around 2 million in revenues. 100, Betsy, you just decide to pop in today?
Just noticing.
Sorry.
It's all good, she's.
All right, good. Because I was talking badly about you. No, I'm just kidding.
We're good, we're good.
Sorry, squirrel. I am an entrepreneur, remember? There's a lot of delay here. So, unfortunately, 133 clustered together, performed about the same rate, but they barely grew in 4 years. On average, they grew a little bit less than 5% per year for 4 years. Let's just say 20% total over that term, a period of time. 3, we lost 3, but 14 all surpassed 10 million that started at 2. And because we had all this observational data, we were using the system dynamics for doing the modeling of these companies, we could say, wow, these companies have something that the other 133 don't have. They have 12 systems we can literally see with data. We can isolate the system. And whether they purposely or inadvertently built the system, it was working, at least somewhat working. It was like a carburetor in an old car. It was at least puttering along, right? It was something was working in there. And one of the businesses that's fairly famous here in this part of the world is PharmaJet. Heather Potters, if you know her or not. She was one of the businesses that, I mean, today they're a $200 million business. I think they're the injectionless, COVID helped a little bit there. So the long and the short of it is we had a model now that was so dramatically different between the 133 and the 14 that we thought we found a breakthrough. And we wanted to take that data and put it into something that we could use. But now we had to go from qualitative to quantitative. We had to now do the real math hard work. And I wasn't capable of doing that. So we basically brought on Gallup to do this. And we put it into this framework. These are the 12 systems. Hopefully you have that handout. If you don't, I have plenty of them. We planned for 100 people to be here today, so I printed 100 pieces of paper that didn't get recycled today. But this is the 12 systems. Remember stock and flow? Every system has both. Focus is a system. It's not an event. It's not an action. It's a system that is governed by 4 things that change its value. The market you serve, not refinement, back and forth. The customers that are in there, the type of customers, high value or provisional. The point of view you have and the talent that's working in there, that constantly changes your ability to focus. And focus, by the way, is one of our greatest challenges. I talked about this before, remember? Well, bird, squirrel. This is our problem. So hang on to these. I'm going to come back to them in just a minute. But let's just make sure we really ground ourselves in what did we find? What did we see? What did we find? The human body has 11 systems if you're a medical professional. And in the medical profession, the systems are very similar to what we determined inside of a business like yours. And let's just take the respiratory cardiovascular system within the human body and break it into that same framework and just take a peek at it. This is the same framework that we use. We call it the 5 conditions framework. But this would be, if I looked at that system of the human body, and I said, the Socratic question is, can we continuously provide oxygen throughout the body? The Socratic question for alignment is, are we capable of actually growing? Pretty important question, right? Versus all the other noise. Second is, there's an operating condition, circulation. The operating condition that we put on the top one is alignment. It is a condition. It's something that has to exist before something else can happen. Circulation is pretty important, last I checked, as we think this through. And there's 2 systems that we can look at stocks and flows. System 1 is your heart, your cardiovascular system. You've got tired blood coming to it. You've got blood pressure, viscosity, and probably have temperature. I probably missed one in there. Actually, your temperature drives up basically your ability for your heart to work. But it works in that same operating condition with your lungs and your respiratory system, system 2. And it's changed by the arterial blood and the air that you're breathing through your lungs. That's the way the framework works for the 12 systems that I can see in your company. And I can't be as scientific as maybe a doctor looking at your blood work, but we can be pretty close. And I can determine with the 12 systems whether you're actually capable of growing your business or not. So just think about that for a minute. If we can have some science, if we have some data, we'll see fish. We'll see opportunity. We'll see what we should be working on versus our to-do lists that we get up with every morning. Things that are like urgent, all of a sudden you got to fix something. You're taking a trip. Have you ever been on an airplane and wondered, why am I taking this trip? I want to basically help you with those kinds of questions that you're asking yourself. So this is part of our framework. The top end, you can see it's got the same flow. Is the business capable? Alignment. The 3 systems are direction, focus, and structure. The direction system may be the most important thing that you do. It basically determines why you exist as a firm, and every resource that you have in the business has to be arbitrated by that question, by the reason. So think that through. I'm going to try to describe a little bit of what this looks like. But now let's go back to our friends at Gallup. Does this really prove the data that we have, and can I rely on it? Is a question that I, as an engineer, basically have to answer. We're continuing our relationship for the next 3 years with Gallup to do the time-based studies. So we took our ethnographic qualitative study, our observations, and that's as good as they are. Until that point in time, we were truly just voyeurs. And it was at times like you're peeking into people's businesses, you're going, maybe I shouldn't see that. I don't know, maybe I should just wash that one out. But we saw this, we've got it written down. But now we got the math people, all the quant people at Gallup got all excited about it because they actually had now longitudinal data to work with. They took 51 of our 147 that were remaining and ran them through a pilot to say, will that system, those 30 flows that go into the 12 systems, will those hold together statistically? If we ask you a bunch of questions about that, will it hold together and prove that those 12 systems actually can predict performance? So we did that. Luckily, it proved out, because at that point they could have said, no, it's stupid. Go back to Colorado, or whatever. But they liked it. It matched their tests, and we then took it to 2,500 companies just like yours. Nobody in the world can reach 2,500 companies like Gallup can, because they can get in depth. Dr. Sangeeta Vidal would ask you all kinds of questions, like how are you organized? Show me your leadership team. Of course, they always have the workforce bias to their stuff. Is your culture good? They always ask those kind of questions. And I go, but culture didn't show up on our culture's not a system. So anyway, we took it to 2,500. And voila, it's the most accurate assessment they've built since StrengthsFinders in 2008. 0.876 for those mathematicians in the room. The alpha code basically is the predictive capability of a set of questions. If you've ever want to know what psychometrics looks like, watch basically a panel system, which could happen. It's coming up now. When Gallup, in a moment of weakness, let's just say they called you and you pick up your phone because they still are using the phone. Like my grandkids, I have analog phones at my home. They think it's a toy. They don't even know what it is. Anyway, you pick it up and they say, it's Gallup, I'm asking you a question. Are you going to vote for Candace or Phil? And you say Candace on the phone.
Yay.
And you're watching the data screens come in, and they show this to show psychometrics, and they don't even capture the name. It's irrelevant. It's not. It has no predictability. The name has no predictability in your question, in your answer. What does? Inflection, breathing, delay. They can take that data and they go put it against a panel of people that actually did vote for Candace, and they go, nope, she's voting for Phil. That's psychometrics. Psychometrics is based on real structured data sets and results. So that's what we've done. We've come up with 97 questions, 4 different types of questions, about 14,000 versions, because we're basically assessing you plus your team. And that's what we're able to do with 97 questions across the 5 conditions. Of alignment and discipline are half the model, predictability, endurance, and value equation are the other half. So I'll basically take you through that as well today. So the average business across the US that is like you, if you were to take the assessment today, the average mean score is 46.5. So there's a composite score of all of this. It's a little bit like a credit score, but it's a composite of all of that stuff into one number. But we're going to break this thing apart. We're going to pull it apart because we can pull it apart. But it tells us kind of where you stand today. More importantly with the model is that if you're at 53, so 46.5 is the mean. If your composite score is 53 or greater, we can predict that you're capable of growing next year. We can predict performance. Imagine that for your own confidence. Imagine that on the fish versus bird. Imagine that for your stakeholders. Imagine that for investors. We can predict it, and it's immutable prediction. It's within 3 percentage points. I mean, if you're above 53, there's a really good chance, high chance, 97+% chance you're going to grow next year, and possibly more. What I'm now working on with Gallup is to figure out how much more. How much am I going to grow? Am I capable of growing at 20 or 30 or 40%? That's our next project that's in motion today. But today, if you're there, it's important because we'll know you're at that threshold. And if you're under, that's okay too. That's okay. Let's know where we stand, right? So there's 3 stages that come out of the data set. And this is an important step because in my room, or in this room, I was distracted by CEO Betsy Craig, who started in an emerging class down here when we started with them, below 53. So 82%, 2,000 of the 2,500 companies, roughly, in the model that now represents the 2.1 million business across the United States, as they sit here today, are not capable of predictable growth. And you may be one of those, but let's know the answer to that damn question. Because we can go work on some things that will help us get to the next level, right? So let's do that. Today she's at the benchmark. She's a Business Builder Award recipient. But, so 82% fall there, 2,500 companies, 2,100 are there. 15% fall in this really weird place, which we want to get you to. How many people have remodeled something in their house recently, by show of hands? What did you do in your house?
I gutted my bathroom.
Oh, this is awesome. Who else? What did you do? Bathrooms are on.
Bathroom.
Kitchen walls, right? Remodeling is, we couldn't find a better term for what we saw in the data. Is that you need another bedroom, something's got to change in this company if we're going to grow. We kicked out a wall, we fixed the bathroom, we built an addition, we did something in the business that's literally structurally, we can see the change. I have to tell you, and Bud and I are doing a lot of work with our companies, but the first big change is that you have to bring somebody in other than you in remodeling to capture new customers. Because if you don't, you're stuck. You're pretty much stuck. You basically reach the limit of your growth. But 15% fall into here, and in our scoring system, it's between 53 and 62. I know when you're in there, I can feel it, I can sense it, and you can feel it and sense it, especially after I show you the data that's there that shows you the 12 systems and what you're doing within the 12. But then there's a benchmark that's 3%, a little bit more than 3% of our model, that Gallup built for us to compare your business against aspirationally. And they score basically above 63. Most of them are in the mid 80s, and we're doing a rescoring now. It's going to increase by the Betsy, that number. I'm raising the bar on you. So what they do, since Gallup has the capability of doing this, they go to 120 designated firms that are part of their panel. Research firms have panels. Like Nielsen has a panel of people they call and ask about TV programs. Gallup calls your firm because you're in their panel, they pay you, but you have to give them transparency. So to be in the benchmark, you have to be in the last 48 months, you had to have been between 1 and 10 million. So let's just say if you're in the benchmark 4 years ago, you were, let's say, 3 million in revenues. Today you're at 32 million in revenues 4 years later to be in the benchmark. And you have high aspiration or high 5 CA scores. So there's a way for us to see those 12 systems and compare your 12 systems against theirs and start making some determinations. The way this plays out is I'm just going to show you some screenshots of our data model of what we would do with you. So the first thing we want to do is get basically where you are. At 54, you're 1 point over the marker there, and you're in remodeling. So that's where we start. It's the surface level. It's like saying my blood pressure is X and Y. But the next thing we do is we start taking the model and putting it into a shape, a visualization of the 12 systems. Remember the 12 that I started with a few minutes ago? Is that focus, mission, structure, and so forth are down there. And the outside gold area here is the benchmark, the band of the lowest performing 120 that Gallup has, and the highest performing is at 100. So aspirationally, I want to get you here. Your purple shape is your business. It's like those old commercials, your brain on drugs when you drop the egg in the thing or whatever. Well, that's it. So this is your shape of the 12 systems. You've taken the assessment, so is your leadership team, or people that we deem to have an influence over your business. And that's you. That's your first picture of your business's capability of growing in a predictable way. And the beauty is that the white space between here and there is where we want to start working. That's where we want to start working. You know, it's not like there's no bad score, there's no flunking. It just says, you know what? I really got to work in this accountability system over here. And accountability is a system. It's not an action, it's not a declaration, it's a system. So that's where businesses start with us. This is where they end up with us. And this is a business for 2 years that has averaged 38% year-over-year growth. It's a company called Visible Network Labs. They've had about a 3 to 5 million increase in enterprise value during that period of time. And they've taken the shape of the benchmark companies. They're operating in a balanced form across 12 systems. They measure the 12. They know what the 12 are. They know that they haven't been perfect. It's been tough. It's been in the middle of COVID, for crying out loud. But this is what we want to do with your business, is change the shape of your firm and have you see it and be able to see it now as your business increases capability. A company that's growing roughly 40% a year is a really, really valuable business. Really valuable business. Not so much one that grew 100% this year and didn't grow last year or the year before. That's an inconsistent one. But this one, basically, in 2.5 to 3 years, will double in size, and it'll double every 2.5 years. Do the mathematics on that. That's how you get yourself in the middle markets. That's how you get there predictably. That's how you sleep at night. That's how you have people have confidence in you. That's what we want to create. That's ultimately what this data will help us do. So, last but not least is, how do we act upon it? What's the action? What do we do? Remember the flows, the things that change the value of this. So focus, mission, and structure are the systems, right? These are the things that change the value of that, and we know the composite score, the aggregate score here now, of each one of those. So I know, in this case, that market, what you plan to validate the mission with and when, and others are where we want to start, but basically, customers' point of view and talent up in the focus structure are the first places we want to go work on. Because that will determine where we're going to spend time, capital, and talent. It changes that game pretty quickly. So we know that from the very beginning, and that's the thing we're going to go back and rescore. We'll rescore once you get started, probably every 6 to 9 months, because I want you to know whether it's working or not. Why would we wait to find out? I really want to do this like every 3 months and say, working, not working, this is working, let's change. Let's modify this. Let's not wait. We don't have time. We don't have capital to wait a whole year anymore. So, my last 2 things that I want to give you are some things that I think you can take with that framework that I left in your lab. And then I think I tried to leave enough time for some questions. Just some dialogue between us, since we have some time. Is that okay if we keep going on this?
Yeah,
Do we have time?
yeah, you're the next session, so you're just cutting into your own time.
Well, in that case, let's keep going. All right. So these are the top Socratic questions that basically go with each one of our conditions. Are you capable and ready to grow? It's an interesting question. It's funny, Jamie did the research on this, but very few investment meetings ever talk about capability of growth. They talk about how much you're going to grow. It's like, oh, how much are you going to grow? Well, I don't know, are you actually capable? Can you intentionally repeat the performance of capturing and keeping the customer? The repeat performance of those 2 things actually is the way you grow. It's not some quick big thing. It's not one deal. It's a repeat performance. One of the things that we use as a metaphor with performing arts, going to a musical and watching that basically performance every single night. Imagine if your firm had that level of repetition in it. Every day, you knew exactly who was doing what the roles were, where the uniforms, everything. Imagine that for a minute. So that's what we want to get to. Are you and your decision makers continuously learning and adjusting from the operating results? Learning is the fundamental part. If you look at the rubrics on the back of that page with the model on it, with the framework, learning is the key. If you want to grow, you have to learn. And you have to be tough on learning, because your business will teach you, as I'm going to show you in a minute. Stakeholders, employees, investors, they have to get ready for 12 or more years. Some of them are already at 20 to 25. We're going to talk about that after this session. And then is growth increasing the value of the firm? It's incredible how many people have grown their business, and I will tell you, I'll go back and look at it, and it's not worth any more than it was when it was smaller. It's just bigger. It's just fatter. It has more expense, more payroll. But is it worth more? We want to make sure whatever we build creates value. That's a really important part of this. And so the last thing I'm going to leave you, and that's what I want to open this up to some discussion, is your business is ready to teach you if you're ready to listen to it. It's dying to tell you what's going on. It's got 12 systems that's just screaming to say, this is what's working, this is what isn't working. This variable doesn't equal this, the equation doesn't match. These customers are basically taking your time and leaving no value. It's dying to tell you what's going on. but you've got to listen. And I think the framework basically gives you a chance to do that. The framework gives you a chance to see your business potentially in a new way. Metaphorically, to see it as a fish, not a bird. And all you have to do is a little bit of difference, because in that metaphor that I used, imagine all the science that we had, only one thing we had to do is say, well, what if we're flying through water versus gas? And all of a sudden we knew how to fly 300 years later. It's that close to you. That's where it's at. So let's, I hope you have some questions. If you don't, I'll give you some, or I'll ask you some, or put you on the spot. So, yes.
So I realize now that I actually heard about this when it was very young, so it was before COVID, I heard of a woman who was doing it, and I didn't realize how it was.
We were puppies once. Yes.
Yeah, yes, and I heard about that. My question is, does it work for microscopic businesses? Because I always tell, I teach pricing, and I always tell my clients, like, hey, it's better to fail on paper first and realize that price isn't going to get you where you want to go. So does this work for microscopic businesses versus realize, like,
Yeah.
you're not going to get there?
I got to be really careful how I say this. Seriously, size doesn't really matter on this. What does matter is the stage of the company. So I'll give you an example. We've had companies that have no revenue, but they're ready to replicate the product and service. They're ready to do basically. If I look back here, they're basically ready for number 2. They're ready to replicate finding and keeping a customer. But if you're still ideating, you're still thinking about what the offer is and pricing, and if you're just not ready for this, it will kill you. It'll just squash you. It's just too heavy. It's like too much weight in the weight room. You just can't lift it. But again, back to size. If you're brand new, come back later. But if you're ready to go find more customers that want you need for your product or service, we're perfect, because it will help you be really efficient with your time, your capital, and your talent. That's what this is all about, is how do we do that? We only get 24 hours in a day. If you're off 1 or 2 hours in a day, think about that. Just do the math on that. It's mind-blowing. Yes?
Can I change my question then?
Yeah.
You make an excellent point about the size. Does this work for solopreneurs?
I would say no. Let me tell you why, but let me give you a rationale for it. Principles will work for you. But a big part of this, the objective of the original research was to get you to build basically a business that can scale and grow. And inherently in the concept of a solopreneur is that you stay solo. So the way I'd like to say, if you're ready to come in as a solopreneur but have an ambition to build a business, it would work really well. If you want to stay by yourself, it's too much. It's literally too much. And we've learned that a little bit of the hard way, because we want to help everybody. I mean, seriously, who don't we want to help? Your business builders are taking the courage to go build something. I want to be there for you. But we ourselves have to follow our own model. And our model is, if you're ready to go build that company, build that team, this can help a lot. So inherently, a solopreneur is a solo, and maybe what I'd like to do, if you want to like step from solopreneur into something else, is give you some data and courage to go make that step. So there's 20 million businesses in the US that have less than 5 employees. 20 million of them. So somebody's doing something right, because there's a lot of our economy is right there. So if you love what you do and you're doing it by yourself and so forth, keep doing it. So anyway, does that help? Okay. Yes, Janice.
Just a comment along that, as duopreneurs, the confidence to hire comes from the predictability of the business. And that's a lot of what Charles is talking about, it's like, if you can intentionally repeat customer acquisition and you know what the process is to do that, and you have a predictable revenue model, then it's easier to start to grow. So it's like some of these conditions become necessary to build the confidence in your business.
Yeah, agreed. Who else? Other questions? Yes.
Great name, I'm Charles as well. Thank you.
And there's a king named after us now.
I'm curious, in perhaps your last slide was kind of a hint to this, but as you're working with companies and leaders and key stakeholders, where are you seeing the biggest resistance to the data in terms of finding their path?
Well, the data actually is, the purpose of the data is to help with the resistance, because the resistance is big. If you read Stephen Pressfield by chance? He's one of the more famous writers for movies and stuff, and he was the starting writer. And he wrote a book called Nobody Wants to Read Your Shit. That's actually the name of the book. And isn't it? It's awesome, right?
Great.
And he talks about the resistance. Well, the resistance is why you can't ever get like a book finished or whatever. I think the resistance is really strong in entrepreneurs because we've had to go to war. We've had to figure this stuff out by ourselves. There's no like instruction manual to go build your particular business. And it's born out of a couple things. I don't know what to do next, but I sure as hell don't want to tell anybody. And I've built that wall. And second is fear. What if this doesn't work? What if I do something like this and it completely messes things up? There's another fear that comes out of this, and our data will suggest, especially in the focus structure area, that your structure is messed up. And many of us built our businesses with our friends, families, people we have business with, or college with, and whatever. And that's got to change if we're going to grow. The structure has to change. We have a very predictive and strict structure that has to be put in place. We call it capture, keep, and compete. There's 3 people that have to be in those goals for you to grow. I have the data for it. So the first restrictions are, I don't want to be seen as a fool, number one. And I'm speaking of myself, by the way, it's not like I'm judging anybody. And we build that wall. The last thing we want to be seen as is we don't know what we're doing. I mean, you want to go into your people and go, you know what? I don't have a clue today what we're doing. Even though it's the damn truth. So that's one. But the fear is that, first of all, status quo it creates power very fast. So as you build a business and a couple things work, the status quo becomes, that's how we do it. And to break that up, that's tough. I mean, that's a tough thing to break apart. So those are things we see. I will tell you that you have to apply to be part of TrueSpace. It's a more rigorous process today than it used to be. And we're looking for people that are willing to learn something new. Because if you are, it's a great, great spot. But if you're there to validate that you're doing it great, we've had a couple members like that, like I'm crushing it. The scoring says I'm crushing it. And no, actually, it's really bad. So I hope I answered your question, but the resistance is something that we're ready for. But I think the science and the data help us a lot. So you can say, that's me and my business on the 12 systems, good or bad. That's where I start. And I can start seeing things change. So let's hope it's that case. But at the end of the day, we're a change. Our model is a change model from to. I want you to go from here to here. And I want to change where you're spending your time, the type of capital you're using, if you're using capital, and the talent. I want to change those 3 elements because they're the finite ones. Most importantly, where you spend your time. So, great. Who else? Here are.
I'm just curious,
Yes.
how many employees does TrueSpace have?
What do we have, 9? 7 people. Yeah.
Just curious.
Yes. And we follow our own model. We are an emerging business. So, you have to eat that stuff too. And we're emerging almost in an intentional way. So you join TrueSpace today, mostly it's a membership model, but you join us for the data because you need that. But you stay for the community. You're connected to a very tight group of 70 or plus entrepreneurs like yourself. And you can have open discussions. We have these discussions on the economy where people get to share what they're seeing with real, trusted conversations versus having to, pander to people and so forth. But so we probably will grow a little bit bigger, but we did this in large part to be a beacon for you, not to be you. I'm not coaching, I'm not facilitating, I'm not doing your job for you. I just want to be something that you can look at and go, that's what I want to go do. And so we don't have an ambition right now, an aspiration to have hundreds of employees like I've had in the past. So good question. Anybody else? Yes.
Another one was, how many people do you need to survey within a company, or you end up surveying within these smaller companies? Like, is it 5 people, 10 people?
Ideally, it's the CEO and the 2 or 3 people that have influence on decisions. We want data from people that can influence the outcome of decisions. So we don't survey the whole company. We don't need that information. The assessment tool is built a little bit different for the CEO because we ask some different questions, including legal structure, some other things that are there. But that's typical. I think our average is 4 or 5. Is that about right? But yeah, 4 or 5 people. Think about people that influence your. And so, by the way, they don't even have to be an employee. They could be a board member. And others. We'll talk about stakeholders here in a few minutes. If you stick around for that, I'll walk you through that. But that's what you get, and that's called a composite score. Well, if you're the CEO, we'll pull your score out, by the way. From a scoring perspective, I think it's 15 or more, between like 15 to 20% more optimistic about the business than the team is. Which, by the way, is a message, because often we'll see, like, you're 100 miles in front of me, and I'm working for you. I'm like, hey, what about us back here? You keep forgetting us, or you keep coming up with a new idea every day. You can't imagine doing something like that. So, yeah, that's us. Well, you guys have been great. I think I'm over my time, but keep building whatever you're building. I'm so proud of the courage that you have to do so. And if you have any questions, make sure you reach out to me. All right.
So let's take a 5-minute break. Come back in, or 8 minutes, I guess. So come back in at 10 minutes after the hour. Is that okay?
Perfect.
And then Charles will be talking about that endurance issue, because a lot of companies aren't really set up to endure the 12 years. So that's going to be really valuable, I think, in terms of planning for growth and scale. So we'll see you back here in 8 minutes, 10 after the hour.
Hey, bud.
How are you?
You too.
Charles, thank you.
Good to see you.
Betsy's looking for Charles's backup.
One of the questions, what is the model as well?
Thank you. Jamie's getting married.
Yeah, we know.
Hey, you're good. How are you? Well, Thank you for letting me share that with you.
That's sort of like we were
So at the very end, Charles, see it's menu, look at the heart. You really need it black. It says menu trip right there. And it's everywhere. You and me and Rob and Claire need to take a picture of that before we leave today.
I think you're right.
Okay, and let's flip the card to you.
here's everything. Yeah. Like, I'd love to
This was good. I'm gonna see what you should do, but now come in and.
Up here is hard.
I want you to jump in and go, hey, so tell you, or get dragged. Let never get dragged, it's just, you get to jump in and out.
It's supposed to be like a whole line. Right, exactly.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's also we didn't have like our CEOs, like we couldn't
If you wanted just like a share meal or something, I have the nuggets, 13 for the nuggets. Yeah.
We basically did Medicare was trying to change. So you're capturing it's hard to figure out and like so that was is that so like that's software platform and service there's not a lot of hockey stick going on. Yeah, I live here for about 6 years. I don't know if you guys try It's interesting. It's fascinating to me. How do you Yeah, you guys should check it out, actually. They do a ton, so there's a chapter that's very yeah, so basically, there's they started as chapters. So now it's got so yeah, you guys should think about yeah, so basically their idea C-suite. It's kind of like a session without going courses, so that's where that's really fun. We're not like 10%. Yeah, exactly. So I didn't know about this. Yeah, exactly. And they're very big on I started as but it was so I that's pretty you're gonna have a chance over time. Right. Yeah.
You ready?
Who's ever here, we're going.
Okay, guys, we're going to start the next session now on endurance and figuring out what it takes to get everybody to pay attention. Another time.
You can do like this.
All right, we're going to do our next session now on what it takes to endure that growth curve and stay in business long enough to make that scale happen. And so Charles is going to talk about this rather complicated process, I believe, to prepare everybody.
All right, was everybody here? Were you in my last session?
I was not.
All right, so I'll have to make sure I don't lose you. Anybody else not in the last session? You were in the last session or you weren't? Okay. All right, so I got to get us up to speed a little bit with the group. How many people were, you two were here, Rocky was here, everybody else was here? Okay, good. All right. All right, so by the way, can you join us up here? Right, no.
Me?
Yeah.
I sure can, look at
Thank
the other one, yes.
Then I don't have to scream all the way over everything.
He's been very resistant to microphones.
That's okay.
No, actually, my anxiety is, it's an anxiety thing, so I'm fine. This is all about me and my therapy, right?
Oh, I thought you were going to pay me.
No. All right, so for those, the two of you, what we went through before this was something called the science of business building. We have a new science, and it's a capability for you to see your business in a different way and to measure it with 12 systems. So just to give you a background, those 12 systems are statistic measurements of whether you're capable of growing or not. Within the 12 systems, we use a narrative called the 5 conditions. Condition being something has to be created for something else to happen. And the 5 conditions are alignment, which answer a Socratic question, are you capable of growing? That's number 1. Second condition, yes, thank you, is discipline. Do you have that little framework, by the way? Did you pick that up?
I don't.
A little piece of paper? That would help. Okay. I just want to make sure I don't leave you in the dust right now. That's what I'm doing, all right? Discipline is really around scale, but the ultimate part is being able to replicate acquiring and keeping customers. 3 is predictability, which is our ultimate driver. 4th is endurance, and 5th is value creation. So what I want to do today is I want to take us through endurance. And that's really what this topic is for, is to take the work that we're doing in the 5 conditions and bring it down, bring it home a little bit more. And it stems really from the need that we have as entrepreneurs to be more planful with where we're spending our time, mostly how we're managing the expectations of our stakeholders. So let's just talk about stakeholders before I dive into this. You were with me before. What's your name?
Danny.
Danny, Charles. Are you building a business?
It's a little bit different because I'm more of a aggregator who creates a lot of businesses. So I'm not necessarily the entrepreneur who's building each of those businesses, but I bring the businesses.
But you're clearly an entrepreneur.
I have my business and exited before, so.
Perfect. That's what I'm saying. Yes, okay. You're the perfect person for me to ask this to. So if you built a business and sold it, tell me about that. What did you go through? How long did it take you to go from startup to selling?
So my business journey was probably very unusual because I was able to grow my business pretty quickly without outside capital. So from beginning to selling was 18 months with 20X. So it was super fast. Buyer wanted to buy and sold it, got out, and that was it. So very untested endurance.
Absolutely right.
But I worked for a large organization prior to that, so a lot of endurance in that way in terms of learning and all that. So
it'll mean different things to different people as I take you through this today, because I think it'll, especially for the companies that you're looking for right now. And I wouldn't say that your growth was an anomaly. It's probably a little bit how you set it up and ultimately who you target to sell the business. But most of us don't start our businesses that way. So the anomaly is you, not the business. The bulk of the businesses that we work, there's 2.1 million businesses in the US that are right where we sit that are not quick exits. They've been running their businesses for years now. So stakeholders is what I wanted to go to. How many people have family members involved in the business by show of hands? So who's in your business?
My husband,
Okay. And how long have you guys been running the business?
4 years.
Okay. Anybody else in the family involved?
My brother volunteers.
I have those. I just need a little project. Can you help me with this? Yeah. So again, okay, good. Who else is involved in your business that you would consider a stakeholder? Who would be your stakeholders?
My employees.
Yep.
And if I were to get investment capital, those people.
Okay. Good. So let's talk about so when I go into endurance, I'm going to tell you why we're doing this. Discovery number 1, in our research that we talked about in the previous session, we studied 150 companies over 4 years. So we got a chance to really see businesses and what they were attempting to accomplish. But we also got to see the wear and tear on the entrepreneur and their teams. I mean, it is not for the meek. If we knew what we know now, it's kind of like never having children. But if we knew what we knew now, we probably wouldn't start sometimes, right? It's just, that's where it's at. But once we get in there, now we're saying we've got to keep going because we've put all of our life into it. We possibly have put financial, mortgage our homes, whatever we are. But how we manage our stakeholders is one of the strongest determinants of whether you're actually going to be able to get to the middle markets. Because it's the stakeholders that are saying, I'm not sure I'm ready for a longer journey, because when we started the business, many of us said to our employees, let's use them as our first set of stakeholders. It's only gonna take us 3 years. Here's our plan. We're gonna get 50 million in 3 years. Here's all the customers we're gonna get. Here's the Excel spreadsheets. Here's all the stuff we have that will prove the future. The future shows up and we're not even close to being there. But we show them some new charts and some new things and some new ideas and some new customers, and we talk about the next level. Well, that future shows up and we're still not there. And this is where we've run into real problems. So what I want to talk about is, can you endure a longer journey? Because the data is the data. The average business in the US, only 3% businesses ever get to 10 million. So think about that for a minute. If you have aspirations to get past that, take 12 years to get there on average. A number of our companies are in their second or third decade. Some have grown as fast as you have, but you're, again, you, the person, are the anomaly, not the business model. So what I want to take you through is, how do we deal with that? Because it is a system that we can look at. It's a system of credibility that I want you to build. It's basically our engagement system. And if we do so, I think we're going to be able to meet our markers and we'll be able to grow predictably. So I want to go through basically the journey of your stakeholders, this condition in the framework, and really what this looks like from an engagement perspective. The good news is, because of our relationship with Gallup, I can bring you some things today, fresh off the research from Gallup around burnout and some other things. And they are pretty good. They showed up at our summit event in April. Mohammed Jonas, who's their one of the top researchers, right off basically the great resignation and all that stuff and the things that have happened since then. So I'll give you some fresh stuff there. So can they go longer? And that's the Socratic question that we're going to start with. But who's invested the most? So I'll go back to our ethnographic research. Do you want to know the stakeholder that we negotiate with the most? Who do we negotiate with the most in stakeholders?
CEO.
Ourselves.
Ourselves.
Spouses.
Our family. They're in a category by themselves. Because the consequences of us negotiating with them and failing is less in our minds anyway than employees and investors. The saddest part of it all is that we're basically, I'll get to, sorry, I can't make it this weekend. How about next weekend? We'll get it there. Or I had to work late this weekend. I got to make this trip, or I've got to do all those things. Number one stakeholder by far is them, and they're the ones over time that are going to go through the toil, unless we prepare them for this longer journey. So think about that as I kind of take us through this. So we talked about this. It takes 12 years, but this is the problem. Is that the biggest competitor we have in this whole endurance category is this thing called time, and you can't change it. It's 24 hours in a day, and if in any way, shape, or form you're underestimating the amount of time it takes to get things done, you're putting yourself and your stakeholders at risk, and more importantly, your business. But it is the number one mistake that we make as entrepreneurs is we woefully underestimate time. And when we underestimate time, it kicks out two other things that have to take place. Thing number one is capital. So if you're a bad planner, you better be really damn good at capital raise, because it's the only antidote to it running out. The only reason we would ever need to shut our business down is we ran out of time. People say, we ran out of capital. I love the stuff that comes from the Small Business Administration. It gives us a lot of great excuses, by the way, as entrepreneurs. It never blames us. It just doesn't, right? It's just that, well, we didn't have an education, we didn't have this, all those things. But we ran out of time. And so it is our number one competitor. This is the thing that if you take away from this, that we have seen now through years of study, the people that underestimate things are going to have a really rough tumble through the process of this. And we get stuck on this from investors that keep telling us we have to grow at a certain rate, we have to grow fast, quickly. We have to grow at 100%, we have to do all these things. Then we underestimate or we overestimate our capabilities. So from the Builder Summit, this is when we gather all of our members together. We did this back in April. If you've ever done these things where they can cobble things together, we can ask questions in real time. I probably should have done it today with you, but I didn't. But anyway, this is preparation for a longer journey. Isn't in the bag of to-do list this week. Did anybody, and it could be rare, but did you wake up on Monday when you were putting out your plan for the week and said, you know, I need to plan for a longer journey? Anybody do that today? Is it in the strategic plan of any kind? Is it? Tell me what you've been thinking.
I have a 10-year plan.
Perfect. And where, and you're how many years in? 4? 4 years in, okay. You're in a good spot, if that's the case. So, you're probably in, you know, the center of this chart. So that's, all I'm saying is that it's not natural for us to do this, all right? We talked about the framework. I'm down to the bottom of the framework, so you can see it down here really quickly. And this is an important chart because of the 5 conditions that we have, I need you to know where endurance sits. Because you can't really work on it by itself. It doesn't sit there by itself and go, oh, let's go work on it. It is an output of alignment, discipline, and predictability. The absolute best way to have people and stakeholders, in this case, ready for a longer journey is to be predictable. There's no better format. But predictability comes from discipline of being able to capture and keep customers basically at a predictable rate. And alignment means that you're doing this for all the right reasons. Think about that combination coming into people that have engagement in your business today. If you look at the operating system of endurance, and then, of course, the things that flow into this, this is the other one. By the way, if you've ever seen these charts, these are Affinity Charts that basically show you an interrelationship where the arrow can only go one direction. One influences the other. Which is the most influential? Is really the outcome. So when you see that, what is it you see on that chart? What is it you see when you look up there?
Credibility.
What's the big driver of basically, you know, building a condition of endurance? Credibility is number one, right? So your credibility is something that is a system, first of all, and it is something that we can look at, we can measure. It's dynamic, it changes all the time. But have you ever tried to raise capital after you've missed your expectations? Have you ever tried to get new employees to get excited about a new program when the last 3 didn't work so well? Credibility is a real deal. And we got to see this in our study, or at the graphic study. And the reason I'm showing you this is that that's the thing that I want you to focus on for endurance, for engagement. It's the thing you can work on. It's the thing you can grab. It's the thing that's tangible. So much is out of our control. So think about that. So much is out of our control today, but that one's not. It's completely within the wherewithal for you to manage it. Telling the truth, telling people the hard facts. We're going to go through this in just a second. Look at recognition. Recognition is a key one. I'm going to talk about that because there's 7 areas that we worked with Gallup on that will blow you away a little bit for recognition of what people want to be recognized for when it comes to endurance. Okay, so think about that. Last but not least is community. It's incredible how many companies we've worked with, and Tanner loves these things because it falls into his strength set as a CFO. You know, more community, more harmony, more. Well, you're a harmony guy. Sorry. So, in other words, you're working on the cosmetic pieces. You know, it's ping pong tables. It's all these things that we're working on this community part. They're basically output. So, in other words, the community is an output. You can't actually work on it. It creates itself. Is what we're saying. So let's go through a little data from Gallup. 80% of employees worldwide are really not in the game. We do come up with a new term, I think it's within the last couple months. Right now what this is called. Quiet quitting.
Yeah.
What is that about? Does anybody have?
I'm talking about it tomorrow.
What is it?
If wants to join.
What is it? Give us a quick one.
I'll give you a quick one to say it's different things to different people. But for a lot of us, it's coasting, it's checking out, it happens before burnout, it's only doing the minimum, sometimes it's been setting healthy boundaries. So it's interesting, people view it as a positive, some people view it as a negative.
Okay.
It's a mystery.
How do those entrepreneurs in here feel about quiet quitting? Is that something we aspire? I don't think so, right? Okay. All right.
You're wrong.
So, exactly right. So, summary, we have a lot of people in this country, in our workforce, that are somewhat disengaged, right? Okay. And then we look at the shift from office to home. Now, this is a fascinating chart. So what's interesting is Gallup they have 25 million people that they can reach at any point in time in the workforce in the United States that has 160 million people in the workforce. So they have a pretty good chunk of it. And they can go to you and they can say, Bud, basically tell me about these things, right? Well, why am I telling you this? Because they can do this really fast now with these AI motors that they have. And when they were with us in October, they said 40% of the nation's workforce is not going to go back to the office. And where like you kind of hear the pall go across the room, and people can breathe a little bit, like, oh my God, I have this office cost, I have all these things, and I need people in the office. And well, that was April. You know what the number is today? This is an out-of-date chart. What's the number actually, this goes back to August, the same data set that said 40% is now saying less than 25%. So already 3/4 of the people are going to come back to the office in some regularity. So it's like that changed really fast from a workplace perspective. I mean, in a matter of 6 months, that's changing that quickly. I don't know where it's going to bottom out. They're looking at this. Tanner got to see this the other day. We love Gallup, so I don't want to be pejorative about this stuff, but they come up with a joy index. You guys seen this? Well, if you saw Quiet Quitting, if you haven't seen the joy index, I got to send this to you. Get me your card. You're going to dig this stuff for what you do. So it's kind of like when I worked at a big company, we just did a layoff and we did a survey of employees. How are you feeling? How do you feel about your job today? Well, my best friend just got laid off. It's great. This was when I went to Boeing. The joy index shows us we're down 3 points in joy. It's like, really? We just got through a pandemic. We're now, inflation's going through the roof. You can take a gas costs $100. I'm really happy about things right now. So the long and the short of it is, this is a little bit different. It's measuring this, but this is going to play out when it comes to endurance. Endurance is going to be tested greatly because we can't see physically how people are reacting to certain things. We can see them in Zoom, we can see them in chat sessions and Slack and so forth, but we can't see them. So it's going to change a lot. It's something we have to pay attention to. So let's talk about this confidence thing and credibility. So of Gallup's biggest discoveries, the leaders account for 70% of the variance in employee engagement. It's a big number. So if we have that many disengaged people quitting quietly and all the things they're doing, it's our job to figure this out. And we are literally the determinant of whether they're going to be engaged, disengaged or not. We are it. And again, data that this is pretty hard to refute. So trust and credibility then is, we know more than ever, we're going to have to do this, but we have to start with being candid around this. I think the ultimate thing that we saw in our protracted study is that you can't sugarcoat what's going on because you're adults. They're adults in your workforce, they have families, they're planning, they're trying to figure things out. They have to know that you're telling them the truth. There is no alternative to that. It's our study from our data. So if credibility is going to be the driver of that entire system, the thing that we can work on, the thing that we're in control of, we're going to have to fix that. So our neighbor in Boulder, Jim Collins, kind of came up on this a long time ago. If you've read his book, Good to Great, and other things that he's done, he talks about the brutal facts. You guys read the Stockdale Paradox, Jim Stockdale. He was the commander at Anti-Hilton during the Vietnam War. John McCain was underneath him, even though John was more famous. Stockton was the vice president with Ross Perot candidate, just to give you kind of a feel for it. Amazing person because he and his wife published a book, which were letters that they sent back and forth to each other while he was in prison. It's fascinating, if you ever want to read it. So here's what happened in the Hanoi Hilton. Hanoi Hilton is, if you're not familiar with the Vietnam War, was the prison center for American soldiers, mostly Air Force and Navy at the time. And it has its own, horrible nature, but a lot of soldiers died by just giving up. They just finally just said, I can't do this anymore, I've been tortured, I'm starving to death, they died by giving up. And they died by giving up because they kept holding out hope that they'd be home by Christmas. A couple of their leaders said, Bud, hang in there, we're gonna be home by Christmas, and it might be August. You go, okay, I'm gonna make it to Christmas. And what the Stockdale paradox is that the ones that lived and made it and survived and came back home are the ones that said, I don't think so. I think we're gonna be here for 5 more years. And I'm gonna figure out a way to persevere through this. Well, our employees are a little bit like that. They might not want it, they might not wanna know that we're having difficulty with a product. They might not want to know that we're not going to have certain things this year. But if you don't level with them, your credibility is the thing you're in control of, and you'll lose them at some point in time, because you'll get there after making these things, making them happy, you'll miss it, and then they fall away. And I believe some of the quiet quitting is coming from that part, because we've been waiting, it's not happening. All right, so it's a big part. If you ever want to follow that, it's a great study. This is fascinating to me because this is some of our ethnographic data combined with Gallup's information around recognition. Remember, recognition was number 2, credibility 1, recognition 2. But when you think about recognition, it's so much more than rewards and episodic attention. If you want endurance, that's my goal. Not to make somebody happy, not to make them feel good today, but if you want me to be engaged and stay with you for the period of time, help me build relationships. These I thought were somewhat anomalistic at the time when I first saw them. Develop my know-how and skills. Teach me how to manage change. Empower me to recognize others. Recognize and utilize my uniqueness. Hear my voice, but the last one is mind-blowing. It's hold me accountable. And so you think about these. Those are different than what you're going to see in the 1001 Ways to Recognize Employees, which I think is a pretty recognized book. It's all fancy stuff. It's candy at Christmas. It's all this stuff. These are pretty interesting for endurance, not for like, do I feel great today, but I want to stay with you for a long period of time. And these are the things that we want basically to put in place. Durability is the next part of this, and that is, are you a durable set of, you have a durable set of employees? And what do we need during these challenging times to build durability? It's something that we put as a flow inside of the engagement system that we determined during our ethnographic study that the durable employee is something that actually can be taught to be durable. You saw it in a little bit of the work that we saw on the previous slide, but part of durability is know-how. I know how to do my job, so I'm pretty durable. I can take a hit today if something changes a little bit. Clearly knowing what the plan is a durability. I need to know what the plan is. Where are we going from here to here? So we've got to build the durability pieces in here because they will be able to take the changes. What do we know from our data so far around the condition of durability is the companies that came out of the pandemic ahead of where they started it versus those that shrunk during that period of time. We have the model that shows us that. A great example is a company that's been with us for a while called Footers. It's Footers Catering. Has anybody heard of them? They're out of Arvada. Probably one of the largest catering companies on the Front Range. Family business has been around for a while. Anthony Lobatos and his wife April run it. When the country shut down, they went from basically a $4 million business to 0. I mean, walking into your employees and saying, "I'm sorry, but we have no work. We have 0 work." So some companies would have said, "Well, and I'll call you when we have work. So goodbye, see you later." They have roughly 70 plus employees. But Anthony and April came back as they said, "Let's solve it together." We've been through another recession. Most of these people have been with them since 2008, 2009. So that's a longer term. It's not just term employees. And they figured out all kinds of things. Number one, what can they do together? What can they each contribute? How can they make some forms of payroll, which they had some left over? They happened to put together all kinds of things to bring new. By the way, their business is for really large events. They do the Broncos events. They do big things. They shrunk it down and started bringing literally turkey to your house. They figured this thing out as a team. They retained, I think, 50 of the 70 employees. Today they'll be at $8 million in revenues by the end of the year. Wow. This is their blowout year because everybody's getting married. I know this. And they've been able to get back to what they used to be, which is the big events. So that's durability. Durability is being able to say, nobody could have predicted the pandemic. Durability is saying, our costs are increasing X, Y, and Z. Let's go figure this out. And it engages and draws people together. So that's what we're going to have to do. Let's just keep going through this a little bit. This burnout thing is also for real. I get to see it. Isn't it amazing how we talk about a lot of these things in third person, like somebody else? Well, these people are burned out. Well, who are these people? I get to see your faces every week, so does Bud, especially Bud and I. We're the two mentors at True Space today. I see it on your faces. We fake it, and man, we fake it good. You know, we hold it together. Things are fine. We're going to be okay. We have to do that. We've got to get the strong ones in there. But I see it. I see it in people's lack of sleep. I see it in increase in drinking. I see it stress. I see real things on your faces. So burnout's real. We're going to have to figure this out. We're going to have to deal with it if we're going to stay engaged and if we're going to keep our credibility. So that's something we're going to have to deal with too. So again, this is the whole idea on the burnout side. So the sense of belonging community thing is kind of fascinating. It's the last part. Remember, it's the output of all these things. Remember that chart that shows credibility at the top and community at the bottom? But it is the greatest of value. It's why people stay with you for this long period of time. It's why I am anyway, wildly imperfect. They'll stay with you for a while. But it's built on these pieces. First is trust. They've got to trust what you're telling them. Second is stability. It doesn't mean financial stability. It just means that you actually have a story I can count on. It's a story I can count on. And that's got to get built. Affiliation means that I'm there and I'm not alone. If you want to see, the Gallup 12 questions are fascinating to me for engagement. How many people have done the Gallup 12? You should look it up. It's cheap. I think it's pretty free. There's 12 questions. There's like 30 million people that have taken this engagement, and to tell you what your engagement is. You can find it online, by the way. But I think the 9th question in there is, do you have a best friend at work? And I think it has the strongest statistical determinant for engagement. Fascinating, right? Now, granted, their population topics are for bigger companies, not small ones. But just think about the power of somebody that's with you at work. There's an affiliation in this. And then last is hope. You still got to have it. It's not a strategy. I've heard that. There's a book about that someplace.
Yeah.
But it's real, right? It's a real thing. I mean, at the end of the day, there's got to be something that tells me that people aren't going to get sick and die anymore with COVID. There's got to be something that says this country is going to be less divisive, that we're going to get through this war in Western Europe, Eastern Europe. There's got to be some hope. Otherwise, we're not going to get through this. But it's part of community. Community has to have the hope element in it to pull it kind of together. It's the connective tissue, so to speak. Last slide, and then I just want to open this up and see what questions you have. So these are things you've got to do. You saw the chart. Just take one thing from this thing I told you today and the time we spent together and the time we invested in this session. Work on your credibility. It's the thing that's in your control. When that erodes, it is almost impossible to get it back. When you lose it, to rebuild it is almost an impossible task. So think about that. You've got to hold it, keep it, manage it. It's a system that you can actually go work on. So you got to be able to do that. Equip your people to prevent burnout. Talk about it. Get it out in the open, especially if you talk about that today. I'm coming to listen tomorrow. Sense of belonging, and last is recognition. We talked about that. The 7 points of recognition, I can send those to you, are different than what we might think when it comes to endurance and keeping me around for a long period of time. All right, so let's just see if there's some, we invested the time together. Let's learn from each other. What are you learning relative to engagement? I'm going to go to each one of you, so don't think you can hide from me. So is engagement and endurance a big deal for you? And if so, what are you experiencing and what are you doing about it?
Well, I've been a solopreneur and I have 2 members on my team and 3 consultants.
Okay.
So endurance is a big deal for me. And what I'm doing is by bringing on team members to work with that and to spread out the work in a way that honors each person while using different people instead of one person to help work within their strengths, to help their energy, and having them part of the company, having them come up with solutions, those kind of things. But I think endurance is a huge, huge deal.
Good. And we know that in your world, your alignment around basically what you're trying to accomplish, your discipline, predictability will determine some of that, right? Good. All right. How about you?
Well, I took the summer off because I was part of the Great Resignation. But I had just finished about 7 years at a Series A company, and it was I mean, it just rings true of the credibility part, trying to rally the team to be part of trying our next thing and the right level of honesty and uncertainty, but not so much that you just don't derail it from the start. It's a work in progress. There's no perfect answer, but my CEO was definitely the optimistic side, and he got frustrated of like, hey, stop being so pessimistic. It's like, well, it's part of the kind of the grind of this is we have to set this up that we're trying it, and it's okay if it fails. And in fact, we need to know that just as much as it needs to win. So my role, like I led marketing, sort of go to market, was just trying to be transparent around what is good and bad look like, and make sure that folks have the right, like the real answer of what that was, so that we stopped the like, cool, you had one good experience, one bad experience, but what did the aggregate say from that experience?
That's great. Thank you. Better.
Yeah, I think honesty and vulnerability is just so critical to building that trust and engagement. Similar to Charles, I left a 2,000-person company at the end of last year, doing my own startup now. 9 months in, it's me and one other person. But I still need to focus on that because I think engagement and trust and leadership takes work, and people assume it just comes naturally. It definitely does not.
I love the vulnerability part you brought up. I don't think people need to see us be like these pretend superhuman beasts, that have been set up. We're as vulnerable, we're running lives, families, just like everybody else. We just, we're just trying to build something new. So, we'll see. How about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for sharing. I mean, candidly, all of this says, I don't know if I have what it takes as a founder, just because I know that I'm great with ideas, but like actually staying long enough to get it to where we want to be. It's going to be hard. And that's why I'm looking for the COO. That's the hiring person around me that can validate the ideas. But yeah, it's
just the fact that you actually admit that, especially to all of us, means you're probably made it. I'm dead serious. I got to study people just like you for 4 years. The person that said, I got it all done, I got this, are the ones that are, in my opinion, most vulnerable to failure. If you're ready to, if you're that open, you'll crush it. You are the right person. Don't give up on it. 98% of Dr. Dave, 98% of founders that replace themselves in the first 10 years fail. Don't replace yourself. Stays there. Then people think, well, I'm going to bring in a professional manager and then I can kind of, just be the visionary. I think that's one of the new things. That doesn't work.
Why not?
Because it takes them 6 months to figure out, at least 6 months, just to get enough institutional know-how. You don't have enough time and capital to make the changes they want to make. And it washes itself out. Remember, time is our biggest competitor. Time crushes it.
So ironic that that's one of the first things VCs do in a Series A.
Yeah, that's where the data came from. It's PitchBook's data. Think about that for a minute.
Oh my gosh.
I got 20 years of doing it, being that guy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, because you have founder's disease.
Well, no, I think, I'm sorry to digress on this one, but I don't want you to give up is my number one objective here.
This is a good rabbit trail.
But time is the killer of these ideas. So you get somebody to come in, how much would I have to, how quickly can I learn what to do? Your customers, your employees, your vision, what you want to do. More than likely I have an MBA because that's my qualifier. Really dangerous spot to be in because I want to put everything into a spreadsheet. I want to measure all that stuff that's up front. I don't want to get to know customers. I want to see what those are going to do. And usually from a bigger enterprise. There's something really unique about businesses that have less than 15 employees. If that happens to be your business, that you can't bring that kind of muscle into a company to crush it. So hang in there. The best businesses in the world were built for people that doubt themselves. Think about that. Yeah. And this is data points for us, right? It's the truth versus all the fiction that we have. What are your thoughts?
So you started out as time factor, and one of the super angel investors in town he always say that, like, biggest enemy of entrepreneur stuff is time. And I really do believe that. There is no time to just keep trying everything, because you're gonna run out of money. When you run out of money, you run out of people. You run out of people to get, right? But I think it's a few of the things that people really think about as a time factor. And like you said, no matter how superhuman you are, there's only 24 hours, right? So you got to bring in team to work with you, because you can't do it alone. You cannot be doing sales, product development, right? Doing all the internal accounting, right? Fundraising. You can't do that everything. Even if you have the skill and experience to do it, you can't do it because there's no time.
It's back to the focus part too. The other thing that we get ourselves on time is that we keep trying new things that keep diluting that time out, which take now more resources and more people, and we haven't figured this one out yet. So thank you for that. Your thoughts?
A couple of thoughts. One is part of the Great Resignation, I guess. I'm starting my own coaching and business consulting. Really hit the time resonating with me, as well as kind of getting diluted into other areas, as well as stakeholder, knowing that it's my partner who's my stakeholder and being aware of that. So those are really the three excellent points. I come from corporate and IT and doing acquisitions of small companies where the founders sell, and then I come in and try to integrate them into our company. And credibility, I mean, if I can't get their trust from the beginning, if I can't earn that, I will lose them. And it's kind of a shit show. I try to take over an acquisition from a founder and bring the cultures together. But if you can make it through it, it's amazing. You get exactly what you're saying. You can create that community, but it's a path. It's different.
Absolutely.
I think my engagement, it's definitely been a source of trial and error in our company, finding the right people, especially as a service-based business. That's critical, is finding the right people. I think something that did wonders for credibility for us was COVID. We served the food service hospitality industry. They all went away. So the fact that we've been able to come out of that a stronger business, our employees see that, and they see the leadership team that's all of us have been with the business at least 5 years, out of a 13-year run. I think that's been great for us.
Totally. Exactly. Thank you. Your thoughts?
We're definitely working on credibility. Part of that is through recognition. I'm trying to hire a team that would create a community. It's been very difficult. I've had a lot of turnover, especially with COVID. And but I have one true that's been with me for a year and a half, and I think he's going to be with me for a very long time. And I need to learn from that and how to create that in others.
Awesome. Final thoughts?
As a solo person, I think the credibility has been really huge. I know as I start marketing, it's really easy to say squirrels and do all that kind of stuff. But all my business in the last 2 months has come from referrals.
Yep.
So, just being that person that they're like, oh yeah, I'm a person. She'll do it for you.
Yeah, even though you're solo, you still have this massive group of stakeholders. In fact, maybe even more, right? If you think about what you have to depend on to keep your business moving. So it's good. All right, well, thank you for the time. The investment, again, final thoughts for you all. When you think about endurance, it's a real thing. Don't shy away from the credibility side of this as it drives it. But you've got to go put this in motion because it's one of the operating conditions necessary to grow. If you push it to the side, it'll come back and it'll be the thing that stops your growth. So, all right, thanks. I think we have another thing coming in, right?
Thank you so much, Charles. So we're going to take 5 minutes to start the CJ, and then we'll start the CJ on what it takes to build a resilient business.
Yes.
One of
Yeah, to get to that time.
That was our action. She died. And then I deal with all of their.
This is our last story.
No, let's go. I can help you. All right.
Well, the topic is a recipe for success.
Oh, that's my note.
So I think we actually can facilitate that. It's not, USB-A. You sure? Because what I was gonna do is unplug the clicker from that. Okay. Okay. I have a mouse that I just kind of hold and click through my slides.
I was just so rushed. All good.
I totally get it. Okay.
And how's it been going this week?
Yeah, I left at the end of the year.
Well, we're going now. Okay, everybody, we're going to start with our next speaker. We'll see you tomorrow. You're not sticking around? No, I'm so sorry. We'll be here tomorrow. You're going to be here tomorrow? I don't know. I'm actually speaking at an event tomorrow. Oh, wow. We'll see. So, I think that might directly conflict. But if I don't, or let's chat. Yeah, we can talk coffee or something.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm missing it.
It's okay.
No, that's okay. What's your Congratulations. Because she's been going through Charles's listening. That depends on what numbers you use. So use my COVID numbers, yes. Everything shut down, but yeah. But I've heard of
I've been,
Nice meeting you.
Okay. Let's reach out. Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started. I want to introduce CJ Whelan. Whelan or Whelan? Whelan. Sorry. See how she got that before I introduced him.
Spelled Wheeler, common mistake.
So CJ Whelan is the current executive director of Rocky's Venture Club, and also an entrepreneur who has had multiple businesses and a very large exit. So I wanted to ask him here today to talk about resilience in the face of challenging economic times, and what do you need to do to prepare your business to scale? So that's what he's going to be talking about today. Thank you so much for joining us.
You bet. Thank you for having me. Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here, founded in FoCo. Again, my name is CJ Whelan. First, a little bit of a confession. I think most people here are very busy business people, entrepreneurs. You know that crazy lifestyle. Candace talked to her a couple weeks ago. She's like, "Hey, would you do this?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'd love to. I got plenty of time." And sure enough, a variety of things intervened, and I'm sitting down last night at 8 or 9 o'clock going, "Holy moly, I've got a presentation to prepare." So the slides you see put together here, I think will tell a good story. But I'll be the first to admit I did not prepare as much as I would like to. So I just want to put that out there. And that's why I think this would be, I think, the most valuable anyways, but especially so. Please interrupt with your questions. I think this would be most productive as an interactive session, just as we go, as things come up, let's talk them through. Just some other things here, if someone says something that doesn't seem right, let's keep it positive and keep it on. As Candace said, I'm currently the executive director of Rocky's Venture Club. So let me talk a little bit about Rocky's Venture Club, what we are, what we do, and I think that'll put in context some of the other things we want to talk about here. RVC's mission is we're a nonprofit angel investing network based in Denver. We have a variety of programs. The angel investing piece is probably what's been around the longest, nearly 35 years. Those of you who are familiar with the term angel investing, it's kind of the introductory point to being a venture-backed company or raising venture capital. And I will explain that a little bit more here in a moment as well. Basically, when individuals are writing checks to get equity in your company, kind of jumpstart that journey. Again, one of the longest running angel groups in the United States. We have generally at least an event a week. Two of those are really large events. Our Angel Capital Summit generally in the spring. In the fall, we have our Colorado Capital Conference. But again, generally every week we've got workshops for entrepreneurs, for angel investors, due diligence rallies, just a variety of things that you can find about at our website. This talks a little bit about our deal funnel. Again, generally about 1,500 companies a year apply to pitch to RVC, and you can see how the numbers fall from there. In round terms, about 70, 80 end up pitching per year, and between about 20, 25, and 30 receive funding from our angels and other folks we're able to syndicate with. All right, a little bit more again about RVC. I'm going to ask some questions here again, set some context. RVC is generally what's known as a seed or pre-seed level investment. I heard the term Series A a moment ago. If you're not familiar with that vernacular in venture capital, as you raise additional rounds, it's A, B, C, D, it goes on. But even before A, we talk about seed, and before seed, pre-seed. If that's just a word soup for you, don't worry about it. It just means it's a sequence or cycle of raising venture capital. And by that definition, again, you can Google it, read a book. You're going to hear a variety of different things, right? Because what a seed or pre-seed round in Fort Collins for a tech company may be completely different for what it is for a biotech company in Boston. Like your pre-seed round may be $500,000. If you're a biotech company in Boston, maybe it's $500 million just to get started. That would be your Series A or pre-seed. So again, in terms of scale and what those mean, it can have a variety of different definitions, but just know it means more of the sequencing. Again, the rounds that we're involved in are typically from about $500,000 to a few million. Most, but about half of our deals we're actually reinvesting in companies that have raised from us before, and the investments that come through RVC again range from a few $100,000 up to $1 million. And again, the reason why those two numbers read the way they are is because with a round, it's actually more common that we're not filling the whole round ourselves with our own investors, and we're actually syndicating with other angel networks across the country to fill that round. What are the type of companies that RVC generally invests in? It's actually a wide variety. As you might imagine, there's a lot of tech and software, SaaS, those sorts of things, because those naturally gravitate to a lot of being backed by venture capital. But we do a fair bit in life sciences and healthcare, a lot of medical devices, technology spun out from universities, actually up here at CSU and quite a bit down the road at CU. A fair bit of clean tech, but also some consumer goods and even some food and beverage, which is not very common in the venture-backed world, but there are some companies that come through RVC that have been a part of that. And another defining characteristic of where RVC operates is primarily in Colorado, although our footprint is expanding throughout the greater Rocky Mountain region. All right, so just a quick note about me so you can kind of put in context some of the things I want to cover. As was sort of gracefully introduced, I am a multiple founder, co-founder, entrepreneur. My first company, when I was writing this last night, I was like, holy moly, that's a while ago. Back in 1996, as an independent computer consultant in my 20s. And from there, founded or co-founded a number of companies in software and telecommunications. Most of my experience, I've been to this point talking about angel capital and venture capital. I'm going to try to be distinctive when I talk about something that's very particular to that, or just more general if you're an entrepreneur, a company of any size, if you're not venture backed. And I'll get to that definition more in a moment, because most of my experience was actually bootstrapping companies. So no venture capital, just kind of gutting it out, loans, whatever the case may be. I have had some successful exits. Candace a moment ago said, how's 9 figures, right? And I was like, well, maybe if you include the decimal point and all that. So not quite that large, but thankfully I've been very, very fortunate. Life-changing. I've had that experience, which was nice. But I've also experienced both sides of acquisitions. I've been in companies that have been acquired. I've had my company acquired, and I've also acquired companies. And we can talk about that, because even if it's something small, hey, this little company we're going to acquire just for maybe $100,000 to grow a customer base or whatnot, a lot of lessons learned there. And I first started angel investing about 5 years ago with RBC, and I've been with them full time now since about the beginning of the year. Oh, and other important things about me personally that I don't think is particularly important about today, but I'll learn a little bit more about me. All right, let's start with some terminology. Again, this segment is supposed to be about having a financially resilient company and scaling. And those two topics are obviously related and very interwoven, but they are kind of separate. And kind of as an entrepreneur on a day-to-day basis, you're going to probably be interacting with different topics that hit those differently. And this is actually probably a good time. I'm curious about my audience here. Who in here are entrepreneurs? I assume most everybody. Business owners, solopreneurs. And how many of you guys are venture-backed company? Okay, great. Thank you. That helps quite a bit. All right, so what does it mean to be financially resilient? You know, I was like, well, I could probably put together some fancy technical definition with some formulas and crap like that, but let's face it, we don't have time for that. What it really boils down to is, do you have the money to survive? And how do you think about that? Because the worst situation is when it hits you when it's too late. So there's that consideration and the consideration of preparing your business to scale and how are you going to grow? And what do you need to do that? Well, you're going to need a lot of things, but in the end, it probably generally all that boils down to money, right? You're going to need inventory, you're going to need people, you're going to need space and all that kind of stuff. Let's face it, a lot of those things are always going to boil back down to money. So that's probably the primary thing we're talking about here. And so figuring out how much you need and some of the places to find it, depending upon, again, if you're a venture-backed or non-venture-backed company. All right, I keep on using this phrase and talking about it, and I hope this isn't going to be too ABC or low level for folks, but I do want to take some time to talk about what it means to be a venture-backed company versus one that is not. All right, so, you know, venture capital. I've kind of come to call it, it's kind of like a siren song, right? You know, hey, these guys are raising millions of dollars and they're on their round G and whatnot. Yes?
Is venture-backed different than angel-backed?
Good question. No, not necessarily. Angel is basically considered a subset of venture capital.
Right.
Because by definition, what we generally mean when we talk about a venture-backed company, the short and easy answer is that it has a solid, that they've sold. And see there, I told you already. Or solid, but sold equity or partial ownership of their company to a professional venture capitalist, a venture fund, or angel investor, angel group. So the definition of an angel does have a little bit of a gray line to it. You know, your Uncle Fred or your neighbor, or, you know, the cliche, hey, your dentist wrote you a check, that kind of thing, quite often goes by the term of an angel. But these days, most angels are operating in angel groups or syndication groups and professionally operating very akin to a venture capitalist. They're just that earliest stage.
So I guess my question is, I thought angels expected to get paid back, not expected to share in the company.
Good question. Hold that for just a moment. And if I don't answer, ask me again.
Okay.
Because here's the next point here, is when someone is investing in your company as a venture-backed company, again, they're getting equity for that investment. And they are expecting a return, and that return only comes through an exit. Okay, this is a very, very important distinction that most people, entrepreneurs, when they're kind of thinking about this, kind of don't get, and actually a lot of angels don't get when they kind of first start this journey. And that is because, you know, they pick apart a lot of things here. Venture capital, for reasons I could touch on briefly, is actually the most expensive capital you can raise for your company, period. As opposed to a bank loan, as opposed to whatever the case may be. Venture capital is the most expensive. Why is that? Because you're basically selling a part of your company. You're giving a chunk of your company. All right. So what's that bet for? And that bet is actually a risky bet for the investor. So that investor is getting ownership in your company on the hope that at some point you're going to be big enough that you sell that and then they get the return. In other words, an angel investor or a venture company, they do not get a return. They literally get not 1 cent back. Generally, most of the times, there's some other instruments I won't derail the conversation. Once you have an exit, and by an exit, that means you sell your company, basically it's acquired, or you go IPO, which are both really big events. Okay, so if you're going to go this route of venture capital, raising capital from angels, know that the expectation is going to be that you're going to exit the company.
What's IPO?
Initial public offering. You're going to go public. Big. Ring the bell on Wall Street. That's really big. Yep. Got it. Kind of throw that in there.
So just a clarification too, is that it doesn't necessarily mean that the founder is kicked out.
Oh yeah.
Right. So, but it's being blocked by somebody else.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And in fact, what does it mean for your exit event to happen and mean to you? It's a whole other conversation, because generally speaking, if you reach that point, it should be a very good day for you as the founder or the owner, where, hey, I want to stick around, or hey, I'm done, or I'm ready to go on my next. That should be part of the freedom that happens at that exit event. But yes, it doesn't necessarily mean you are going away. All right. So what is not a venture-backed company? And again, there's probably some good textbook definitions and things when you go to business school that not too far beyond right now. But let's call it just about everything else. That's not a venture-backed company, right? And I also want to bring up the term here, a lifestyle company. Some silly air quotes there. You'll hear that term a lot, a lifestyle company. But generally you hear it in this context of it's not a venture-backed company. Okay, fine, but you should know I hate that term personally. Especially given, if you caught a couple slides ago, I've done a couple of companies that weren't venture-backed. And believe me, the time I was putting in and some of the challenges, I was doing that lifestyle of being an entrepreneur voluntarily, but just calling it a lifestyle company, I think, was really understating what it was really about. So, yes, Kim.
Is that bias kind of created by the private equity and venture firms almost?
I think so.
They're really looking for that.
Yeah. And I think they kind of come out from a terminology of that's not something that fits in their lane. It's a simple terminology for that. So, if you want to take on the moniker of you got a lifestyle company, more power to you. But don't let anybody pigeonhole you into that. Yes?
What is a lifestyle?
It's a term that gets usually thrown around for private entrepreneur companies that are not venture-backed.
Okay.
Basically, just a company you've started yourself.
Okay.
Small business. Again, these are all other terms that I actually like better. My baby. That might be a better way to describe it. So again, I just want to get that term out there because you might hear it. What does it mean? Again, some people might say it. Don't be too insulted by it if they do. But all right. Why is this distinction? Why am I spending all this time talking about what needs to be a venture-backed company and not a venture-backed company? Because as entrepreneurs, and for the topic of this discussion, financial resiliency, in particular scaling, a lot of the fundamental concepts and the metrics are the same, or they're same-ish. I'm going to cover some of those. But the tools and the resources that you have are going to be different. And also in particular, who you're accountable to. Touch on that briefly here right now, and we'll get to it a little bit more in a moment. Let's talk about scaling. If you're a venture-backed company, your scaling is raising more venture capital. Kind of period. That's very important to know. If you're a venture-backed company, like once you've taken that first dollar of venture capital, your ability to get loans and do a variety of other things, it's going to be very diminished. And your path is going to be set for raising more venture capital and then reaching a point where, again, you're hopefully primed for an exit. If you're not a venture-backed company, well, you've got a variety of other tools. Loans, friends and family, grants, Just a couple other things we'll talk about. And then this other one, who you're accountable to. If you're a venture-backed company, you're going to be somewhat, maybe completely accountable to your investors to some degree. All right? Just a little bit. If you're not, you're accountable to yourself and your co-founder and your other owners. All right, just a little bit of a pitch here. Again, are you a venture capital company or not? This is a book that was co-written by my predecessor, Peter Adams, great guy, longtime executive director of Watkins Venture Club. I know a few people in this room know him. He does these presentations much better than me, but nonetheless, it's a great book. It's easy. It's, again, it's one of those dummy books. And even though I think it's probably getting close, it's not quite 10 years old, but about that. Old now. It's like some of the numbers used in it are out of date, but the concepts still hold really well. So, and it's just a good, again, primer of, hey, should I even be thinking along those lines or not? Which, by the way, is a quick sidebar I want to say right now. I know I'm spending a lot of time talking about venture capital, but like I said, some of the tools and the concepts are going to be the same whether or not you're a venture-backed company. If you never go venture capital, fine. You may be wildly successful. You may achieve the dreams you want and have a company that is impactful in the world. Again, that's another thing that, even though it's a space I'm in today, that I work full time, maybe it's a little bit of my background. I kind of chafe a little bit of this notion of, you're a venture-backed company or you're nothing. It's quite the opposite. All right, so wherever you hear me talk about here, and again, spending a lot of time talking about angel investing and venture capital, because that's what I'm spending a lot of my time on these days, know that it's one lane, literally only one lane in this broader, bigger space of being an entrepreneur. Okay, so the session was sold on the topic of financial resiliency and scaling. So let's talk just a little bit about financial resiliency. Know thy numbers. To me, that's what it means to be financially resilient. So a couple of concepts here I realized. Oh, by the way, if you take any of our courses, in particular our Pitch Academy, one of the things is don't have a wordy slide. Like maybe 20, 30 words, maybe at most. Like that's even probably too much. So I'm already totally breaking our own rules, but here you go. So just a few things. What does it mean to be financially resilient? It's basically managing your accounts receivable and your accounts payable, right? It's knowing what drives your revenue, who are your biggest customers, what are the biggest risks to your revenue, and timing considerations, right? Just because you sell something today, maybe you will have that cash available tomorrow, maybe you won't have it for 90 days. Like these are the things that mean the cash coming into the company. Cash coming out, expenses, what are your variable costs to fixed costs? In other words, what can you pull levers on to like cut an expense today versus if I pull this lever today, it ain't gonna mean anything. Like maybe I've got rent, like I've signed personally for a lease for the next year or so, things of that nature. And also, what you can cut and what are the downstream effects of running your business if you cut them. Again, your most important employees are quite often your biggest expense. And in some regard, they might be the easiest to cut, right? Hey, you gotta let somebody go tomorrow, but that could completely destroy your business. So again, having that understanding of these levers in your business. Burn rate, that's the rate at which you are losing money, simply stated. Pro formas, we talk a lot about that in, again, the venture capital world because that's all based upon your future projections. And there's all kinds of courses, some great ones with RBC, by the way, that you can take to learn about pro formas and how you model and things of that nature. The point being is, you should be able to put together some sort of pro forma or scenario about your business and use that to forecast where your money is going. A couple of key metrics I think every entrepreneur should know. What we call them CAC and LTV, short for customer acquisition cost and lifetime value of a customer. Simply stated, that is, what is the expense that's going to take for you to gain your next customer and get revenue in the door? Is that going to be advertising? Is that going to be Google AdWords? Is that going to be a salesperson? Is that going to be training that you have to incur to get them on board? Those sorts of things. And then lifetime value, again, that's generally a term used a lot if you're like a SaaS business, that sort of thing. The more important thing there is once you obtain a customer, what's the revenue they're generating for you? All these concepts kind of come to this point here. By the way, if I get to my last slide, I have a slide called CJ-isms. This is a bit of a CJ-ism right here, and you'll hopefully hear this from some other folks who have had scars. And that is, as the entrepreneur, as the owner of your business, as the CEO, as the president, the person at the top, be very, very careful of knowing the risk of letting somebody else know all these numbers. Be it your accountant, a trusted financial advisor, whatever the case may be. Like, you need them, and you especially need them for the fine details. But it's really critical that, to some degree, you're able to kind of know these factors about your business and take the time to figure those out.
Especially in the early stages of your business, you don't know that, you're screwed.
All right, so a little bit more here about some of the tools and options, especially for non-venture based business, about thinking about some of these concepts of financial resiliency. Again, if you're in a situation where things are, just level, kind of same, or getting worse, you need to know how you're going to reduce your spend or your burn rate. And usually the first lever entrepreneurs pull, but is the most disruptive, are things like I was saying before, and that is employees. And that's a tough call, not only from the emotional standpoint. And I got to see the tail end of the last presentation from Charles, and I think that was, at least what I saw, was excellent about trust, both in your customers and your employees, things of that nature. But at some point, you're going to be, if you're in a difficult situation, staring that in the face going, I just can't afford to keep that person around anymore, and how you're going to handle that. So that's talking about tools and options for the outflow of money, your expense side of the cash flow. What tools and options do you have on the inflow, or to gain more capital? And this is where the conversation crosses from a bit still of financial resiliency, but also in scaling. Because again, scaling, you're going to need more capital. Hopefully none of these are particularly surprising or things you haven't heard of before, but good old-fashioned bank loans and an SBA loan. A word about SBA loans. They're a great tool if you're able to get them, but not everybody can. And that's a whole other discussion on equity and things of that nature. But they might not be as difficult to get as you might think.
There is another session that Denny and Mike are going to do. When is that? Tomorrow?
Today's coming, so tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow, they're going to be talking about funding sources, where to get them, and different types of funding that you can raise for different types of businesses.
So
yeah.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Attend their session.
But what would make an SBA loan difficult to get, or why?
Well, basically, it involves collateral.
Really?
Yeah, in most cases. So whether that's the business itself, whether that's collateral you put up yourself, be it a second on your house, like a second mortgage on your house.
3 years of history.
3 years of history. Yeah, it's a lot of work. You have to fingerprinted. They pull your, they do a criminal background check on you, things of that nature, for certain loans, programs and size loans. So it's a lot of work. And
But it's low interest rates, right?
yes, yeah. And most, what's again, I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but the way the SBA works, Small Business Administration, is they guarantee loans that banks make through this program. So what that means is most banks are actually pretty motivated to do SBA loans, but because they're banks, they're still going to be pretty tight about it. So it's a long way of saying you don't know until you ask. So if you haven't, I encourage you to and find out about it. And by the way, just because one bank tells you no, doesn't mean the next one won't tell you yes. In fact, there's this weird dynamic where sometimes the really big banks, like a Wells Fargo of the world, super easy. There'll be other times they tell you no, but then you'll go to,
It depends on how much trouble the bank is in with the feds.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Wells Fargo specifically.
Yeah. If we have time, I'll tell you a horror story I had with that. All right. But there are other types of loans, microloan sources. A good example of this, Colorado Enterprise Fund. If you're not familiar with them, I recommend checking them out. But basically, the point being is, if the banks are saying no, there's other sources of loans that might say yes, that are specifically designed for small businesses and for a variety of different types of small businesses. There's always the self-funding, friends, family, and founders. Grants. This one is interesting in that they're often overlooked by entrepreneurs because you're just not aware of it and you just don't have the time to spend on it. But you've got OEdit in Colorado, Office of Economic Development, International Trade, really strong grant program through there, a variety of other ones. Crowdfunding, I can't say I've had really much personal experience with that, but if that's a route for you, go for it. The little quote I put here was, it's very rare you're going to have a successful crowdfunding raise if the point of that raise is to kind of help you through a troubled time to save you. The crowdfunding is when, hey, you got the next flashy thing, and that's what's going to fuel your growth. So like I said, this is the slide where it's a little bit of a transitory between the resiliency and the scaling. But crowdfunding can be a good scale mechanism for sure. And then there's things like factoring, other credit mechanisms. They often can be expensive, but they work for some people in some
You know,
situations.
time factoring, not everybody will.
Oh, I'm sorry. Factoring is, let's say you have a business where your accounts receivable have a long lead time before you actually receive that. Like you invoice somebody and they have 90 days to pay. A factoring business will pay you, like basically they're buying your accounts receivable for a discount. So let's say you're charging Ned, is it Ned?
Yep.
Yeah, so Ned, I just sold you a service and it costs $100 and it's due in 90 days, right? So you got 3 months to pay me. So what I do is I go to the factoring company and I go, here's Ned's bill for $100, and they'll pay me like $95 for that today. So I've got $95 in hand today, and now they're on the hook for Ned's $100 in 90 days. I mean, you're still collecting it through them, but that's kind of how factoring works. Resources, the Small Business Development Council. Did I get that acronym right? The SBDC? Center, thank you. Too many acronyms. You'll usually find those via your chambers of commerce. Sometimes not. I know Denny has a lot of familiarity with the SBDC up here. If you are not familiar with the SBDC, I highly encourage checking them out.
They're headquartered here for anybody who's looking
Yeah.
to find help.
Great resources. And just to know that who they are and what they do offer the services for is great. Because even if you don't need them today, when you do, you'll be like, hey, I can go to the SBDC for help for finding a loan. I can go to the SBDC to best hiring practices. I've got a problem with the city or a permit or things of that nature. Great resource for those sorts of things. Okay, how much cushion should you have? It depends. Best rule of thumb is about 3 months of working capital. That gets back to that burn rate, right? So, whatever you spend each month, that outflow, to have at least 3 months in the bank, it's generally a pretty good rule of thumb. Should it be more? In some cases, yes. And if you're able to, great, more power to you. If it's less, you do what you can.
Are you saying that should be like in your savings account, or that should be in like your active checking account?
Either or, depends upon where you keep your working capital. You know, if you can have that work for you in a savings account and easily move it into your checking account to pay things, yeah.
And CJ, does that grow as we're facing potential recession and financial headwinds? Do you think that should be larger?
You know, the short answer is yes, of course. You know, the more cushion you can have, right, the better. But the problem is as you face more headwinds, that's usually when you need your cushion. So, you know, it's kind of a countervailing force.
Right.
So, yeah, there's not an easy answer to that. You know, maybe it's this aspect of things that will more important in guiding that. And that's, you know, what are the biggest mistakes to look out for? Not unrealistic estimates. Hey, as entrepreneurs, we're the most optimistic people in the world, right? We're kind of taking this step thinking we can form a company and have it be successful, things of that nature. So, you know, we tend to really put ourselves out there and think, yes, we'll get that next company. You know, I will be paid if I net on time, things of that nature. So, you know, my only advice here is, you know, what's the cliche? Hope for the best, plan for the worst. When it comes to planning your cushion, when it comes to establishing your financial resiliency, you know, that's when you want to be probably more pessimistic, so that your optimism doesn't, you know, overflow some realities that might hit you. Unexpected shocks. There are known unknowns and unknown unknowns. Does anybody know where that quote comes from?
Roosevelt.
Yeah, exactly. Which I'm not going to comment on him personally, but it's a very entertaining quote. And when you kind of pick it apart, it's kind of, there's some logic to it. And what that means, at least in the context of what I'm trying to get across here, is, you know, there's shocks that can happen to your company that you'll think about and plan, you know, that you can expect. Hey, what happens if my biggest customer was to call me tomorrow and said, hey, I got acquired. It's been a beautiful day for me, but guess what? The acquiring company already has a locked-in contract with somebody who does the same thing that you guys do, and we got to switch. Sorry. By the way, it's happened to me a few times.
Been there.
Yeah, exactly. But I love you. We love you. Sorry, the new company can't do it. It's like, so, you know, these are the things that are kind of obvious, right? But guess what? You know, maybe this is the unknown unknowns. A worldwide pandemic, wars, inflation, you know, which I know kind of is gonna, at some point, makes your head explode. It's like, well, what the F? I've got to run my company day to day. You tell me I worry about wars and figuring out how to run my company? Of course, the answer to that is no. The point being, though, is getting back to that, you know, 3 months, just kind of run through scenarios. You know, just kind of put yourself in that situation of saying, all right, what would I do tomorrow if? What would I do tomorrow if? And start to frame that out. You know, because there's certain shocks that would still be big, but you'd be like, but I got 3 months in the bank right now. If you know, the last time I hired for this position, it's always taken me 2 weeks. You know, today's economy, now I should maybe plan 2 months, right? You know, play those scenarios for yourself. You know, just kind of map those out. Here, mistakes. Getting more money and just doing the same thing with it. Do not dig thyself a deeper hole. What I mean by that is, once you find yourself in trouble, or you start to see trouble coming along the way, you know, doing these things to be financially resilient are obviously really, really important. But be mindful of the fact that, hey, if you are lucky enough to kind of get that bank loan, kind of cut some costs, whatever the case may be, is doing the same thing going to be enough to get me through that? In other words, the answer to being resilient isn't always necessarily just a financial question. It is adapting to the change that you may need to do for your business itself. And I think Charles was speaking about that a little bit.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Charles was talking about predictability. And the better you get at being able to predict, how long does it take you to acquire a customer? How long does it take to deliver to that customer? How long does it take to hire an employee? Those things, when you have those metrics figured out and you're paying attention to them, it makes it a lot easier to plan and prepare.
Be nimble. Not having a plan, that's a huge mistake. And not sticking to the plan once you've done it. Again, it's that kind of emotional entrepreneur.
Not a big deal, buy a Ferrari.
Exactly. All right. This is one of the worksheets that we have. I'm happy to share with you. It's through a partner we work with quite a lot called CFO Share. What to do if you run out of cash worksheet. This exercise is meant to give you like a 13-week look at where you are with your cash flows and things to consider. And that type may be probably too small for somebody to read, but which of the following cash inflows apply to your business? Accounts receivable, credit cards, etc. What cash outflows do you have? Payroll, debt, rent, etc. So the idea is just a basic worksheet to talk about money in, money out. This is talking, again, this is a 4-page exercise here. But again, it's a great exercise to do, just kind of put you on the scale of where you are with your vendors. Star or highlight the vendors you can push payments through to open communications and negotiation. Again, you never know, right? If you have a really good relationship with a vendor, call them up and say, hey, can I have another week or 2 weeks to do this? You never know until you have the conversation. So emergency cash options. This is a worksheet that was designed at the beginning of the pandemic, when a lot of companies were like, holy moly, what are we going to do? I like this graph a lot too. It's kind of analyze your strategic changes. Short-term shock, long-term shock, that you're profitable before and profitable after. So what you can see here is if a shock is happening to your company that you can reasonably classify as short-term, and you're going into it profitable, then your mindset, your strategy probably will be to persevere. You know, I was talking about before, hey, just raising money for the sake of raising money, kind of being adaptable. Well, you can probably operate in this quadrant if those two things apply. Dropping to the other quadrant, opposite here, hey, it's going to be a long-term shock. What's a long-term shock? Maybe a recession. I guess a pandemic. And what if you were going into that, maybe break even or not particularly profitable? You're going to need to pivot. It's not just going to be a question of raising money. And the red here means you're probably going to be a fairly significant pivot. Again, I think Charles gave a good example of that caterer or restaurant.
Right, the caterer, yeah.
Right. So please excuse the crudeness on this. Boy, this is crude. But there is a bit of a lesson here. So now kind of shifting in the last couple minutes here to talk about scaling. Okay, what kind of mindset, what are the considerations when it comes to scaling your business? And the reason why, again, talked about kind of resiliency, knowing about cash flow, where you're coming in from, that sort of thing, is when you're now planning to scale, you need to know your economies of scale. And this very crude graph is meant to show that as you sell more stuff, that's the X horizontal axis here. Hey, I'm going to sell twice as much. What does it cost you? All right, what does that line look like? And if that line was a 45-degree angle, basically a 1-for-1, in other words, hey, I sold 10 widgets today, and I'm going to sell 20 tomorrow, in other words, double it. And then tomorrow, my expenses for selling those widgets is just doubling it. As I say, okay.
That's growth but not scale.
That's growth but not scale. Exactly. And as I sell more stuff, if it's more expensive, that's really, don't do that. Stop. As a software engineer.
Time to pivot.
Yeah. We call those DDTs in the software world. Don't do that.
Losing money, but we're going to make up on by selling.
Yeah, exactly.
Which was the theory back in 2000 with the dot-com.
Now again, crude graphs, there's exceptions to these rules. Of course, there's like incremental, like, hey, maybe tomorrow, because I have to invest in a new machine, because I'm a manufacturer, I got to invest in a new employee to kind of get to that. But when you kind of look at a steady state, you should be able to put that together and understand this. Basically, this is what you want. In other words, as you sell more, of course, inevitably there will be increased cost, but it won't be one for one. You're going to have economies of scale. So, what am I trying to get across here? Is that as you're getting ready to scale, know where your economies of scale are going to come from and where they're not going to come from. If you're a manufacturer, if you're manufacturing widgets, right, pens, if the raw material for this pen, like I'm not going to get a break on it until I'm selling 1 billion of them, okay, that's going to be this. In other words, if I need twice as much plastic tomorrow and my supplier says, yeah, twice as much is going to cost you twice as much, there's nothing I can do about it. You're not getting economy of scale on that. But maybe you'll get it on your advertising. Hey, I'm advertising to just as many folks I am today, or hey, Google AdWords will now charge me half as much if I do 10 times the amount. Oh, now I'm getting my economies of scale on my advertising. Actually, that example is almost backwards. Quite often, advertising costs you a lot more as you grow.
But your cost of customer acquisition overall could go down marginally.
Yep. So again, the point here is as you scale, know where this is going to come from. Because if you don't, you're just growing without scaling.
I'm going to ask a
Please.
novice question.
Absolutely.
If you are a small service company, a small service provider, cleaning company, real estate agent, hairdresser, whatever, and your economies of scale could truly be that 45-degree line, right? Am I missing something?
No, you're not. So the fundamental question there is, it's kind of twofold. There's, well, I'd say, the point I was getting at before, and that is, well, find the places where you will get economies of scale. Maybe it's in the transportation, like of your cleaning people getting from place to place. Maybe it's going to be, hey, now with a bigger staff, I can clean a bigger building rather than a couple small ones. Again, the advertising portion, so you're not necessarily going to get, in that example, the economies of scale from the people, but you're going to need to figure out where those economies of scale are going to come from, so that in essence you make more money.
There's something I want to pull into this, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Charles and Phil and I were talking about it at breakfast. That's that, we've kind of got this mentality in the US that a venture-backed company, a company that's got the SaaS scaling ability is the only good companies out there. But in reality, the most durable companies are service-based businesses. They might not have the 10x and 20x and 100x valuation that a SaaS business has, but the durability of those companies, the survivability of those companies can be significantly higher. So you may not see a difference between a 45-degree angle versus a 10-degree angle on that chart. You want to pay attention that it's not directly 1-to-1, but even if it's 1 to 0.9, you can still grow a business profitably and create value for yourself, for your employees, for the economy, without building something that's expected to massively scale. Because that expectation of massive scale is unrealistic for most of us. And I personally think that it's not healthy for our economy to expect businesses to do this. To create businesses that are durable, like Patrick O'Neill is coming this afternoon. They've had a business since the 70s. It's the third generation of family-owned business. It's what the VCs out there would call a lifestyle business, but they have profitably managed their business, created a lifestyle business for themselves, supporting themselves and their family and their employees for 40-something years. I would much rather see that than the venture-funded company that I co-founded that only survived 10 years because the VCs shut it down because they didn't see a profitable exit from it. So don't make the assumption that venture funding and the way that VCs look at a business is the only way or even the right way to evaluate your business. And I think that's what CJ's trying to say.
Absolutely.
Don't just look at it through one lens.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Going back to what I was saying before, is even though this is guy representing the angel group and a bunch of venture capitalists. Could not agree with that more. And that's Elaine. And I was saying there's 2 points. One of them is philosophically, what do you want to be? How big do you want your company to be? I'm just about out of time, and I'll give you a personal anecdote, and then open up for any last questions. After I sold the last major company, I'm a total car guy. I'm a car nut. I love working on cars. And I was like, you know what I want to do? I've got the opportunity in my life to start a company converting classic cars to electric. So I did that. And I went into it with the clear 100%, this is not going to be huge. Maybe I'll have 1 or 2 mechanics working with me. The idea is I'm doing this for me. I mean, I need to make money at it and not lose money. This is not going to be for charity or anything like that. It's going to be a real business. But went into it very clear-eyed of, I know the scale and I know why. And I did it for 2 years. Pandemic kind of threw a curveball into it, but now I'm here loving what I'm doing now. But that was important. And my business partner and I in that last company, we were very clear-eyed too with what we wanted that company to be, what we wanted it to scale to, and why, and when we were going to get out. So, it's kind of a bit of a different answer to the same question, and that is, and I think it reinforces Candace's point, and that is, it's very easy to kind of get caught up in the hype, and instead step back and say, why am I doing this, and what do I want my company to be, and how big do I want it to be, and getting it there comfortably, and then using these tools to survive, and when the time comes, like, now I'm ready to grow. And maybe then you become a venture-backed company. By the way, here's another misnomer. It's not always brand new startup companies that are venture-backed. Quite often a company could be around for years and years, and something one of those pivots happen, and they're like, we just have a new innovation. We've been doing something in this space for a while, we've got a new innovation. And to kind of make this come on across the world, we're going to go venture-backed. So that's my final lesson. All right, I'm over my time, so any last quick questions?
If you can disconnect, we'll get this hooked up, and then, but you can keep going with Q&A.
Bet. Let's see. I was actually just about done with my slides. The only other thing I was going to be talking about there was just a little bit more from that notion of, if you are a venture-backed company,
CJ, you can
thinking
move
about.
it back up. She doesn't need this slide.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Pivot again.
Pivot again. Yes, sir.
Just kind of building on your reflection there, post-exit, the kind of company you wanted to build. How do you see that conversation alive in your community of angels and funders, and sort of navigating a more durable type business versus looking for the faster scale?
Well, interestingly enough, I have a few members in the room, and maybe they'll answer it, but my answer to that would be is, we could do no bigger disservice to our angel members than bringing forth companies to them that really aren't truly venture-backed companies, and having the honest communications with companies that come to apply to us and say, wow, Charles, you're a great person, this looks like a great company. Wish you luck, you're never going to be a venture-backed company. So yeah, I don't know. You guys want to add to that?
Well, and in the RBC, we say that, start with end in mind, right? So what is your end goal for being an entrepreneur, right? Are you trying to build a venture company, or are you trying to build a lifestyle company? Do you want to grow your company and pass down generations like some of the great businesses in this town? Or do you want to grow it super fast and sell it and be out and then start your own thing, like, CJ has that, right? So what is your goal? And that really matters, because that really separates you from what kind of capital are you going to need, where are you going to get capital, right? What kind of promise are you going to make to get that capital, right? So
really drive that region.
Yeah.
you know, what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you and I gave a presentation on that.
Yep.
About, you know, the alignment between your personal goals and the alignment and the goals of the company.
That's right.
Are they the same or not?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and again, you're talking about the guy who's trying to bring the next great things to my investors, that sort of thing. But if where you want to be and what you want to have is not a venture-backed company, awesome. Again, you won't be talking to me on a professional level. Happy to still talk to you about my experience and pros and cons and resources to go to, but you will be successful if you want to be possibly very successful and be thinking every day that I never got venture capital. Absolutely. Yeah. And then,
you made an interesting point on don't keep doing the same thing you're doing in one of the slides for raising money. And I'm kind of curious from an investor perspective. I got to imagine a lot of people are coming back with your 50% follow-up rate with a pivot in mind, right? And they've already made promises to you the first go around, basically. And so how do you manage that pivot of, you know, I just need to survive X period of time, or I need to change my story? Like, clearly you have stakeholders that are already vested in you, even if that's not venture-backed funding, that could be friends, family, that you've sold the mission to, and now you need more money. And so I'm kind of curious if you're going to answer the question, yes, follow-on funding, or no. Like, how do you expect an entrepreneur to pitch that?
that's an excellent question, Ed. And there's no easy answer to that because it's on a case-by-case basis. In fact, most of the time when a company's coming back for follow-on funding, it better be because the hockey stick curve is growing and that they need more jet fuel to keep on going. In other words, they're right here. Now they need another $5 million to get to here. Okay. If not, then it's a whole other question as to whether or not the investors are going to be willing to invest in something that might not make it through. It's not uncommon for a venture-backed company to be doing okay, not losing money, but they got to shut down because they're not on that curve.
Been there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
I really appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you. I hope that. All right. Great. Thank you. Good to meet you. Okay.
We're going to talk next Monday.
Yes, I know. Good to see you.
So I want to give you guys a little bit of info that I just realized. Just a little bit of insight. So the Scale Up program is pausing for 1 hour. Krista is doing on what? What are you speaking on?
I'm speaking on productivity tools.
Productivity tools. Okay, so still kind of skill oriented. Excuse me. So then at 2 o'clock, or no, I'm sorry, 1 o'clock, I will be teaching you how to create a predictable pipeline using LinkedIn to bring sales into your business and predictably build that pipeline. Then at 2 o'clock in this room, we're going to be talking about some of the advantages of hiring people with disabilities. Given the workforce and how difficult it is to hire now, people with disabilities are very underemployed and incredibly talented. So we actually have 3 people with disabilities who will be talking to you about what it takes, and it's not much, to make your business accessible. We'll have a blind person, a deaf person, and a person who has a neurodivergent disability on that panel. And what's interesting is we have to make it accessible because our deaf person is participating remotely. So you'll get to see how bad auto captions are and what she has to rely on. Then at 3 o'clock, Zubaida Bai will be here. She was here last time at Scale Up, and she will be talking about what she did to build a multi-million-dollar social enterprise. That is going to be in the Challenger room, not this room. So Challenger room to hear Zubaida Bai's How I Built It story. And then we will come back into this room for our final Scale Up thing today, which I will be interviewing Patrick O'Neill from Vern's Toffee, 3rd generation of that lifestyle business that we were talking about. He's going to talk about how the family has built the business, how they survived multiple recessions and one pandemic, and how they've transitioned the company from one generation to another. So that'll be at 4 o'clock in this room. So I'll see you guys, or actually stick around because Krista's got some amazing stuff to share. So I'm excited for your session.
Thanks, Kim.
All right, thanks everybody. Yeah, that would be great.
Sorry, don't take it so long.
Is that right?
Oh, sounds good. Do you want to?
You're
Stupid. And they're working. You know, people are aware of what's going on. Hey. So we'll talk about Monday. Yes.
Hey, everybody move up so that Krista doesn't have to yell too loud, please. We've got a big room and we didn't need such a large one this year.
Thanks, Candace. Yes, I was going to invite everyone to move up. But as someone who is myself both an introvert and neurodivergent, I also sometimes eye roll when, you know, there's sort of that forced participation, or it's like, everyone, come on, get real close. And I'm always like, the rebel in me always wants to kind of be a little bit like, F you, I'll see what I want, you know, right? So from my perspective, yes, the invitation is to move forward, but also you do you. Be comfortable where you are comfortable. And this is a panel and this is a space that absolutely, there are no right ways to participate. I invite you to participate in a way that you're going to get something out of today. So as a presenter, you may notice I have no slideshow going here. And that's because I really like to have conversations with people. So this is not a presentation where I have a same number of slides and I do the exact same thing every time. The stories I tell, the examples I use, where the conversation goes depends upon you. And what you want to get out of this, what you have to contribute to this conversation. I want this panel to be, or this session, to be super actionable for you personally. And so I'm going to start off by saying, or asking actually, the question, what did you want to get out of this? If you're comfortable sharing, I would love to hear from you. What did you really show up for today? What do you most want to learn? Because the more I know about why you're here, the more I can tailor this presentation to your needs. Does anyone want to share anything?
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to.
Yeah, please.
I've been really fascinated with the idea that the traditional 9 to 5 is actually super productive. I found that personally, if I allow myself to have more flexibility, I'm actually quite a bit more productive. And so, you know, I'm interested, you know, I'm now like running a marketing department and, you know, allow myself a lot of flexibility during the day to kind of like step in and out of work. But I'm really curious to hear more about kind of like the science behind that and how to optimize it, and then also how to share that with the rest of my team.
Perfect. Awesome. I love it. Thank you. Anything else?
What was the question? Sorry.
The question is, what did you want to learn today? Yeah, because if I really know what people in here are specifically interested in learning, then I can make sure to speak to that in the presentation. And you'll have opportunities to speak up throughout too. So we won't do all questions at the end, I'll ask throughout. Yeah.
Ways to be more efficient. I mean, 4-hour work week always comes to mind.
Yeah,
in businesses, and how to leverage your time properly to do other things that you might enjoy.
Absolutely. Perfect. Okay, great. Anything else just as we're starting off?
I think tips for not getting distracted, you know, especially in the homework environment, you know, how to not do the laundry when it's like the thing is buzzing.
Yeah, okay, great. Minimizing distractions, that's great. I will speak to that. And if I miss anything, please just speak up and ask throughout. Because again, I want this to be really interactive and engaging, relevant for you. So I am Krista Berry, and I am a career coach, a speaker, and author of the book, Beautiful Badass, How to Believe in Yourself Against the Odds. I'm also the founder and CEO of an introvert-focused women's leadership community here in Northern Colorado called She Goes High. And as we're getting started today, I just want to share with you a story of one of my very first clients. So 7 years ago when I started my career coaching business, One of my very first clients was a woman who was tired of not making enough money to really do more than just get by. I'm sure no one here has been in that situation ever, right? She's like, I can pay my bills, we go on a family vacation like maybe once a year or every other year, but I don't feel like I'm making any traction, I'm not getting anywhere. And so her thought about this is how I make more money is she said, well, I'm working in marketing. She had a bachelor's degree. I don't actually remember what it was in, but she had a bachelor's degree, but ended up working in marketing because we all know that we went into the jobs that we got our degrees in, right? That's how it works? No? Okay. And so she thought, you know, if I get a degree in marketing, if I go back to school and get a second bachelor's in marketing, like with this piece of paper, they will have to pay me more, right? Because we also all know that having a degree means you automatically make more money. Yeah. No, not necessarily. And so it was really clear to me from our conversation that the reason she wasn't making enough money had nothing to do with whether or not she had a degree in marketing. It didn't have anything to do with negotiation tactics. It was how she was showing up in her value at work. And the fact that she pretty consistently was an overgiver, over-contributor, people pleaser, I can do it kind of person. Anyone else in here? Because I'm that way. Yeah, and so how this was impacting her is that she was making less money than she really should be making for the work that she was doing. And so instead of her going back to school and getting a degree in marketing so that she could, in theory, make more money, she coached with me for 3 months and got a $10,000 a year raise. And then got another raise, not quite as significant, but a pretty big one the following year. And I had this same situation happen with another client a few years later, or very similar situation. She wasn't looking to go back and get a degree, but she said, every job that I've had in my professional life, I've made less and less money. And I know that's incorrect. I'm going the wrong direction, but I don't know how to course correct. And so we worked together for 3 months and she got a $15,000 a year raise. And the reason I'm telling you this story is because I want to remind you, I want you to have a concrete example that reminds you that oftentimes what we think is the solution to our problem is not always the solution. And most of us, when we think about how do I make more money, or how do I, whatever it is that you want, we think about a goal that we have in mind. And most of us go to a place of thinking, I have to give more of myself in order to achieve that goal. I have to work harder, I have to contribute more, I have to do more, whether it's a money-related goal or not. Does that track for you? Like, do you feel like most of the time when you think of something you want, you think about having to give more of yourself? More of your expertise, more of your time, more of all the resources that you have. And I just want to call bullshit on that because I don't believe that that's true at all. I think, in fact, for most of us, whatever goals we're pursuing, whether it's a money-related goal or some other kind of goal, usually the answer lies in taking a step back, getting focused and doing less, and just doing more of the right things, right? But not doing more overall. And I have my own personal story with this, which is that for many years in my professional career, I was the person that volunteered for everything. I can do it. And I was absolutely an overgiver, an overcontributor, always going above and beyond in every situation, whether it was my job or a volunteer opportunity or whatever that looked like. And that led to some pretty serious burnout and some pretty serious health issues. And when I was 35 and I got shingles, my doctor was like, okay, you're 35 and you have shingles. This is 100% stress related. But guess who was stressing me out? Not someone else. Me. Me. Other people did not expect as much of me as I expected of myself. And I consistently just overgave and overgave and overgave until my health started to suffer. And so that's when I started to really get serious about looking at the way that I worked and changing that and my relationship to work. And so I'm going to share some tools with you today. There's some things that I've used as well as things that I've worked with my clients that
both of those clients that got those big raises, I've used this with them, I've used this with entrepreneur clients, these same tools. I have tons of strategies, only have time to share 3 with you today. But I hope that you are gonna find these actionable for you and as a way to not do so much and hopefully get more out of the less that you're doing. Sound good? Woohoo. All right. So the first tool that I want to share with you is, I really want to talk about like which activities you're focusing on professionally, like whether it's in your business or in your career, which activities that you're focusing on, because whether you own your own business or you work for somebody else, chances are there's a lot of opportunities for you to either volunteer for, be voluntold for, or be directly assigned, extra work. And I really encourage and invite everyone here to really know what your zone of genius is, really be super, super clear on what you have to contribute and what your job is, and say no to things that don't fall in that category. And I know this is not rocket science, but when there's money on the table, whether it's an employer or a client, when someone is like, here is money, this is what I need from you, it is really hard to say no. It is really hard and scary sometimes to say no. Because it feels like, well, if I say no and this person is unhappy, then that money might go away. But my experience is actually the opposite. Because when people know you as the expert in your field or in your role, when they know that you are the expert in that, it builds trust. It builds value in what you're offering. If you just say yes to anything that anyone asks of you, over time, whether they do it consciously or not, people don't see you as valuable, or it lessens your value in their eyes, and it lessens your value in your own. And so, again, it's like this kind of saying yes to everything can really get tricky, because pretty soon you're running around, putting out fires, handling things that maybe are outside your wheelhouse, outside your zone of genius, and you're not really focusing on the things that are most important. But let's think about this another way. So an example is, if you need to have a very complicated brain surgery, would you rather go to a brain surgeon who specializes in this very complicated brain surgery, or a general surgeon who has maybe done this brain surgery 4 or 5 times? Yeah, most of us want to go to the specialist. Exactly. So be a specialist in what you do. Whether you work for yourself or someone else, be a specialist in what you do. Because that really goes a long way. And now you're not overworking yourself, you're not overgiving as much as you may have previously. People value you more, you value yourself more, and all of a sudden you have more money, more time, more resources. Is that making sense for you? Is there anyone that disagrees with me? Because it's totally okay to disagree. Okay.
I think the only thing I would comment on is, I love that idea, but a huge chunk of my career, the value I added was being a generalist.
Yeah.
And so, because I was a utility player, you could plug me in a lot of areas, and it was emotionally hard for me. So everything you're saying resonates, because the energy drain that you're kind of implying with when you get kind of distracted, I dealt with that a lot of my career. But on the other hand, that was a lot of how I grew my career. So I think it's sometimes a tough one to balance depending on your skill sets.
Yes.
Because sometimes generalists are needed, sometimes specialists are needed. And I don't know if you have any comments on kind of balancing that within yourself sometimes.
Yeah.
In the environment you're in.
And I don't disagree with you. I mean, that's how I built my career too, right? Was that jumping in and that volunteering for a lot of things, and that being, the jack of all trades. And so absolutely that can get you far, but you also spoke to, there was a price for that you paid. And so what is the balance? Like, how do you balance that? That's an internal experience. I think. I mean, if you, in the short term, if you find value in growing a business or growing a career in being more of a generalist, then I would say have a really focused strategy where you're like, I'm only going to do this for this long. You know, and then shift out of it because it really will take a toll. You know, you've lived it.
My reaction was after years, I just pulled out of my corporate. I just pulled out of corporate because I just couldn't do it anymore. And I was luckily in a situation where I could, and then my wife and I could pursue some entrepreneurial things. But I like your second comment there, which is the other part of this for me would be as an entrepreneur, often you have to be a generalist out of necessity, right? Low budget, you know, you don't have startup money. You're trying to bootstrap everything. But I like the thought of time box it or set goals where like, hey, once we generate this much revenue, we're going to bring in a contractor for this or for that.
Yeah.
Which makes sense to me.
Absolutely, because it's not sustainable over time to be wearing all the hats or doing all the things. So yes, as you're starting a business or maybe changing careers or starting a career, you might temporarily benefit from that. But I also still challenge that idea. I still think there's a level where that's the story that we tell ourselves a little bit that may or may not be true. So one thing that I learned early on becoming an entrepreneur, this is a marketing strategy where, you know, they talk about really niching down who your ideal client is. And that is a scary thing to do because it feels like if I get too specific and too focused in who I'm serving, there won't be enough clients. But it's a really well-known marketing strategy that's actually not true, that the more focused you get, the more you zero in on who your target market is, the easier clients find you and you find them because you're so clear in who you're working with and how you work with them and what exact problems you help them solve. If you're in a service business, right? But even if you have a product, like what is the exact problem that your product or your service solves? And the more clear and specific you can be in your messaging around that, the easier it becomes to find clients. So you don't necessarily, so yes, I agree with you, and I'm gonna do a yes and. I think there's a level where sometimes we also tell ourselves, well, I need to be more of a generalist or I won't be able to get the business that I need to build up my business. And I don't necessarily, I think we overestimate how accommodating we need to be to other people to make business work, or even on the job, like even if you have a boss. It really feels like if you have a boss, like I can't say no to my boss. Am I right? Like it feels like that. But I don't necessarily think that's true. So I'll give you a couple of examples. So one is very early on in my career, very, very early on, a long, long time ago. Anyone who is familiar with the Gart family that used to own Gart Sports, this is a long time ago, okay, Candace knows. They do real estate now, but they used to have a sporting goods conglomerate, and it was a really big deal in the Denver area. And so I worked for that company, and one night the CEO, Ken Gart, asked me if I would stay late to get a report to him. And I didn't want to. I had no good reason other than just like, I didn't want to. And it was Tuesday night, so Buffy was on, and that was my night to go home and watch Buffy. And this was before like DVRs and stuff. Now I'm really dating myself, but you know, that's okay. So I said no to the CEO, and it was fine.
How did you say no?
Yeah, I said, I'm not available to stay late tonight. Is it all right if I get that to you first thing in the morning? And he thought about it and he said, sure. I was like, great. All right, it's time for Buffy. Right? But like the fear is like, oh my gosh, the CEO of this, not just the company that I work for, but like a really influential family of business people and real estate, is asking me to stay late, and I don't want to, but I get to have a life. I get to have a life, and I don't have to change my whole schedule around just because someone makes a request. And he had the option to say, actually, this is really important. I need you to stay tonight. Like, right? He could have countered with that, but he didn't. I said, is it okay if I get this to you first thing in the morning? Sure, that's fine. Okay, great. So one time when I was giving a version of this talk at a networking group, there was a woman in the room who was a bookkeeper. And she had this client in Denver who wanted to meet face-to-face every month. And so she asked this question like during my presentation, and she's like, okay, so I have this client in Denver and I drive like an hour and a half each way on the days that I go see him. And it's like, I can't pick up my son from school on those days. And we have this really fun ritual that we do every day. And then I miss this time with my son. And I spend like 3 hours in the car driving to Denver back, and I hate it. And she said, so I just want to know, like, should I be charging him for my driving time? Mm-hmm. And I said, no, which I could tell was not the answer she was expecting. And I said, you just told me you don't want to be driving to Denver, that you spend 3 hours in the car, that you're miserable, that you're missing quality time with your son that's important to you. I don't want you to get paid to do something you don't want to do. I don't want you to do something that you don't want to do. And she was like, okay, that's interesting. I said, so what if you told him that you couldn't drive to Denver anymore to meet with him in person? And she said, well, he might find another bookkeeper. And I said, oh, he might. But what is that worth to you? Is the drive time, the missed time with your son, is that worth the risk that this client might find someone else? And I was like, and with that amount of time, you could probably pick up 2 or maybe 3 clients locally or virtually and be making even more money, right? Because he's probably not going to want to pay your full rate for drive time, but you don't want to do it anyway. So like I don't even want you asking that question. So she was like, okay. A couple of months later, I ran into her at another networking event, and she was really excited. She like ran across the room to come talk to me. She's like, oh my God, Krista, I can't wait to tell you. I was like, oh my God, I can't wait to hear, because you're really excited. She said, you know that client that was in Denver that I used to drive to every month? And I was like, yeah, I definitely remember the story. And she said, now he drives to Fort Collins. That's cool. I can't promise it's always going to work out that way. But I'm just saying that we tell ourselves these stories about what's going to happen if we say no to giving our time, to giving our effort and our energy in ways that we are not aligned for us, that are outside of our zone of genius, that we don't want to, that drain us. If you're giving your time in ways that drain you in exchange for money, I mean, sometimes we're legitimately in a place where we have to do that temporarily, right? But I hope that if you ever find yourself in that place again, that it is just temporary and that you put a time limiter on it. But I've just given you a couple of examples of times that you can say no and it can work out just fine. And I don't actually have an example for you of a time that I or any of my clients said no and it didn't work out just fine. I honestly don't. I'm not saying it never happens, but I'm just saying I don't have any personal examples to give you where someone said no to a situation like that and it like ended up really badly. People are more reasonable than we give them credit for.
I think can't it also improve trust?
Yes, it improves trust, because if you happen to be like me and your tendency is to be an overgiver, overcontributor. And listen, I am super high achieving. I do really good work, but you know what happens sometimes when I give too much? The quality of the work isn't as good. And so, again, by being really clear about what I truly can do well and what is in my lane and sticking to my lane, it absolutely builds trust, because first of all, people know that if I agree to do something, I am going to do it and I'm going to do it really well. That I'm going to follow through and I'm going to get it done. That builds trust. And when you can say no with professionalism and integrity, that builds trust, because people know they can rely on you to be honest with them. And they know that they can rely on you to like say, if you really can't take something on, that you're gonna ask them. I know a lot of people, mostly women, who are afraid to ask for things because they don't want to burden someone else. That fear, if I ask for something, I might burden that person. But I believe that fear comes from so many of us not being truthful and in integrity with our yes and with our no. So we've had experiences ourselves where we've agreed to things that we're really not able to follow through on, or we follow through on it, but then there's some kind of price to pay, right? Or they've had experiences with other people where the person agreed without really thinking through what they were being asked. And then it did have a negative consequence. So again, as we get better at saying yes and saying no, it builds trust, it builds authority. We're working less and people are willing to pay us more for the same work. That is honestly what I've seen happen over and over again in the work that I've done with my clients. And it's super scary sometimes to start doing, like when we first start saying no professionally to clients or bosses or whoever those people are, like it can be really scary. But most of the time it works out, in my experience, really, most of the time. So getting really clear on the like, what am I willing and able to do, and what am I not willing and able to do? And you don't have to have a good reason that they're gonna approve of, because my reason was to go home and watch Buffy. Because I was like, listen, if I miss Buffy tonight, I'm probably not gonna get to see this episode until like it reruns, and I'm revealing myself as a nerd, but that's okay. Like, I will claim that. But it's about self-care though too, right? Like it really wasn't about Buffy. That's kind of my joke answer, sort of, because I really did turn off the phone and not talk to anyone during Buffy every Tuesday night. But but it's also about self-care. It's about building a life that you want, and it doesn't matter what you're doing with that time. If that time is rewarding and valuable to you. You don't have to just keep giving of yourself because somebody asked. And so when I give this talk, one thing that I hear a lot is people say, they're afraid of disappointing someone. Like that's a big one too. Like not just, if I say no, I might get fired, whether that's by a client or a boss or whoever. Sometimes we're afraid of that. But sometimes we're afraid of disappointing someone. And so I invite you to consider that no matter what you do and how hard you try, you are going to disappoint someone. Always. Eventually, in some form or fashion. No matter what you do and how hard you try, you are going to disappoint someone. Is that person going to be you? Because most of the time, if that happens to be a fear of yours, disappointing other people, most of the time our fear of disappointing other people, we really end up disappointing ourselves. We put ourselves at the end of the list. We put ourselves and our family, like that's usually where it is, right? The people that matter most, the people whose lives we have the most power to make amazing, ourselves and our families, we're putting at the bottom of the list to avoid disappointing a client, a coworker, a boss, a colleague, the PTA mom who's like, can you bake brownies again? Or whatever the thing is that you're being asked to do. So you're living this life that's like you're running around trying to do all these things to keep other people happy. And are you happy? Because your happiness matters. And really it's the only happiness that you have any control over is your own. Thoughts? Anything coming up for anyone? Anyone just like, this is kind of pissing me off? That's okay too.
All I can say is you have to keep family first. I just lost my mom, and when I left to go, I just called my boss and I said, I'm leaving right now. And thank God I did. And I got laid off the day she died. But it was, sorry, it's real raw still. But in the end, they just did another layoff today. So I know it would have happened anyway. So I made the decision to keep my family first. I don't always do that. So, but it felt good. Right. I knew I had to do it, so, screw the boss if he doesn't like that you took a day off. I missed lots of family things because of my job and worked my butt off for 10 years for this company. On the day my mom died, I got laid off, but I was there for my mom, you know, and like people were really pissed at my boss over it. And I said, you know, thank you. We're really pissed at my boss over it, but I told them, I said, Greg knew mom was really sick, but he didn't do it to be mean. He didn't have a choice. Somebody above him said, do it. And if he was in the same position as I was, he would have taken off. So, you know, you got to remember, you don't know what's going to happen with your family. So put them first. Sorry, I didn't mean to dissolve.
No, thank you so much for sharing that story. I really deeply appreciate that. I'm sorry that that happened to you, and I'm glad that you.
It totally sucks.
It does. Yeah.
But you know, it wasn't something he wanted to do, and I know it wasn't because I took off. But I don't know how I would have felt if I hadn't gone for that last 8 days.
And then gotten laid off.
And today I would have been laid off either way.
The price you paid wouldn't have been reciprocated.
Exactly, because they're gonna find another body.
Yeah.
If that's the kind of company they are, they're gonna find somebody else to fill that position. And I miss lots of funerals and family things because of my job, because I wouldn't just say to my boss, I'm going. Even though I knew he would have been okay with it, because I felt I had to be there for my team, you know, so.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. I really appreciate it. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. That sucks.
Yeah.
Did you have something you wanted to share?
Yeah, I was just curious, were you able to trace back in time when you started becoming an overgiver?
Oh, like when I was a child.
What were the circumstances, or, I mean, why do you think you became that as opposed to the opposite of that, which would be an over-receiver?
Yeah, I mean, great question. You know, my story is that I grew up in a very unstable household and had just a single mom most of my life. My mom had a very serious mental illness. And even though I was the middle child, not the oldest, I just took that role of being the responsible one. So, you know, within my family, even before things got really bad, you know, I was just kind of the responsible one, the one who picked up the slack when slack needed to be picked up. It was just my role in the family, you know, but my older sister was not that way at all. You know, her attitude was very much like, F this, I'm just doing what I want, you know, and which is neither good nor bad, right? It's just who she was versus who I am as a personality. But I definitely think that the situation, the instability and the neglect and not having, you know, responsible adults in the home, for me, really took this maybe natural tendency that I had and was like, let's turn this dial up to 11. Yeah,
thank you for sharing that. Since you had mentioned that about yourself, I was just curious about it. Partly, it's a personal question because my wife tends to be an overgiver, and I tend to be an undergiver. You know, she's more extroverted, I'm more introverted, and so we're trying to work this out, you know, because I don't like that she's an overgiver, and I don't like that I'm an undergiver, so.
You compliment each other though.
Well, we do, but, you know, I like to have her not burn out, you know?
Yeah.
And
There's a toll that it takes on your relationship. Like you might compliment each other, but she's not just an overgiver with you. She's an overgiver with everyone, I'm assuming.
Right. So just to close the conversation, the interesting thing we found out is that one of the reasons she's an overgiver is she's uncomfortable receiving.
Yeah.
Because I turned the tables on her for a while and I just kind of smothered her with attention and what can I do to help kind of stuff. And then it's like, whoa, back off. I like doing this. You know, I want to do this and I can't allow you to help me because this is my job, quote unquote, whatever that was.
Yeah.
And so we challenged that a little bit, and then we found out that I also have kind of the same thing in reverse, which is she had some medical procedures. I got to play nurse at home. I don't like blood. I don't like medical procedures. I don't like dealing with people that are in pain. And so now I'm the giver, you know, and wow,
that was really hard, very scary emotionally for me to like do something wrong because I'm not medically inclined, right? I'm a computer guy, so. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I find that that's really common. A lot of the people that I work with have difficulty receiving, and that is something that I have myself had trouble with too. And it's a very, very specific thing that I've worked on since I started my business in particular. And in fact, it is the topic of the next book that I'm writing, is all about unpacking my own journey with getting more comfortable receiving. And in my first book, there is a chapter where I talk about the shame of need and how, growing up, there was definitely a lot of messaging that like to need something to receive can be shameful, right? It means that you're not capable, you're not competent, you're not, smart enough, not good enough, right? And so I think there are also some societal ideals in there that some of us pick up, particularly I find it a little bit more common with women, of the it is kind of shameful to need. Like we really value highly in society the idea of like pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and being the underdog, but this idea that like things come easy to you, or this idea that you just receive a lot, like there's a lot of shaming around that. And a lot of idea, like we get this message a lot that like even growing up, maybe you've heard it's better to give than receive. And if you had that really pounded into you as a child, if you really receive that message from a lot of different places and trusted sources, then like it does start to feel uncomfortable, or it can start to feel uncomfortable to receive. So we've talked a little bit about, really staying in your lane, optimizing what you're good at, taking your zone of genius and focusing there and saying no to things that aren't that, whether that's professional or personal. Because whatever goals that you have that you're working on, it's going to be so much harder to achieve, and much more likely that you're going to burn out if you can't get rid of some of the stuff that's on your plate and say, you know what, this is what I'm focused on, this is what I want to do, this is my job, or this is my business. And so I'm going to start practicing saying no to things that aren't that. So then I'm not working as much, and I'm making more progress. I'm being seen as that expert, like when we talked about the surgeon, seen as that specialist. And I do want to talk a little bit about the wearing all the hats in the business idea, because there's this concept called the 80-20 rule. Has anyone heard of it? For anyone who hasn't, okay, it's also sometimes called the Pareto principle. So it's an economic concept. And it basically is based off the idea that 80% of our results will come from 20% of our effort. On average, 80% of your result is going to come from 20% of your effort. So if that's true, you don't have to believe it, but let's just say for the sake of our conversation that you're like, okay, I'm going to try to work with this idea a little bit more. I'm going to pretend as if this is true. So focus on what is the 20% that's going to get 80% of my results, and do those things first and foremost, and let yourself off the hook for other things. And I want to talk a little bit about what that looks like for a business owner, because as a business owner, especially if you're just getting started, it can feel like I have to do all the things in all the different ways. And I see this a lot. I tend to work with a lot of service providers, and like service providers are like, okay, I'm getting my business started, so I need a website, I need to do this, I need to do that, right? Like have this big long list of things that they think they need to do in order to be successful and have a successful business. And I'm like, not necessarily. And I challenge that with clients, and I challenge that with all of you. So like for me, specifically as a career coach, I happen to have a website because I wrote a work-life balance blog for 10 years before I started my business. So I already had that up and going, but having a website is not the most important thing for me personally in my business. I get about 80% of my clients from speaking, right? Someone hears me speak, and the right people, not everyone needs my services, and that's fine. But there's usually at least one or two people in the room that are like, yeah, I think I need some help. And they get that from hearing me speak. And then we have a conversation about working together. And so because about 80% of my clients come from speaking, that's where I need to focus. And I love speaking, by the way. I don't just do this because I get clients, actually. This is my zone of genius. I freaking love it. And it lights me up and it fills me with joy to get to share knowledge and information with people. And so I focus on that. I don't focus on my website. I don't focus on keeping it up to date all the time. I don't focus on Facebook marketing. I don't focus on Instagram. I don't even know how long it's been since my Instagram has been updated. Because you know what? That's not where my clients come from, and that's not my zone of genius. I can do Instagram. I can do Facebook marketing. I don't really like it that much. I mean, it's okay. But it's not necessary for my business to be successful. And the website isn't necessary for my business to be successful. So if you think about that 80-20 rule, I invite you to think about, where are you going to get the most bang for your buck? You know, when you're spending your time, your expertise, your money, where are you going to get that 80% result? And I invite you to really focus there and let those other things go. One activity I give to many of my clients, not all of them, but many of them, is I will say, every day cross one item off your to-do list without doing it. And for some of my clients, this is harder than others. And in fact, I have one client in particular who, you know, when she started working with me, was just completely burned out and would go home so exhausted every night that she was irritated by her husband and young children. And because she was just so tired and was thinking, like, do I need to completely change my career because this is not the life that I want to have? I don't want to go home and be annoyed and short-tempered with my husband and children because I'm so exhausted. And it turned out she didn't need to make a career change. She needed to just make some tweaks to how she worked. And so I said, you know, every day take one item off your to-do list without doing it. And she said, okay, so when do I do it? Like next week? And I said, no, you don't do it, ever. She was like, oh my gosh, that's really scary. She's like, really, I'm serious, right? She was like, I don't know if I can do it. And I said, my invitation to you is just to try it out. But I promise you, like in her case, this isn't necessarily true for everyone, but in her case, I'm like, I promise you, you are putting things on your to-do list that do not need to be done. Sometimes they don't need to be done at all, and it really makes almost no difference. Sometimes we're putting things on our to-do list that are just like, that would be ideal. Listen, we've all just lived through a pandemic. I'm not 100% recovered. My business isn't 100% recovered from that. I'm not doing things that are ideal. I don't have the resourcing for that. Sometimes we're putting things on our to-do list that are like, that would nice to have. Like, that would be nice. Yeah, guess what I'm not doing right now? Nice to have. Nope, not happening. Somebody let me know that there was like some weird error on my website or some code thing, and I was like, thank you for that information. Do you know what I've done with it? Nothing. Do you think it's gotten in the way of me getting new clients? Nope. I mean, maybe there's someone out there who like rejected contacting me because of like, you know, some form error on my website. I mean, that's possible. But you know what? I still got people coming to me saying like, I think I need your help, Krista. So I'm not going to worry about that, right? So what is that for you? Because sometimes we tell ourselves, especially as business owners, but I have to do all these things. And sometimes there are things that it's like, really? I mean, because yes, sometimes we can outsource or hire someone else, but sometimes we also put things on our plate that just don't need to be done. And we also do this working when we work for someone else. Sometimes, right? And it's okay to challenge that and to say, like, this is the 20% that's going to get 80% of the results, so I'm really going to focus there. So I want to talk about scheduling because I feel this is a big one, and a couple people mentioned like how to use our schedule and the 4-hour work week and some stuff like that. So here's my invitation to you. This is a little bit easier to do if you work for yourself than if you have a traditional job, but you can try it if you have a traditional job too, which is that I don't actually care what your work hours are. Make them work for you. We all have natural productivity rhythms. My natural productivity rhythm where like I can do a lot of higher functioning work and a lot of complex work is in the afternoon into the early evening. And I've learned this about myself. So I tend to schedule meetings and things in the morning, and then stuff that really is like high brain power, I do that in the afternoon because I can take advantage of my natural productivity style instead of trying to force myself to do like Excel spreadsheets at 9 a.m. I mean, I'm really good at Excel spreadsheets, but like, it's gonna take me longer at 9 a.m. than it will at 2 p.m. But everyone's different. So pay attention to what your natural rhythms are and see if you can find ways to adjust your schedule accordingly. So create a schedule that works for you as much as you can. And if you work from home, this is a little bit easier sometimes too, even if you're traditionally employed, because sometimes you have a little bit more leeway in that. But it's like, I don't care if you're like, I'm most productive at midnight, great. Then make your own working hours to include working at that time frame. You can do all kinds of cool things with like scheduling emails and stuff, so people don't even have to know you're working at midnight if you wanted to, right? So like work with your own natural flow as much as you can. And then once you've set your working hours, whatever they are, I mean, sometimes if you work for someone else, your boss sets them for you, and then that's a little harder. But we are seeing a lot more employers since COVID allow people to have more flexibility in scheduling. So once you have your working hours set, don't work outside of those hours. Again, this is not like, no one has ever thought of this. This is not groundbreaking information, but yet I see it over and over again, including in myself, if I'm being real. That temptation, I'm just gonna answer this text message. I'm just gonna answer this email. I'm just gonna, whatever the thing is. So let me ask you a question. What are you doing when you have your most inspired ideas and aha moments?
Relaxing usually.
Yeah, relaxing. What else? Driving,
walking the dog,
in the shower, right? Do you find that you have your most inspired ideas, your most innovative ideas when you are not actively working? Most of us do. So if you're working all the time, and what I mean by working all the time, if you are mentally and energetically working all the time, whether or not you're sitting in front of your phone or your computer or whatever, if you are not ever shutting off from yourself as an employee, yourself as a business owner, if you are never giving yourself a break from that, first of all, that's exhausting. And second of all, like you're all of a sudden now, you're like not engaging with your most inspired ideas, your biggest ahas. I mean, when I really get stuck, I go for walks, during the workday. And oftentimes whatever I've been stuck on, I'm just like out for a walk. I'm not thinking about the problem. I'm just like, oh. I work in Old Town, so I'm like walking around Old Town. It's exciting. There's all kinds of stuff going on. And that is so much of the time, like when I have the idea, or when I'm about to fall asleep, when I'm laying in bed, and I'm just like drifting off, and then all of a sudden it's like, ping, there's a solution. I'm like, yes. So I really, really invite you to set a schedule, whatever it is. It doesn't matter the number of hours, and not work outside of it. Just like harness your own natural productivity rhythms in the schedule that you set, and then please don't work outside of it, because it can be a 4-hour work week. It can be, right? It can look like a lot of different things. That's going to depend on the person. But set that schedule and then give yourself permission to be turned off. Don't just answer that email. Don't just answer that phone call. And that can be hard if that's the expectation at your workplace or the culture. But we already talked about saying no and setting boundaries at work, so it can be done. And that can be hard if you're an entrepreneur trying to build your business, and that text message or that phone call or that email might be a client, a potential client who's got money on the table. And I gotta tell you, most of the time in my experience, if you set a boundary with them and you wait until your business hours to follow up, they'll still hire you if they were gonna hire you anyway. Most of the time. And if they weren't, if that's their reason for not hiring you, I gotta tell you, working with that person is gonna burn you out. You are not gonna be able to sustain that for long. And is that the kind of work and life you wanna have? Now you brought up boundaries because you work from home, and like, you know, oh, it's so tempting just to throw a load of laundry in and things like that. Like, this is really hard for many of us that work from home, especially now that more and more of us have turned into working from home during the pandemic. But something that I talk about with my clients, and I encourage them, if I have a client who happens to be in a job search, I'm like, do this around your job search. If you work from home, do this around working from home, even if you own your own business, is to create boundaries around your work. So if you've got a set schedule for yourself, and you know these are my most productive times, it might take a little bit of practice at first, because the temptation is going to be like, I'll just do these dishes, I can just throw this load of laundry in. But like, the more you separate your work time from the rest of your time, the easier it will become, and then the temptation lessens. But I also encourage you to be curious about, again, I talked about your own natural productivity flow and rhythms. Be curious about what else supports you in that natural productivity flow and natural rhythms. So for me, I'm terrible at working from home, and always have been, even pre-pandemic, when I had an opportunity to work from home. I hated it. It was very, very hard for me, and I had to do a lot of efforting to stay focused. And so what I learned about myself is that I need to not work from home. So I have an external office, and that process of getting up, getting dressed, getting ready, and driving to my office and doing my work, whether or not I'm seeing clients that day, that helps me get in the zone without having to work really hard. But everyone isn't like me. Everyone isn't. So for some people, that's not worth it. And they find that, like, no, I work really well from home, or these are the circumstances, right? So be curious about, like, what helps you be productive and how you can support that in yourself. So, and it might be do you have a dedicated space to work? Or are you trying to work in the same space that you also do other things? Even if it's just clearing off like a desk, that you're like, when I'm sitting at this desk, I am working. And I'm not going to sit at this desk and do other things, because then it creates a lot more effort around managing our energy. But if you have kind of a dedicated space, for many of us this helps, but that might not be the thing for you. What you're wearing. During the pandemic, you know, there were so many jokes about people like, you know, business on top, party on the bottom, kind of thing, like wearing your jammies to work. Listen, if you are super productive and in a professional mindset in your jammies, awesome. I am not. And if I'm sitting in my jammies on Zoom calls, the temptation is much higher to not want to work, to throw a load of laundry in, to da-da-da-da. But when I go through that process of like getting dressed and ready, and whatever that looks like for me, it's like, oh, this is an indicator to me that I'm working. I'm prepared for work in all kinds of ways around my environment, where I'm working, how I'm dressed, how I show up for that, my routines around that. So everyone is different. So I think it becomes around finding what works for you, so that you don't have to work so hard and you don't have to keep giving more and more and more to try to achieve whatever your goal is. If it's a financial goal, like some of the clients I told you about, if you want to be making more money, because these are the exact tools, these are the exact types of things I worked on with all of these clients that ended up making way more money, and in most cases ended up working fewer hours. So, you know, it's going to be a little bit personalized to you. Hopefully I've given you some ideas to think about how you might personalize, where you might start, and how you can start to create a work life that is balanced for you, where you're not trying to sustain a level of activity that you can't sustain long term. You know, we try to force ourselves to sustain it long term. It doesn't work. We burn out, we get sick, we have all kinds of things happen. So we have just a few minutes left. I want to say, are there any questions?
What's the name of your book?
My book is called Beautiful Badass: How to Believe in Yourself Against the Odds. Yeah. And so anyone who wants to have a deeper conversation about this, please come talk to me, because I love talking about this. And we can, you know, meet for coffee in Old Town or whatever that looks like if you want to talk more about this. I hope that I've given you something to think about, something that you can apply that is actionable to you. Even if it's just one small thing. Even if it's, I'm going to say no in one situation professionally. that I'm scared to say no in. Even if it's, I'm gonna cross one item off my to-do list without doing it. Even if it's, I'm gonna think about when I am most productive in my own flow, and I'm gonna adjust my schedule and have conversations with whoever I need to have around that to support it. All right, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I am speaking again today at 3 o'clock in this room about mental health. So would love to see you back if that is a topic that interests you. And tomorrow I will be part of the Brain Crawl, which is a mental health resource fair that we're having as part of Founded in FoCo. It's 9 to noon, it's drop-in style. We will have different resource tables of people who offer various brain health and mental health resourcing. So if you're even just a little bit curious, my invitation is to come check that out tomorrow between 9 and noon. Enjoy all of the sessions at Founded in FoCo. Thank you so much for being here, and hopefully we'll be seeing you soon.
Crystal, where's the brain crawl?
The Brain Crawl is happening in Challenger Point tomorrow, 9 to noon. Yes, thank you.
That was great. And saying no was a difficult challenge. Yeah. Where is Good. Good. All right, enjoy.
Crystal, what is this called?
Live, love, work. It's called what? Live, love, work. Live, love, work. Yes, I have a card. I know that's like seasonal. It's funny because like once was reading something. Thank you. Super curious. How do you guys feel? Seriously, you start to
Sorry? I know, that's a cool photo, huh? We got
Powerful people do that?
Not like that.
I don't believe it.
Sorry you don't believe me. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. We've got kind of a tight schedule because we've got to set up for accessibility in this room right after I speak. So this is all about how to use LinkedIn to build a predictable, reliable pipeline being able to engage with your prospects on LinkedIn and get sales calls with them. So I'm Candace Edelin, and what we're going to talk about today is using LinkedIn in a human-to-human fashion. So this is our agenda. I'm going to give you a sense of a framework for being successful for actually outbound prospecting as well as inbound attracting leads on LinkedIn. And then we'll talk a little bit about how to establish your credibility by using both posting, but also some surprising things that you can do that are easier than posting for building your credibility on LinkedIn. And then talk about how to establish relationships, human-to-human relationships on LinkedIn. And then what's next? So a little bit about my background. I am a serial entrepreneur. And yes, it's an illness, and I'm pretty convinced it's incurable because you become very quickly unemployable because I will tell my boss exactly what I think, and that will be the end of my job. So I co-founded a couple of companies in 2000 and 2005 in the financial technology space. And in the course of building those companies, I had kind of established myself and my partner more than me as a thought leader in the industry. That allowed me to build a really solid network. So when I started Propel Growth in 2007, I really didn't have to do any outbound sales. I got stuff through referrals, through content that I was publishing, and I got opportunities to speak at conferences. We stuck to the same target market, and that allowed me to literally for 10 years, I did not make an outbound sales call. I know you're like, wait, what? I wish that was still true, but we made a decision to pivot the company. So by we, my husband Phil is here, he's my business partner. And we just got it got old serving the same market for 18 years, and we made a decision to pivot the business in 2018 to a new target audience. The problem was that at that point I have no existing network, meaning I have no referrals and I can't attract inbound because I don't have a thought leadership position where I can publish anymore. So this creates a bit of a problem. And then there's this problem. I hate cold calling. I would rather have all my teeth drilled than cold called. Total respect for the people who can do that, but it ain't me. All right, so here's my problem. If we don't sell, we don't eat. How many of you are in that situation? Okay, a few of us. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I have this habit of I want to eat regularly 2-3 times a day. I like making my mortgage payment, maybe going out for a cup of coffee on occasion. So we have to do something. And so the big question was, well, what are we going to do? And I looked around, and how many of you have thought about hiring a sales team to take care of that? Right? Okay, so how many of you have thought about hiring a marketing agency to take care of that? Okay. I looked into those things, figured out that hiring a salesperson was going to be pretty expensive. And oh, by the way, if I can't make the cold calls and get the leads in and make the sales, how am I going to teach a salesperson to do that? I'd seen enough of that with our clients that was not going to go well, I figured. So that wasn't really an option. And then I started thinking about LinkedIn because I'd had some success with LinkedIn previously in terms of building some inbound traction. And so I started investigating using LinkedIn for outbound. And as it turns out, there's a lot of information about how to use LinkedIn for lead generation. So I started climbing through all of these piles. I think it was about 250 million search results for LinkedIn lead generation. A lot of it's not very good, but as I dug through it, I started investigating what other companies are doing around LinkedIn lead generation, what some of the best practices were. And I put together a sense of, in 2018, what the best practices were for LinkedIn lead generation. And it effectively looked like this. So you send them a connection request, maybe blank, maybe personalized. And then, your next thing when they connect is, hey, thanks for connecting. I do this. So pitch slapping them effectively. And then, hey, you know, since you're connected and clearly you're excited to be connected to me, here's this article that I know you're gonna love. And then the next week, send them something else. And the next week, oh gosh, since you're so interested in all this content, let's meet so I can pitch you some more. Yeah, that doesn't work. And I think the reason for it is because we're all buried in content. Like, we're just overwhelmed with so much content, and the last thing we want is more content from yet another pitch slapper in another channel. And that's effectively what all of these LinkedIn agencies were doing, is just, and the salespeople. How many of you have been pitch slapped on LinkedIn? Okay. The reason that's happening is because people are taking the same methodology that we use in marketing automation, that we use in cold calling, and saying, oh, this is just another channel that I can just stuff this content through. The problem is that people really expect a more human-to-human connection on LinkedIn. They don't want to be pitch slapped. I don't want to be pitch slapped. I bet you don't either. And so I think that that's why it was failing on LinkedIn. So I shifted my approach and started spending a little bit more time looking at Sherry's profile on LinkedIn and figuring out that she's the CEO of her company and understanding what it is that they do, that they work with government contractors, and how do I then make a connection with her. So once I started moving to that one-to-one human-to-human approach, I started getting some remarkable results. So in the first 6 months of shifting that approach, I got 500 connections in my target market of commercial real estate. That's who I was going after. 355 of them engaged with me in DMs, meaning they responded to my messages in LinkedIn, and we had a dialogue, and 125 of them took a sales call with me. It's just me. I'm still running our consulting practice because we had a couple of residual clients. We still needed to make a living while I was doing this. 125 appointments. And that turned into 27 opportunities. Now, I probably would have had a higher return on that because I wasn't actually just talking to the people I wanted to sell to, but I was also talking to the people that they sell to do a little bit market research. But 27 opportunities over the next 18 months turned into $438,000 worth of business. If you can close that kind of business in the next 18 months, what would it do for your business? Anybody just tell me what, yay! Yeah, that was kind of Bill and me too. Yeah, Bill and I were like, yay! So a different way to ask it also is, what would 27 qualified pipeline opportunities do for your business in the next 6 months? Could you close half of it or even 25%? So that's what I want you to think about in terms of getting this business, and you're probably thinking right now, wow, would this actually work for me? Could I actually make it work? You know, Candace, you're different than me. Your business is different. So here's an example. Sarah Darling is a coach that works with corporate clients for business process and helping the management teams. And she took one class from us. I mean, she hasn't even gone through all of our training, and got really excited because day one, after she started reaching out, she got her first appointment. And then she started doing some outreach to try to get on podcasts as a guest. And she got booked on a podcast with the first time she tried. So that human-to-human connection really works. This is another person. So Scott is also a business coach. I'm not saying this is only for business coaches, it's just these two testimonials, but Scott works with second act professionals that are wanting to be more of a social impact, or just an impact in what they do. And Scott says, I can't recommend this program highly enough. Candace presents an approach that's easy to understand, implement, and weave into your marketing strategy. Scott is pretty impressive. After 20 weeks of working on this, it's not an immediate thing. It takes a little practice to get this figured out, but he was booking meetings with 90% of the people he approached. And if you compare that to cold calling, I mean, out of cold calling, 2% of all calls in 2019 resulted in a conversation. And the 90%, these are people that actually took a meeting and booked on his calendar and showed up. So big difference. So in the course of training about 150 people, as well as looking at my own results, I've developed a bit of a framework for what I think it takes to be successful on LinkedIn. The first is establishing your credibility. So that's your profile and making sure that that speaks to your target audience. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that today. The second is building your visibility. Your visibility is all about what kinds of content you're doing, how you're commenting, your public persona on LinkedIn. Now get your cameras ready. I'm going to actually give you something so you can download this so you don't have to take a picture of it. The third one is relationships. I know, right? I'm going to give this to you, don't worry. The next thing is relationships. And the relationships are how you get those first level connections and book meetings with them and then nurture those relationships over time. So in the next 40 minutes, I don't have time to teach you all of this, but what I am going to do is give you the juiciest parts of our training. So one is your headline. We'll talk about that. Commenting strategy on LinkedIn that can be even more powerful than posting, and how to send a connection request that gets a conversation going. All right, now here's where you pull out your phones. That QR code will lead you to a place where you can register, and I will send you, you'll be able to download that framework, and you'll also get some LinkedIn tips from me. So, all right, I will bring that up again, but that will give you that framework in a PDF. Much better than a picture. All right, now we talked about that framework. Now I'm going to get into the meat of things. So you might want to grab a notepad because we're going to talk about how to turn your profile into something that helps you establish credibility. Here's your first tip. Unless you're job hunting, your LinkedIn profile is not your resume. Now, let's be honest, LinkedIn started as a repository for resumes, and most of us still treat it that way. But if you own your own business or you're in sales, you should treat your LinkedIn profile as a sales tool, because often it's the first thing people will look at even before your website to check you out. If it's not the first, it'll be the second, right after your website. So I strongly recommend thinking about your profile as a sales tool. And interestingly, your headline is actually the most underutilized and the most important part of your LinkedIn profile. So I'm going to show you an easy way to upgrade your profile right now just with your headline. Let's look at how many times it shows up. So obviously when someone visits your profile, but also if they click into your activity to view your activity, this is what shows up on the left-hand side of the screen. Every time someone searches LinkedIn and you come up in the search results, your headline shows up. Even if they search on Google, your headline shows up in Google search results. And then of course, when you're commenting, it shows up. So there are ineffective and effective headlines. Let's look at an ineffective one first, and then we'll talk about how to make these effective. All right, this is two people who sent me connection requests. First one just says, helping service-based businesses. So at least they've got a little bit of some personalization there, but what do we know about them? Nothing. We don't know how they help, and we don't even know what kind of services-based business. I'm a services-based business as a trainer. Do they help me, or do they help, pest control businesses or housekeeping businesses? Those are all services. So I don't know. So that doesn't do me any good. The second one, client development at CLS. Who knows what company CLS is? Me neither. Who knows what client development means? Me neither. Turns out this person's in sales. I still don't know what CLS is. But unless you work for Delta or United Airlines or, Microsoft, I think that people are not going to know what your company name means. So here's an example of something that's a little more effective, if not a bit too long. All right, so this says, I help companies improve efficiency and profitability by identifying the right ERP solution for their business needs. I work primarily with manufacturing, MRO, maintain, repair, and overhaul, job shops, and distribution. We know that this person helps companies in the manufacturing space primarily in distribution. We know that they implement ERP, If you don't know what ERP means, I can tell you something right away. You are not their prospect. Which is great, because now you've naturally excluded yourself, and that's just fine. So this profile is effectively including the people they want to talk to and excluding the people that they don't want to talk to. Here's the problem with it. When you comment on LinkedIn, only the first 40 to 50 characters show up. And so you want to front load the beginning of your profile so that that person who knows ERP clicks on your profile. The other thing I don't like about this is efficiency and profitability are super vague. So I would probably coach this person to say, I help manufacturers and distributors reduce costs of supply chain management by implementing the right ERP system. Something like that, and get that up as far up in there as you can. Here's another example. This is by a guy in Denver. His name is Paul Monax. I got to see him at Denver Startup Week last week, which was really cool because I love his headline. I've used it for an example for 2 years. Are you a geek too? I'm a geek who helps other geeks get geeky about their finances and investments using my FinAgile planning process. So we know what he does. He's a financial planner, and we know he wants to work with geeks. If you're like Phil, who glazes over every time I open Excel, Phil's going to avoid this profile, and that's fine for Paul. Actually, Phil and Paul clicked. They talked all night, but that's fine. He's looking for people like me who get really geeky about spreadsheets and charts and graphs. That's his prospect. All right, here's what shows up when he comments. Are you a geek too? I'm a geek who helps other geeks get. If you're a geek, are you going to click to figure out what else that says? So it's fine to be a little cheeky, to let some of your personality come out, because I swear every time I see Paul comment, I chuckle about his profile headline. All right, let's look at yours. You want to use your profile to attract interest and educate people about your offer. This is how you avoid pitch slapping later on when you send them a connection request. All right, so your headline is your pitch. It's your elevator pitch, shortened. So look at your headline. Is it too long? And do people understand, your target audience, understand why they should talk to you? Not the people that aren't your target audience. There's that QR code again if you didn't get it. In addition to getting that framework, you'll also get my workbook on how to optimize your headline. I give you an outline on how to do it and a whole bunch of examples in there. Okay, now we're going to talk about building visibility. But before I do that, I want to talk about a story. So years ago, I mean, we're probably talking 2008, I was at a conference and I got to meet the chief marketing officer of Fidelity. Her name's Leslie. And she and I got acquainted, we exchanged business cards, and we connected on LinkedIn. So Leslie had an opportunity, and we went and we pitched their company to do some marketing consulting. And everything was going exciting. It looked like we were going to get the deal, you know, and then she went dark. How many of you had that happen? You got this great deal, and then they go dark on you? Last week, oh, it's so painful, right? And yeah. So I followed up, I chased her for a few months and it didn't go anywhere. So I kind of forgot about Leslie. Stopped emailing her, stopped calling her, I just gave up. Marked it as no decision lost, right? And then 4 years go by. And I run into Leslie at another conference. Now I'm face blind, so if I don't recognize you later, it's me, not you. I did not recognize Leslie, but she recognized me, came up and greeted me like an old friend. And I'm going, wow, you know, it's been like 4 years since we've talked. How are you? And she looked at me kind of puzzled. She says, really? It's been 4 years? I'm like, yeah. We've had no email, no phone call communication in 4 years. And she's surprised. She says, I feel like I've been in touch with you every week. I know, that was my look too. It's like, what? Excuse me? She said, I see your LinkedIn posts every week. And back then I was posting once a week. And Leslie was seeing them. Leslie is known as a lurker on LinkedIn. She wasn't engaging, she wasn't liking, she wasn't commenting, but she was seeing them. You're a
I'm a total lurker.
Yep. All right, so it's really important to be posting and engaging on LinkedIn because your lurkers are watching you. And what's interesting is, I know that we think about posting all the time, and it can be challenging to come up with posts, especially if you want to do it once a day like I do. What's interesting is that your commenting strategy on LinkedIn is just as important, if not more important, for building your visibility as your content strategy. This was a total game changer for me. Because did you know that reps who comment tend to build 8 times the pipeline from LinkedIn than reps who don't comment? So engaging on LinkedIn in conversations, in dialogue, makes a huge difference. Here's 2 ways to do that. One is the most obvious, and that's to comment on your prospects' posts, assuming they're posting. Leslie the lurker doesn't post, so I couldn't do much there. So the other way to do it is to find their influencers and comment on their influencers. The cool thing about this is that if they're influencing Leslie, they're probably influencing a bunch of other people like Leslie, and suddenly I get access to a larger portion of my target audience by commenting on somebody else's post. So let's talk about how to find those influencers. I got to read this slide a little bit. So first of all, it's the people that your clients and your prospects are engaging with. So what I recommend is that you go and you look at the activity of your clients and prospects. Who are they liking consistently? And are you seeing some crossover from one client to another that they both liked this one person's posts? I also look at, people who are kind of serving the same target market. Don't be afraid to engage with your competitors. I do a lot of that as a LinkedIn expert. I engage with a whole bunch of other LinkedIn experts, and it's kind of this rising tide lifts all of our boats. So don't be afraid of that. Another place to go is who's speaking at conferences. And then for the conferences that your clients are attending, go look at those profiles on LinkedIn and see if they're posting and getting a lot of action on their posts. You're looking for people who have a following of at least 10,000 followers, because that means that they've developed enough of a presence on LinkedIn. And then look for people that typically get between 20 and 50 comments on a post. This is important because if you go look at Seth Godin, for example, he influences a lot of people, but there's so many comments. A lot of times there'll be 1,000, 2,000 comments on one of his posts. And so you tend to kind of get buried in that mix. If you find somebody who's typically getting 20 to 50 comments, you'll be able to really engage in that dialogue, and you'll notice the views on your profile start increasing and the connection requests from the right people start increasing. So here's an example of someone Leslie liked and engaged with. So you see she commented on this person's post, it's Jim Dario. Now he kind of doesn't match what I'm talking about because he got 178 comments. But as I went through Jim Dario's content, he doesn't always get 178 comments. So he became an influencer. So anytime I post on something Jim Dario talks about, Leslie's going to see in her feed, Candace Edelin commented on this. And so then she'll see my comment. When she clicks on it, that's the first thing that's going to come up is my comment. So it's just one more way to nurture Leslie and people like Leslie. So the big thing about these influencers is they've already built a target audience of engaged people that you want to target. So it's really going in there and our audience borrowing, but at the same time, every time you comment on one of their posts, that lifts their post in LinkedIn, and they know that. So when you comment, it shows up, Sherry liked this or Sherry commented on this post. And so that really helps to boost their content, and they appreciate that. You can also engage them in dialogue. I've often sent connection requests to the influencers. That's gotten me as a guest on a whole bunch of podcasts this year. Again, those are the influencers. You want to be on their podcast because they have the audience you're seeking. So here's the steps. When you see a post that you want to engage in, read the comments first. Because I see some people that just repeat the same thing that 5 other commenters said. That's not actually adding to the dialogue. Then the next thing is add something insightful to what's being said there, but don't try to hijack the conversation. I see people get in there and pitch slap in the comments. That's very bad etiquette. Don't do that. Engage in dialogue. The other thing you can do is look at the rest of the comments and reply, especially if one of the commenters is in your target audience. You can actually reply to their comment and start another thread of dialogue in that. So that's a great way to start to get engagement. And then you can send connection requests to the people that you're dialoguing with in those comments. And it's really, really easy to get connections with them if you mention their comment and express appreciation for it. Now, that's what I call a nugget, and we're going to go into that next, because finding a nugget like that is a really great way to get dialogue started in the DMs on LinkedIn. So that's about creating the relationships. All right, let's talk about pitch slapping. So we've all been pitch slapped. A pitch slap is a message on LinkedIn where someone gives you an irrelevant pitch. In a lot of cases, they've worked really hard. They might have structured that just for you, or they might be sending the same very carefully crafted message to a lot of people. Here's one where he says, "Hi, have you ever been interested in getting yourself covered by publications like Forbes or Entrepreneur Inc? I can offer you guaranteed placement or your money back. I've got a few open spots left if you want to apply." I'm sure he sent this through a bot, but that's a pitch slap. And we're taught to pitch slap. We're taught to have our elevator pitch ready when we go to a networking event. We're taught to be able to give our pitch in 7 seconds in a cold call. We're taught to send our pitch in an email. The problem is that people expect to network on LinkedIn. So which one am I going to click? Ignore. Yeah. The difference is human-to-human conversation and engagement on LinkedIn is one-to-one. And the key to success on this is being really, really hyper-personalized so that the message you send to Sherry cannot go to anyone else in the world. It's only for Sherry. And then it's one person. Okay, let me tell you a story. True story. This guy, Brandon, told me this. He said he was at a conference, and there were 5 guys standing around after a session talking about the session. They're having a pretty deep conversation. And this woman, had to be a woman, kind of ducks into the middle of the circle. And she starts pitching them. She interrupts their conversation and she starts pitching them on her product. I know, yeah, she's like, wait, what? And then she finishes her pitch and she hands each one of them a business card and says, "Please call me if you'd like to talk further." And then she goes off to the next group to go and interrupt another conversation. Brandon says he holds out his hand and he says, "Who else needs a trash can?" And they all put their cards in Brandon's hand and he went and threw them away. That was rude. Well, it's the same way on LinkedIn. You can't do that. So treat LinkedIn the way that you would treat an in-person conversation at a networking event. And one of the things that means is that you have to slow down in order to speed up when you're prospecting on LinkedIn. This is not a one-to-many approach. This is a one-to-one, and you've got to take some time to really research your leads and find that nugget that I just mentioned. When you talk to someone about themselves, Dale Carnegie said this, they will listen for hours. And equally more important, if you get them to talk about themselves, they will talk to you for hours, and they will come back and tell someone else that you were the most interesting conversationalist they've ever met. Right? You've seen this? All right. So the way we do this to get them to start talking is to find a nugget of information that you can use to start a conversation. We're not talking about boiling the ocean here. You don't have to do hours and hours of research on this prospect. You're just looking for a conversation starter of something that person is interested in. You can find them anywhere. I look first at their profile. Sometimes I find it in the headline, like with Paul. I'm like, I'm a geek, I am. And we started a conversation that way, just looking at his headline. I find them on the hashtags that a lot of people have in their LinkedIn profiles. I might go on to look at their activity or their comments and use that as my nugget. If I can't find something there, then I might hunt around, see if I can find a blog or a podcast where they've been a guest or maybe they write a blog. I might look for articles on LinkedIn or elsewhere quoting them or quoting a colleague that I can use, or I can look at their website. Worst case scenario, I'll use an industry trend to start a conversation, but that's my lowest hanging fruit because these things are more likely and they're easier, frankly. So here's an example. So this is actually one of our clients, and his profile looks a lot different now. But the first thing that I noticed in my nuggets for finding a nugget with Chuck was that he has CRM adoption, CRM software, and Dynamics 365. We work with a lot of companies that work in those spaces, so I could use those hashtags as my nugget. But I decided to go look a little further. I scrolled down in his profile, and at the time he had nothing in his about section that was very meaningful, so that I wasn't going to get very far from there. But I did look at his activity, and I found this interesting quote where he quotes a client with a testimonial saying, you know, they were easy to talk to and brought a common sense approach to things. I was also surprised they actually solved some problems for us in the first day or two with minimal knowledge of our overly complicated CRM. Chuck's the CEO of this company. I know he's really proud of this. That's my nugget. So here's the connection request I would send to Chuck. Hey Chuck, I just came across your post with the testimonial for the financial services client. That can't go to anybody else. And I love how your team started solving problems on day one. He's proud of that. Another thing I noticed that I didn't point out to you is he used this hashtag clients, not projects. So I mentioned it. Hey, I love your clients, hashtag clients, not projects mindset. I'm expressing admiration for Chuck here. And people respond when you respect them and admire them. Now I ask a question. What was the first problem your team solved for them? There's a lot of strategy behind how I did that. So I know that Chuck is the busy CEO. He's probably jumping from meeting to meeting to meeting all day. He's probably checking LinkedIn on his phone, and he's got 2 minutes between now and his next meeting. I want him to accept and respond. So I need to make sure that the question I ask him is something he can type the response to in 30 seconds with his thumbs. So he can answer that pretty easily, you know, a one sentence. And if he replies, I've started a conversation. Now I can go in and I can create a dialogue with him. And that's the first step to getting a meeting booked, is to get them to actually engage with you on LinkedIn. So the key there is to ask a very brief question. Now, some of you are probably saying, but my clients don't have much on their profiles, so then what? And that's true. I run into this too. So this is Claire Sheehan. Now, Claire has since built out her profile a lot more, but at the time that I pulled this screenshot, she had 5 connections on LinkedIn, and there was nothing in her about section, and she had 0 activity. So I Googled her. Now, I normally will put the name of the person and the name of the company so I don't find some random Claire Sheehan and try to find a nugget on somebody else. That doesn't work well. So I noticed this right away, that Eric Sheehan, same last name, is the CEO of Odd. So immediately I think, maybe they're a family business. Phil and I are husband and wife, we work together. I could use that as my nugget to start a conversation. Decided to look a little deeper, and on their website, I went to the people side and discovered that my friend Cheryl Salazar works for them as a marketing director. So here's the connection request I sent to Claire. Hey Claire, I noticed that you work with Cheryl Salazar. She and I partnered on a few things, and I have huge respect for her expertise. No one else can I send that to except maybe somebody else in OT. And then I ask her that simple question, how long have the two of you worked together? She can answer that in 2 words, a number in a word, like 2 years or something, right? So it's easy to type with her thumbs between meetings. So when you're sending those connection requests, include a question, express admiration, and make sure that the question is something they can answer really quickly. When you're on LinkedIn, I want you to think of this image. Let's say you've got a toy that you know your cat loves. If you chase the cat with that toy, what is it going to do? Run away, hide, you won't see it for a day. Prospects are like that. So don't chase them, draw them to you by engaging with them. So the keys to being human online is 1, don't rush the relationship. I see a lot of times where people will start a dialogue with somebody on LinkedIn, and it might take a couple of days for that person to respond, and then they respond and you don't look closely enough at what they said and you change the subject. Go back to the room of 5 people. If somebody is like, every time you say something or they ask you a question, you respond, and then they ask you another completely irrelevant question or make a completely irrelevant statement, it's uncomfortable, right? And it's also uncomfortable on LinkedIn. So be careful about that. Don't try to get in a hurry. That's usually what's happening, is people are trying to get in a hurry. So treat it as a dialogue, even if it takes 2 or 3 days for them to respond. Behave the way you would be in person. 2 things not to do on LinkedIn, and these are really, really important. I don't want you to get your profile blocked. 1 is don't automate, and 2 is don't outsource. Now, I know that you are getting pitch slapped by all kinds of people who promise unbelievable results. If you just turn your LinkedIn over to them, you'll get 5 meetings a day. You'll be overwhelmed with sales. It's not true. And it's a good way to get put in LinkedIn jail. So this is an example of using a bot or automation. My friend Ardith Albee sent this to me. Ardith is a woman, very clearly a woman from her picture and the she, her on her profile. Hey Ardith, I work with guys in the B2B industry around the US. What the heck is the B2B industry around the US? So this is an example of a really untargeted, automated thing. And he had such a good brand impression that Ardith sent this to me with a yuck. And she clicked ignore. So it's really easy to make mistakes like this when you're using a bot on LinkedIn. I've tried it. It's also a violation of LinkedIn's terms of service. So here are 8 reasons why you shouldn't outsource or automate. Normally the outsourcers are using a bot because they can't do it profitably without doing that. So 1 is it's really, really spammy and super easy to make mistakes. I was trying to be so specific on LinkedIn and ended up sending, I was trying to just do a bot against 1 company and 10 people in that 1 company, and I was congratulating them on an award they got, and it sent it to 3 companies. And that damages your brand, your personal brand and your company brand when you look stupid on LinkedIn in a connection request. And then the last thing that I want to mention is LinkedIn jail. So has anyone in here had your profile restricted by LinkedIn? Oh, you're very fortunate. So it's really embarrassing when you get your account restricted, but it can happen for a variety of reasons. And it's LinkedIn. It's their playground, their rules, and we need to work within their rules. Automation and using an outsourcing firm are both two very clear and explicit violations of their terms of service. If you violate their terms 1 time, you'll get restricted for 24 hours. The next time, and it doesn't have to be the same violation twice in a row, it could be something completely different. You'll get restricted for about a week. The next time will be about a month, and the next time you're out. They will ban you, they will delete your profile. And don't assume that you can just go change your name and email address slightly and get your profile back. You can't, because they've already figured that out. They've matched you against an IP address, and so you're not going to be able to get your profile back. But also, even if you do, you're starting from zero. So like I've got almost 5,000 connections on LinkedIn. It will take me years to build that back up, and all my history would be gone. So it's just not worth it to get banned, because let's say that you get an opportunity and you've been working with a key person at a prospect, and that person is championing you and finally gets you an opportunity to meet with his or her CEO. And the CEO is going to do what before that meeting? Go look you up on LinkedIn. What if your profile doesn't exist? Right? It's, yeah, you just can't afford it. So don't go to jail. Okay, so I'm done. I want to talk a bit about what's next. If you want to go deeper into LinkedIn, tell you a little bit about an offer that I have, and then I'll open it up to questions. So I don't know what brought you here today. Maybe you've been trying a whole bunch of different marketing techniques and things just aren't working the same way that they used to work pre-pandemic. Maybe you've tried outsourcing LinkedIn and it didn't work. I hear a lot about people outsourcing and they get a lot of connections, but no quality meetings, and that's typical. Maybe you've dumped a bunch of money into other marketing techniques and that's not working, or maybe you've been trying LinkedIn, but you're not getting a lot of results from it. The bottom line, though, is if we have companies, we have businesses, if we don't have a sales pipeline, no matter how good our service is, we are out of business if we can't make sales. And so my focus, my mission is to help you build sales on LinkedIn. So the question I have is, what if you could do what I did and get 125 sales calls in 6 months? How would that affect your business? What if you could reliably and predictably fill your pipeline every month and it was consistent? How would that change your life? Would you sleep better? Would you plan a vacation? So the biggest thing is, would you feel unstoppable? So there's a lot more to learn on LinkedIn, and what I would like to do is help you develop a strategy and then dial in that profile so that it really clearly communicates the value to your target audience and not to people that are not relevant to you. I'd like to show you how to attract and build trust with that target audience so that you can approach prospects and really differentiate yourself and without unintentionally pitch slapping them. And then build your access within target accounts if you're selling to the enterprise so that you can increase your likelihood of closing. There's a lot of evidence that if you can get in with 60% of the buying committee in a corporate deal, that you increase your closing ratio by 74%. So you have a couple of choices. You can do what I did. I'm not a rocket scientist, and I'm sure that you can dig through the same pile of results that I did and put together your strategy. Or I can help you to speed up that learning curve. If you want that help, reach out to me. I will promise you there is no easy button on LinkedIn or in marketing in general. I saw a post from a friend of mine yesterday that was, complaining that marketers want $2,000 a month to help him, and he only wants to spend $200. And I'm like, yeah, well, good luck with that. You're going to get what you pay for it. So there's no easy button on LinkedIn. There's no easy button in sales. But if you will take the time to learn it, we've got evidence over a lot of different industries that this works. So these are 3 people in 3 different industries. We've got an executive coach, somebody who sells app development services, and an accountant. And these are their numbers. So Scott, it took him about 20 weeks to get to that, but 90% book meeting ratio. So by what I mean by these stats is that 58% of the people who engaged with Eric took a meeting with him. So the numbers are there, and it's across a lot of different industries that we're having success with it. So we have a 90-day prospecting accelerator that we run twice a year, and this is the kind of results that they get on average. We've run, I think, 40 people through this so far. Average 65% connection acceptance and 53% booked meeting ratios. What that means is for every 100 connection requests they're sending, they're getting 34 meetings out of it. And the conversion ratio from meeting to qualified sales opportunity has been really high. And I think the reason for that is because they're only targeting people that match their ideal customer profile. So it's not random, like if you're outsourcing it would be, or if you're just relying on inbound. So that's what we are talking about, is getting that kind of result. And it's more efficient than so many of the other sales approaches out there. So the way we help with 3 different things we offer: Prospecting Mastery, which is an online course. We offer one-to-one coaching, and we offer a 90-day prospecting accelerator, which is live training that we do with a small cohort. But all of it starts with Prospecting Mastery. That is all focused on helping you develop this strategy, start getting a steady stream of sales leads coming in so that you can build a predictable pipeline. That's an online course. It's got 14 modules in it, and it's not very expensive. This is yet another one of our clients. They sell into the senior living community space. I would have never thought that you could reach senior living communities on LinkedIn, but he increased his book meeting ratio by 50%. I had the opportunity to train their whole company. The course is only $497, so it's inexpensive. And if you want to sign up between now and October 5th, we have this limited time offer where we've got Prospecting Mastery for the $497. I have this other course called LinkedIn Lead Nurturing, which is all about taking those prospects that aren't ready, because some of us have long sales cycles. And so we've got a way for you to nurture them, and I'll give that to you for free if you sign up by the 5th. I will also throw in this workbook that we recently created on how to start meaningful conversations. There's a whole bunch of templates in there for how to structure those meetings. For how to structure the messages on LinkedIn. All right, that's it. If you want the course, this is a different QR code. And this will take you right to our website where you can join the course. And I have time for questions. So I know that we are going to start setting up for the accessibility panel while I take questions, but I would love to hear and help you on any way I can in the next few minutes. Chelsea, take over as soon as you need to. Go ahead.
Go.
I wasn't sure if it was the Abby or.
I was kind of looking between you, so.
So my question, and I realize like it has been the same question in every single one of these, because you and I have talked, and I'm like, I wrote about LinkedIn. But I think the question for me is, I'm like, I don't have a problem starting a conversation with a random stranger and looking at their profile and saying something. And so your lead-in question, I'm like, okay, I've worked with this person for 2 years. And they're like, okay, so then what do you do with it from there? And then as you nurture it, and this is my personal hang-up, but I think other people have this as well, is once you've had that personal conversation, how do you then bridge the gap between we have this connection to would you like to work together?
So what you're asking is a really important point, and it goes into how to pick a nugget. Send me a connection request on LinkedIn, by the way, that's me. You have to, what I've learned is you have to be really strategic about the nugget that you pick so that it translates into a conversation. So for example, we were working with our accelerator group yesterday, and one of the guys was like, I don't know where to take this conversation. He'd gotten into a dialogue with a key prospect about music in Nashville. Now what he does is he sells merchant processing systems to auto dealerships. How do you go from George Strait is my favorite music artist to do you want to buy a different credit card processing system to reduce your rates? So when we went and we looked at this guy's profile, there were actually a few different nuggets about how he's been creating efficiencies since he took over as Chief Operating Officer for this group of dealerships. So the way I would have started that conversation is, I noticed on your profile that you mentioned that you really improved efficiency at the dealerships. What's the first thing you always look for improving the cost efficiency? Because that I can migrate into reducing costs across the board, how much you're spending on merchant processing, which is a lot if you're in a dealership. So picking a nugget strategically has turned out to be one of the most important parts, and it's not easy. and another person who was trying to start a conversation around AI and natural language processing. And he found this guy who speaks Basque. And he wanted to start the conversation with the guy about, oh my gosh, you speak Basque. I love the Basque area, amazing part of Spain, how often you've gone there. Well, if he had just gone a little bit deeper, I did a Google search for this guy, and I found his resume. And on his resume, he's got a PhD in natural language processing. Not only does he speak Basque, he speaks Arabic, he speaks Chinese, and what are the Cyrillic languages? I don't remember which one now. Now that's the conversation starter. It's like, holy cow, how have you integrated all of these different languages into natural language processing? That's amazing. This guy has a PhD in this. You've got to bet he's going to be interested in talking about it. And that's how he's going to transition to AI and natural language processing using AI, which if you stick around for our next session, you're going to see how bad AI does at natural language processing when we're talking about accessibility. Yes?
So I'm looking for investors.
Okay.
How do you filter that down? I tried doing it the other day, and I had a little script, I'll admit, on Word. I kind of refined, and I was copy pasting. I'm guilty. But how do you filter for a group like that?
That's hard, and I will tell you that finding people that just say investor in their profile is a really bad idea, because I get hit up all the time because my profile said that I was a board member and an investor in the last company that I co-founded. Finally dawned on me that's why they kept hitting me up for investment. So I probably wouldn't use LinkedIn as my search technique. Hey, Pen, hey, Moses. I would probably tend toward using something else to start to find those people. And then I would use LinkedIn to send a message, but I would still use the same thing about finding a nugget and a conversation starter that will allow me to go to investment.
And find that nugget primarily through LinkedIn, probably.
Yeah, I wouldn't be exclusive to LinkedIn, especially when you're looking for investors. You really need that first nugget to resonate. But starting a conversation, they're human beings. One of the people in my accelerator sent a message to a former customer. So, a lot of times salespeople, they go from company to company and they just open up their Rolodex and start sending the same messages over to, or they message the same people that have bought from them previously. And in this case, this guy was doing that, and I'm like, well, this guy's not responding, you're pitch slapping. And he's like, yeah, but he's bought from me before. And I'm like, well, did he respond? He's like, no. I'm like, well, do you think maybe customers are humans too? So yeah, we have to be really careful not to pitch slap. I am going to, so Pen, if you want to come forward, I don't want you to trip over anything, and I'm going to help you. Did you get on internet?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So there is a big projector in front of you. So if you want to walk over to your right, not down there yet.
My right or your right?
That's my right. There you go. Okay. Now go straight to my.
Okay.
Okay. So we are going to set up now for the accessibility panel, but I will answer questions to these if I can. I'm also going to be sticking around. We've got some more sessions that are coming up in terms of. We're going to be interviewing a couple more business founders on how I built it. And by the way, Vern's Toffee is coming at 4, and he's bringing toffee. So highly recommend coming for that one. So right now we're getting set up for our panel on hiring people with disabilities, which will be a game changer if you can learn just a few quick steps for how to make your business accessible in terms of finding amazing talent that is underemployed right now. So we want to try to help find jobs for them. This is Penn Street. She is one of my good friends and one of our panelists today.
Yes.
So we're going to set up, because we got to make this accessible, because one of the people who's participating is joining us remotely and she's deaf. So we have to actually, hey Mara, can you hear us? Yay, she can hear. All right, we'll get her up there in a second. Okay, so let's get that set up.
Thank you, Candace.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay to talk.
You can just unplug me.
You're gonna be Superwoman. Do you have your superhero shirt on?
I think that Chelsea has this figured out.
What does it say?
So as soon as we get Marilyn there she is.
Yes. Oh, I love that. Where did you get it?
Turn on.
Oh, really? I love that. Oh, fun. I want one. Should I, does it matter where I sit?
No, and let me grab a chair for you.
Oh, okay.
And you can sit wherever you're most comfortable. Hey, Derek.
Yes.
What's that? Yeah, we're gonna get on WebEx so that Meryl can read our lips, which is on me. We need to keep this up.
Great
Can you see
Thank you.
yourself up there?
Why don't you sit in the middle and I'll take the picture.
Okay.
I keep thinking there's three of us, but, I mean, there is three of us.
Yes, right.
Hi, I'm Penn.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Derek, nice to meet you in person.
Right, yes. Very excited.
So we just need to join the WebEx.
And then why? Something.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Oh, did you hear that, Candace?
Can you hear? I'm not on this one yet.
Did you hear that, Candace?
I didn't.
She said you can make the captions bigger so that people can read.
Oh, so make the font size bigger.
Yeah. Ah.
Okay, give us a second. She's setting up the next system first.
I need to turn my speaker.
Oh, yeah, when you get on,
There.
once Chelsea turns that on, then we need to go on mute, right?
Perfect, yes. We should hear. So how do
I gotta find Chelsea.
I hear an echo.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's,
It might be from that one.
yeah, it's broadcasting in the room too.
Are you, oh, wait, Pen, let me help you find mute.
I know.
Here, let me help.
I just came from a presentation, so.
Oh, you've got it zoomed in. Can you help me find this?
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Whose laptop has the captions that are on the screen?
Oops. Is that better? Yeah.
Yeah, you can make it bigger. Yeah, right.
Is that it, this one? Yes. It's also.
I need to make the box smaller by dragging.
Oh, you need to turn on sound on your computer also.
Thanks, yeah.
Yeah, that should work.
Okay.
Okay, is the echo
It
gone?
does, yeah.
Yes, that sounds better, except she can't hear us anymore. Well, of course she can't hear us. What am I talking about?
It's all right, we got a lot going on, man, so no worries.
That was embarrassing.
Hey, how you doing? All right.
Meryl, I don't know if you saw what I said, but I said, can you hear us? And then it dawned on me, of course you can't hear us.
You're used to so many people talking, but when you said my name, I knew you were talking to me.
Okay, so we'll use your name so that okay, that's a good plan.
It's not, it's not so good. Well, I can see you guys, but it is not squishing speaker. Interesting. Probably because you're all in the same room as the last time.
Meryl, I put you on the stage, so it should make your picture be the biggest all the time.
Well,
okay.
You're making progress because I'm having trouble finding the invite in the first place.
The blind person got it quicker.
Progress over perfection.
I think that this is something
And actually,
that we need to really highlight.
The deaf person was on first.
The deaf person
blind
was on
person
first.
on second.
The person without the disability
And the
is still
technology
trying to
people are
figure
on
this
last.
out. Yeah, exactly. That is pretty entertaining. Oh, gosh. There, I think I found it. Don't assume that I've actually solved the problem. I solved the first part of the problem. All right, join as a guest. Hey, join meeting. Okay. And then sound and mute. Perfect. All right, Meryl, can you hear me and can you read my lips? Great. Okay. Derek is still trying to.
Yeah.
I beat you too. Wow.
I know. Well, it says my video is on, but it is not.
And your camera's turned on.
Yeah. Another application
Is there a
using-
slider? Like on some computers, there's like a little slider.
It says that something else is using my camera, which is kind of scary.
Yeah. Interesting.
Let's turn my video, Control Shift B.
It doesn't say what's using your camera.
No.
What else do you have?
I'm gonna, I don't know, literally nothing, so I'm gonna reboot it. That should, it's probably like, I was on a lot of Zoom calls today, so I wonder if it's like hanging.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll
Zoom
just-
does have that.
Just cut it all off and we'll start from there.
Yeah, if all else fails, start from 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, reboot.
Yeah.
And that's the classic IT,
Yes.
drive me nuts. Like, you guys get paid how much? And you say reboot is your like, prime, like, don't you think I tried that? It makes me crazy.
All right, I can move this, right? And then you make the font bigger. Good, so people can see all the people in the room. I think we're doing it.
Hi, Candace.
Hi, Pen. So we should look straight ahead and look at ourselves on the computer so Meryl can see our lips. Hi, Pen.
Hi, Candace.
See Derek.
Yeah, we don't either unless we look at him here because he's still busily trying to get on.
Hello.
Okay.
And you need to see what we're seeing also, that no one is here yet. So
Yeah.
no one is waiting for us except Moses and Nick
And whoever's
and
online.
Phil and Chelsea. Oh yeah, and whoever's
Who's on the live stream.
on the live stream. So wave, Moses.
Wave.
That's Nick coming up toward us. And we've got Chelsea, the wonderful lady who has been helping us. And there's Phil with his back to us. He didn't know I was going to do that. Meryl, you haven't met Phil yet, right? That's my better half.
Phil on LinkedIn, right? Thank you,
Yeah.
Phil, I was on LinkedIn. Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think, Phil?
All right.
Yay.
Yay! Okay. Yeah, you have to join the meeting.
Serious.
And turn off your sound. Okay. Yes. This is not yours?
Oh, maybe it is. Look at that. I thought I just assumed it was yours.
No, it's not mine. I do not need any more coffee today. So you were speaking somewhere else just before
In
this.
Loveland.
Wow, how'd that go?
I think good. It's an organization that usually gives us money. I'll talk to her. I presented at an organization that gives us money every year to the nonprofit I work for. And so I upped them, so made them double.
Really, doubled the amount?
Yes, because they give the exact same amount and have for like 10 years. And I'm like, your cup of coffee has doubled. So.
It's a pretty good line of reasoning.
Yeah.
I like that. I love it. I'm watching.
It's actually probably quadrupled.
I'm watching how the captions are doing. Like that just said 11S. I'm watching it probably quite. I'm watching how the
So we need to talk slower, correct?
That translated you perfectly.
So
And try
no
not to-
more coffee. Slow down.
Chelsea.
What if we mute
If you're alcohol and you're a farmer, just water.
It's just not the same thing as me.
Yeah, water would be better.
Try
Okay,
to turn your
so-
mics on.
Yeah, we're gonna turn our mics on. Don't turn your.
Don't turn your speakers.
So
So that.
It hears you when you talk.
We're getting a really bad echo, Meryl. We're trying to change things so that you can tell who's talking. But right now, it looks like Ken is talking, but this is actually Candace talking. And we're getting echoes through the room. We were trying to set it up so that it was coming from the individuals rather than the camera that's feeding it up here. But that doesn't appear to be working.
Yeah. The only way not to have the echo would be to mute it, but then that mutes Meryl. And we couldn't hear her.
Right, so I think that didn't translate well. Meryl, what Chelsea just said is that the only way for us to avoid the feedback we were just getting is to turn off the speaker up there, but that would mean no one could hear you. So,
Yeah.
accessibility, but there's still no one here, which is frustrating.
Mhm.
I thought this would be more
It's a
exciting.
bummer.
Candace, let's just do our best and we'll send it out.
Okay, yeah,
Because it's recording for the webinar folks.
great, and we're recording WebEx, right?
Yep, we can do
Great,
that.
okay. All right, so
We should
then
be able to.
we'll,
So we'll go ahead, if you all want to mute and turn your speakers off.
Okay, the speakers are off.
Okay?
And you want me to mute?
oh yeah, Janine's come. Yep, you're on it.
Oh,
Click it.
Oh, I am?
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, I will turn mic on up here. Turn our sound back up.
I just lost. There we go. All right, I'm going to kick it off. So I'm Candace Edelin, and I want to welcome you today to our accessibility panel. We have 3 distinguished guests today, and I will have each of them introduce themselves. The goal for this panel is to talk about accessibility and some of the challenges that people with disabilities face in getting jobs, but also to talk a lot about the benefits and the advantages of bringing someone in who has a disability, because they can bring a lot of things to your business that you're missing out on by not having people with disabilities. So let's start with introductions. And Derek, do you want to introduce yourself first, and then Ken, and then Meryl, and talk a little bit about what you do for a living in addition to who you are? And I'm going to go grab my notes because I forgot.
Okay. My name is Derek Kuhn. I am an entrepreneur entrepreneur. I've owned a number of different companies over the year. I live here in Fort Collins. Anything else you want me to talk about, or that's pretty straightforward?
That's pretty straightforward.
Okay, yeah, that's me.
Hello, everybody. I am Penn Street, and I am the Development and Outreach Director for a nonprofit that is based in Boulder, Colorado. However, we cover the entire state of Colorado, and it's called Audio Information Network of Colorado. And so in my role, I make sure that money keeps coming in through fundraising, direct asks, as well as grant writing. And then I also make sure that all of the money gets spent responsibly. And then on the outreach side, I'm the one that's responsible for making sure that people know about our programs and our resources and our services and connect them to the right people.
I'm Mira Evans, Birmingham from Plano, Texas. I pronounce a she and her. I am self-employed at Narrow.net, where I'm a professional speaker, trainer, and accessibility marketing consultant who works in diversity, equity, and inclusion with a focus on people with disabilities and accessibility. And I am a certified professional in accessibility for competency, also known as CPAC, the certification for accessibility. Thank you all for having me.
Thanks for being here. So one of the things that we have learned in just preparing for this session is the importance of having transcription. And if you're watching the transcription on the screen, you'll find that it works okay as long as we talk slowly. Penn, it got you perfectly.
Oh, good.
But it doesn't work if we talk quickly, as you can see from me saying, Penn, you got it perfect, and it translated it as, Penn, it got you perfectly. We're also learning the hard way that the AI that is responsible for doing this kind of transcription has not been trained with people who have a deaf accent. I think that this is one of the keys in making things more accessible, is that people who have disabilities need to be part of the process for building technology like this. Otherwise, we end up with what you saw when it was interpreting what Meryl said. So, I want to ask you guys and take a few minutes here to talk about the challenges that each of you have faced from your disability. So, talk a little bit about what your disability is, the efforts that you've had to go to personally to overcome that disability or work around the obstacles that it presents. And then the third thing in that is, how has that adaptation given you a kind of superpower that you would not have had without your disability? So talk about your disability, about what you've had to do to adapt, and what superpower that created. Penn, you want to start?
Sure, put me on the spot. I have several disabilities, but the most obvious one is I am visually impaired. I am totally blind in the right eye to the point that I have a prosthetic, so there is nothing over here. And then on my left side, I have some peripheral vision, which is the outer vision. And if the situation is good and accessible, I can use some of that vision to access print. And so, but I also, because of the syndrome that I have, my heart and my lungs, all of the soft tissue in my body is breaking down at a very rapid rate. So people always think that, oh, she's visually impaired, that's her biggest barrier, but but in reality, it's the soft tissue that's breaking down. That is my way bigger barrier. And so the second part of that question is, remind me.
How have you overcome these barriers, and then how has adapting created a sort of superpower?
So overcoming the barrier with a disability, I don't know if you ever, quote, overcome it, you adapt. And so I always like to use an example of, we are sitting in this conference room right now, and if all of a sudden the electricity went out and it was a room without windows or any sort of residual light, I could get out of this room with grace and confidence. However, there's probably very few other people in here that could get up in a completely dark room and get out where they felt that they were safely doing it and with grace. So you would have to get out of this room using electricity. I can get out of this room without electricity. So who has the disability? And so, so when I say, like, I you know, with Candace, she said, how did you overcome those disabilities? Like I said, I don't think you overcome it, you adapt to it. So I have a lot of tools in my toolbox, is what I like to call it. So I have things like canes and guide dogs, but it goes way beyond that. It goes way beyond magnifiers, and, you know, my computer can talk to me and I can magnify it. It goes way back to the internal skills, like getting here, for example. It wasn't as simple as walking out to my car, turning it on, and getting here. I had to plan how I was going to get here, who was going to bring me, how I was going to even get into this building. Candace was awesome at describing which door, how many doors down it is, and that type of thing. But all of those skills, those planning skills, those coping skills, those strategic planning skills, are skills that I have to have. If I don't, I'm not going to survive out in my community. And those skills, of course, are across my entire life, not just at speaking events like this, but when I go to work, when I do presentations, when I ask a donor for money, but it's also just in my relationships with my family and friends. So I have a lot more skills in my toolbox and a lot more tools than probably the average person, and it's because I have to, because I want to live in my community as an independent person. And so what was the third?
I think you've answered it. It's about the superpowers. How does that then convert in terms of something you bring to the work situation and to your employer that other people that don't have your disability would not be able to bring?
I think all of the skills I bring to the table, like I said, I have to have those skills. So organizational skills, planning skills, those are just, they're in the fabric of my entire life. So for instance, coming here today, I made sure that I was here really early, because when you have a disability, you have no idea what kind of barrier is going to come up with transportation and finding where you're going. I made sure that when I got here, that I researched the passwords to get on. I made sure that I had the link to the webinar ahead of time. So that planning and that processing are very strong skill sets with me, as well as things like calling in sick. Is people with disabilities, it is a statistic, we call in sick way less than people without disabilities do. And it's because when I have to be on my deathbed to be considered sick, because I hurt all of the time. I struggle all of the time. So my bar for being sick is different than somebody who is able-bodied and not dealing with the disability, because able-bodied people, if they get a cold, they think, oh, I'm too sick to go to work, or I'm a little achy, or, you know, I sprained my wrist or whatever. So like, for instance, right now I have a dislocated shoulder and I have not missed a day of work. So those kinds of skill sets are assets that businesses and organizations can benefit from hiring somebody with a disability.
Thank you. Meryl, do you want to go next? And I'm just going to rotate how I ask these questions. So Meryl will be first on the next one.
Thank you, Candace. So you may have already figured out my disability from my accent and from what Candace was saying earlier. It's an accent I hear from nowhere you can travel to, and that's the deaf accent. I was born profoundly deaf, but I thought I could say it's hearing free. So I grew up learning how to speak and lip read, and once the captions here are fair, they're probably not doing a good job with my accent. So many people assume I know some English. I don't. It's not a good or bad thing. It just is. It works for me. Ironically, my biggest challenge is also my superpower, which is communication. If someone mumbles, talk too fast, or has a heavy accent or fear, I may struggle to understand them, and that is frustrating. Because listening is so important. And by the way, Derek, I understand your fine, so no worries there. It takes a lot more effort for me to listen because I have to read them. Translate the left movement into words. And then comprehend the message. That's a lot. Think about it. We say a lot of things in a very short period. And then I wear a cochlear implant, which I prefer to call a bionic ear. And that's just damn cool, right? So, if we're in a noisy room, which that's always going to be the case in other networking events like here, it takes the right ability to hear your voice. Now, if I close my eyes and you start talking to me, I won't know what you're saying. I will know a person is talking, but I won't know what the words are. So it's like reading a foreign language you don't know. You may be able to recognize the language, but you may not understand what it's saying. That's how my hearing is. But what my bionic ear does for me is make me a better lip reader. So there are a lot of words in English that look the same on the left, but they're different. Mom, pop, mop, pop. They all look the same, but they sound different enough that I can distinguish it. So when I'm in a noisy setting, even going to a restaurant is a struggle because it takes away my ability to hear. So after being a superpower, I notice when people haven't been heard in a meeting, and I find a way to ask them for their input without putting them on the spot. And one of my friends is saying things in plain language without talking down on people. And it allows me to educate people about disability and accessibility to encourage them to make change. Small changes. Every change is a step forward. That's why I always say progress over perfection. As my shirt says with the O having the accessibility icon. And one of those ways I'm trying to educate people is to make it a habit. To always have at least 2 ways to communicate in case the default does not work out, which is often talking or calling. You can use the paper and pen. Well, most of us have one of the best communication tools with that all the time, and that's our cell phone. You can use voice to text, or you can type on it, You can use that however you want it. And if somebody happens not to speak your language, open up a translator on your phone.
That is great. Thank you, Meryl. Go ahead, Dick.
Okay. I think it's starting with the challenge, right? And like sort of what it has.
Yeah, what your disability is, and then what adaptations you have done, and what kind of superpower does that give you that you wouldn't have had without the disability?
Okay. So I'll start with my challenge is, I think it's categorized now as neurodiversity, and it's comprised of two different things. First is bipolar, and for anyone who is not familiar with that, there's 72 variations of it, so there's quite a few. I don't even remember what my exact coding is, and the other one is ADHD. And I was diagnosed with these very, very late in life, and these are, considered challenging because they are invisible, right? They are invisible disabilities, and the biggest challenge that I encountered is I was diagnosed late in life. I moved around a lot as a kid, and I wasn't adapting to it then, but it served me very well because I was always in new environments with new people, and that sort of matched up really well with some of my wiring. But it became a bit of a problem. One of the things that is difficult, especially in bipolar, bipolar is emotional changes rapidly, and ADHD is intentional changes rapidly. So together, they're a perfect storm, and they're a fraction of 1% of the population of the world. So very, very small. And so those two are sometimes combined, but most of the time not. And it led me down a lot of roads, and it was hard, so let me see. So what I would say, how I adapted, not realizing it, for a lot of my life, I sought external ways to control it. So one of the challenges is when you don't know your own mind and you can't really trust it, you seek outside influences. And so like for ADHD, stimulants actually help you manage your concentration, which seems crazy because ADHD is like known for hyperactivity, but actually stimulants like caffeine, and then there's prescription ones, help you concentrate. So what I had discovered early on is that there were a lot, and then for the emotional side, for the bipolar side, there are, alcohol, various drugs that can help shift your states around. And so I was in reaction to those things and dependent on those things for a large part of my life, having no idea why, right? I just thought I had like an addictive personality. So, but the adaptations that I made is where it gets interesting. I've had 11 different companies over the years, and in those companies, we mostly served other clients and other businesses. And one of the trade hallmarks of bipolar and ADHD is that you want to learn a lot about everything. And ADHD has a myth around it that you can't focus. It's actually the opposite. ADHD is you can concentrate incredibly hard if you are interested in the subject. And so the primary subject I became interested in is understanding the human mind. No idea why at the time, but when I was 15, I became obsessed with everything around neuroscience, psychology, evolutionary psychology, which is actually my favorite. And I have read hundreds and hundreds of books on just those topics, and then 5 times that amount on other topics. And so the superpower became sort of 2 things. Using my inherent wiring to find a place for me in life, which turned out to be an entrepreneur, because it's very hard for me to work within constraints. And the only way I knew how to do that at an instinctual level, this was not part of a plan nor part of understanding, was to find where I was a good fit for things. And it turned out, starting businesses and getting them to a certain level was my thing because it was exciting. It sort of drew my focus in. And I got very, very good at being able to start a company and get it to a certain point. The other challenge was, though, after that certain point, I became very, very bored. So that led to 11 companies, which is a lot, and like 7 primary ones with spin-offs and some of those. That is definitely challenging. So how I leveraged it into my superpowers, I found myself a good fit, and I took a far deeper dive into the human mind than most people, unless that's their profession. And I did it from a very different way, where I was seeking to understand myself so I could direct myself. I don't like that self-control, I think, is the wrong term, right? You have to be able to direct yourself. Control is an illusion. So that's how I turned it into a superpower.
Cool, thank you. It's interesting how adaptations do change you. I'm face blind, which means I cannot recognize faces. And what that's done for me is adapting. I just treat everyone like a friend because they might be or they might not be. And people perceive me as really friendly because I do that. But it's an adaptation, right?
That's really cool.
Okay, so the next question, and I'm going to start with you, Meryl, is talk about 2 stories. One where you experienced inaccessibility, and another where you experienced something highly accessible. And kind of talk about those experiences and when an employer or a client really prioritized accessibility and the difference that made.
I once had a job interview long before the pandemic. The company was remote based, so we set up a video call. Remember, this happened before the pandemic. There wasn't any automatic captioning tools or platform. The quality of the video was not very good. The interviewer wasn't showing up their link, and the video jumped at the lot, making it very hard for them to breathe. And the sound and the depth were out of sync. Even though they knew I was there, I took care to limit asking them to repeat anything. I didn't want them to see me as too much trouble or less than. I stayed my, can you repeat this? Well, put down the chat box question for any interview question I missed. I did not use them when they shared information about the company and the job. It didn't feel like a safe space to do that. The pandemic greatly changed all that. It changed my life and career as an advocate for people with disabilities and accessibility. It normalized captions that many people who are deaf use them every day. My youngest attended his last year of high school on the second floor of our home office school building. He walked past my office every day and catch me on video call. Last year, he went off to Purdue University. Blow it off, y'all. I thought I'd never hear from him again, except when he had language questions. In fact, the only picture he sent me in his first summer affair was of a washing machine. Right, a few weeks after that, I got one of the most amazing text messages from him. I'd like to do a caption video call. Again, the pandemic normalized caption for him and many other people. He's a member of Generation Z, and they love caption. Captions are one of the best examples of curb-cut accessibility. This means the accessibility was originally designed for a specific disability, where everyone else ended up benefiting from them, including people without disabilities. 80% of the people who use captions are not deaf or hard of hearing.
We use them all the time. Okay, Derek or Penn, who wants to go next?
You repeat the question.
Yeah, so.
There's ADHD in action.
Well, I am asking long
Yes.
questions, so part of that's my fault. And Penn is the one who really inspired this question, but a situation you were in where the inaccessibility or lack of understanding about your condition made it much more difficult for you to function. And then I contrast that with the situation where accessibility was prioritized and how that experience differed.
Okay, no, that's great. So I can make it 2 examples of when being unaware and having those around me unaware was a massive challenge. So the first was, I was 15, we had moved in 12 different states growing up, and I got into high school and I got into drugs and alcohol, and women and girls. That's what I decided. I just went nuts. And my parents didn't know what to do, and they had, and this is back, a couple years. But they didn't know, they had no thought that there might be something else beneath it driving it. So I ended up getting pulled out of high school and sent to a boarding school halfway across the country. We lived in Colorado at the time. And I went to a boarding school in New Jersey, which was like really, I hadn't like from 15 on, I was on my own basically. And so that was super challenging because I continued down a path, even though that wasn't great into college. The other example is one of the things both ADHD and bipolar, but bipolar especially, is known for is they like to drive fast. So I got 12 speeding tickets in the course of like 3 years in this town. And the judge looked at me and she's like, if I see you in here again, Derek, like she knew me by my first name, you're gonna get a reckless driving ticket. So I was like, okay, wow. And I had no idea why I decided to drive fast. I just thought that was like, oh, I'm kind of a crazy driver. And then we fast forwarded to once I understood it and got diagnosed, this was, again, probably 5 years ago. So so from that understanding though, I got to research the strengths, the weaknesses, and figured out how to best leverage my gifts. And the gift is just the other side of a challenge. There is no separation ever. And you said some beautiful things about your resilience. I'm still taken aback. That's what I was thinking about during the question. So, but to me, that knowing and being able to share it, which I'm still a little uncomfortable sharing it sometimes, pretty often actually, but even me just knowing allows me to navigate situations better. I set up my environment to support myself, and that's the people I hang around with, and that's actually the physical environment as well. So I have a heightened awareness to it, and because of that, things are easier for me to play to my strengths.
Do you find that you are more conscious of other people who may have ADHD or mental illness, that you're more understanding because of your own circumstances?
Yeah, no, that is a tremendously great question. And I had, there is no doubt, every interaction, that is something that's right below the surface of the awareness. And it's from a place of wanting to help and wanting people to open up. And it helps me open up when they open up also. So that is actually, and also making sure people understand, even depression, which people think is all bad, that this is not the end of the world, and it's not a death. There are definitely things you can do. So yes, it's helped me be supportive, and it has heightened my awareness tremendously. And it's also opened my empathy. Like, there is no doubt, everyone just says like, oh, just look on the bright side or just do this. These things are terrible, terrible messages to be sending. There's a deeper level here, and if we look at it like that, it can be game-changing for the person, life-changing. So yes, Ken, that's a great question.
Okay, cool, thank you. Go ahead, Meryl.
Really quick, my whole family had ADHD, effectively. And I can tell you, they all have different symptoms, different ways of managing. I mean, if you think ADHD means you're hyper, only one of those is hyper, the rest are not.
Yep.
So when you have one person with a disability, it doesn't mean the others have the same situation or handling or assistive technology.
Yeah, and the other thing, you look at them like an individual, right? Because a lot of these things are on spectrums, and everyone is on that spectrum, it turns out, in the majority of the cases, just somewhere below it being a challenge. And so you must look at people as individuals and see them for who they are. And then any label is very, very dangerous unless it helps you understand yourself better or helps those around you who care about you understand yourself better. And then the labels can be useless, but they can be just as often misleading because of exactly what you said. That's exactly right.
Cool, great. Thank you, you guys. Pen, so I'll repeat the question. In talking about a story where accessibility was a huge problem, which I have lots of examples from Pen's situations that she's shared with me, and then the situation that you shared with me about how accessibility made such a difference for you.
Yeah, like Candace said, this one was kind of hard for me to pick one because unfortunately most of mine are dealing with lack of accessibility. So I'm not going to mention any company names except for the one that should deserve to get named. But I work for a nonprofit, a multi-million-dollar nonprofit that did work internationally. And why I was hired was because of my skill sets. And, you know, I have a stellar resume, and I had even volunteered for this nonprofit for a number of years. They made me an offer I couldn't refuse. And I thought that I would be at this organization until I retired. I loved my work. I loved everything about it. However, even though this organization, one of their founders was blind, it was a constant struggle to get accessibility in the workplace. Even though this company would pay me to do things like raft the Grand Canyon and come back with notes on how to make it more accessible for people who are blind and visually impaired. They paid me to climb 14ers here in Colorado, again, to bring that feedback of how can we make this accessible for people with disabilities. So all of that was wonderful, but yet...
translate two things there, because it didn't actually translate. She meant raft, R-A-F-T, the Colorado River, and climb 14er mountains.
What did it say?
You were going to raft, W-R-A-P, the river, and I don't remember, you were declining something, I think, on 14ers.
Okay. So they knew my skill set. They knew that I was very knowledgeable and I was an efficient worker, and I was one of their, top prize employees. I won all the awards and things for being, the best employee. However, when it came to accessibility, like having a computer that had accessible programs on it, or even simple things like being in a staff meeting, I would ask them over and over again, if you're going to do a slideshow during a staff meeting, can you send it to me ahead of time so that I can make it accessible so I know what's going on in the staff meeting? And in the beginning, it was just like kind of beating a dead horse, right? I'd say, oh yes, you're right, we need to do that, and then they wouldn't do it. But it was just barrier after barrier after barrier. I took public transportation to the office, always early, always the last one to leave. But then when they moved their office, they actually moved it to a neighborhood that did not have public transportation. But I figured it out because I'm a problem solver and came up with a solution on my own. And during the entire time I was there, I never got a raise. I never, ever got a title that was worthy of the work I was doing. But again, I loved what I was doing. I felt I was changing the world. I was making this world a better place for people with disabilities. I brought ASL, American Sign Language, to their programs. I brought Braille to their programs. I brought audio descriptions into their programs. But however, when it came to me as an employee, it's like that was all forgotten. And like many of us going into the pandemic, I was furloughed from the organization and then of course laid off. And I decided that the next job I got, I was going to demand from the beginning that everything was accessible. I was not going to close my mouth and not have a voice in that. And so the job that, and I worked for even the state of Colorado in an interim job, nothing was accessible. Shame on you, Colorado. But however, I landed the job of a lifetime, and that's with Audio Information Network of Colorado. And I think the reason is because accessibility is part of their DNA. They were founded by a blind man, but he actually became their executive director. So he lived and breathed accessibility into this organization. So even though he is retired and has been for several years, so when they hired me, it was a different executive director. But she, because she has worked there for so long, it's in her DNA. So everything from the interviews was accessible. She asked me what platform, because this was still during COVID, so everybody was still doing everything virtual. She asked me what I needed to make sure that it was accessible. And she didn't do it during the interview. She did it ahead of time. And when I got the job, it was 4 interviews. When I got the job and I showed up the first day of work, even the key she gave me was tactily labeled to my office. I walked into my office, everything was laid out, accessible, everything was accessible. I turned on my computer, it was already had all of the programs on it to be accessible. Even when they give you the tour, we all remember that first tour of the new office, everything was accessible. Everything was lit well. There was, everything was contrast. Even when I went into the break room, she showed me, oh, we have this microwave and it talks to you. I still have no idea how it works. But everything was tactile, everything was embossed, everything was accessible. And what I realized early on is the energy that it took me at that other position, it was exhausting. That every single day, all day long, I was working on my computer without accessibility. I was in meetings that weren't accessible. It was exhausting. Where now, it's not exhausting. Everything is at my fingertips. Everything is accessible. So all of that energy that I was wasting trying to fit in and trying to make that world accessible, all that energy now I use I'm bringing in more revenue. We're going to break our $1 million record by the end of the year of this company. I'm bringing in more consumers. Our outreach and our network partners have grown. So my skill set not only is recognized, but they gave me the platform so that I'm equal to Derek over here. I'm equal to Candace and Meryl. Like we're all in an equal playing field. They set me up for success, just like everybody else. So it is so refreshing. When I come home at the end of the day, you can ask my husband, I am not exhausted. I still have energy to go to the gym or go for a hike or go out to a movie with my husband at night because I'm not so just completely depleted. So accessibility is a good thing.
This wasn't specifically on our list, but I think it's good for us to talk about it. You mentioned some technology that they had installed on your computer. I know that what we just did, so I'm going to start this, and then I want you guys to talk about what are some platforms that companies can take action on to be able to hire someone with a vision or hearing or neurodiversity disability. that aren't super expensive. So for example, today, even though we are in front of a live audience, we made the decision to do this meeting on WebEx so that Meryl could participate remotely. We tried 2 different platforms. We tried Zoom and then we tried WebEx. Zoom did a slightly better job of translating Meryl's accent, but WebEx did a better job of translating everybody else. And since Meryl is the one that needs to understand the captions, we made sure that she's getting captions. We are all sitting here with our computers instead of just talking to the audience on a bigger camera. And the reason for that is because Meryl can better see my face and read my lips in addition to seeing the captions. So those are 2 things. And then I gave Penn, I don't think I gave you very good directions, but at least the directions I gave you for finding the person who could get you on the internet and things like that. I let her know that there's 2 doors, and then when she gets through those double doors, she should turn left to get to an office to get some help. Like, those are the things that I paid attention to. But what do employers need to be thinking about in order to make the situation a little bit more accessible for you? What are, like, Penn, let's start with you. What are the apps they put on your computer?
So going back to a previous conversation is every single person is different. So what I use may not be what somebody else uses. So the biggest thing is have a conversation. And so, and a lot of times you can find that the accessible apps, the adaptations that we need, either free or near free. So I use one that's called Zoom Text, and there's Zoom Text Reader. And that's what I use on my computer. However, there are other programs, like it's called JAWS, but there's also other free voiceover programs that you can use. So everybody's a little bit different. And then I prefer a touchscreen laptop, because if there is something that I can just easily go in and pinch it and make it bigger. And then if I don't need it bigger, I can just make it smaller. So that's a big deal to me. And then when I'm at my home office, or even at my office in Boulder, Colorado, is I have a high contrast, large print keyboard. And then even my mouse is more tactile than some of the other mice that people use. But everybody's different. And then making sure things are contrasty. So like with lighting, if there's like rugs on the carpets, make sure that they're contrast colors from so that somebody who has low vision doesn't trip on them. Even light switches, things like that. And those it can be duct tape if you want. But ask, trust us. We know what we want more than the employer does. So it's to have that conversation.
Thank you. Meryl.
Interesting thing, I scheduled a meeting this week with another person who does like me. She speaks. She has a cochlear implant, and she said that we've never met, so we don't know each other that well. And she said, make sure you do Teams because they have captions. And I said, well, I use Zoom, and of course I always make sure they have captions because I depend on them too. The funny thing is, if she felt more comfortable with Teams, I'm more comfortable with Zoom because I'm self-employed. I am not on a network, and Teams is very network-based. So I find it a middle, the user interface is not as comfortable as Zoom is. So sometimes you have to make sacrifices. Me have more accurate captions in Zoom. I'm not sure. But the point is, there's more to an accessible platform than just the caption. Because I have to think about speaker view. that's something I use all the time on too. Then I prefer online meeting to in-person meeting because I no longer have to find who's speaking when we're in person. It was like a bad game of hockey or tennis match because I was always moving my head around, you know, trying to find, because I have no sense of where the voice is coming from. So, Jean put the current speaker up in front of me. And then, of course, everybody doesn't have a microphone on mute, that it can flicker, because if somebody has the background sound, you can then start talking, and they show up in front of me, even though they're not the one talking. So I have to educate people to please move their stuff when they're not speaking. And it's not just caption. I know I'm hard of hearing people who say the noises are magnified so they can hear somebody typing on a keyboard and they find it very distracting. And there's all kinds of reasons, even people without disabilities struggle with those background sounds. So that's another curb cut of accessibility. It's also making it quieter so we can hear each other better. And there's less overtalk in the online meetings than there are in an in-person meeting. So, captioning is not the only thing that people like me need. There's also alert, notification, contact information, options for communicating with the company. So I once contacted the company through a chatbot. And the first thing they asked me was, can you please provide a drawback number in case we get disconnected? And I said, well, that and the phone is not the best way to communicate with me. So I made a suggestion to the company to please offer two options. And the next time I contacted them, they asked, would you provide an email or a phone number in case we get disconnected? So little things make a big difference.
Well, that's a great example. Another thing that I want to make sure people hear is that it's easier for you to read my lips if I'm not backlit. So I know there's a little bit of lighting behind me. It's preferable not to have that backlight and definitely to not be sitting in front of a window because you can't see my lips as well if I'm sitting in a window or if I'm in a shadow. I have learned so much from Meryl because I follow her on LinkedIn.
Well, you are showing up very well, so it's working really well. If we have light on the single camera, y'all will be further back and it will be harder to see you. I've taken screenshots, so if anybody's curious what it looks like on my contact me and I'll be glad to share it with you.
There's one of the things that we discovered in this room is there's can lights right over our heads. And we needed to turn those off because it created a shadow and made it harder for her to see. We are at 3 o'clock. It's time for us. Did anyone have a question before we wrap up the accessibility panel? Okay, thank you so much for your participation. Penn, Meryl, Derek, it's been really helpful to have this conversation about accessibility. We'll get this up on the line. It's been streaming while we've been speaking, and then this will be stored up on the website. So if you want to send anybody to it, go for it. We'll get the link out to you. But thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay. So Meryl, we're going to leave the meeting. Thank you. Krista, do you want this table set up here?
I don't need it.
Okay.
You're going to Challenger Point?
We are going, I don't know where Challenger Point
The
is.
Lemmer SBDC classroom.
Oh, the SBDC classroom?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
okay.
then I do know where it is. Thank you.
Yep. And I've set it up in there. It's got 22 that it can hold. So.
Oh, great. That's clearly
should be
more
fine.
than
Yes.
enough. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Pen. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Derek. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll make sure that.
Stuff. Really impressive. I'm so impressed. Wow.
Christy, you said you didn't make the beverage? Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I know, good. I know.
Well, what you need is, because they don't.
Come to your end.
No, you're fine. Just not like
Well, as much as we travel.
How can I help you?
Oh, I was wondering when you walked in, like, the same kind of feeling you're going to.
Okay, totally take it down.
Yes.
Oops. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes perfect
So
sense.
they became the running joke.
Chelsea, thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's gotten long. So I actually have to run because I'm actually. I don't know if you guys want to come over.
I will go knock at wood and then it does, yes.
I can just carry that.
Okay.
I have another session with these can be that I'm leading, so it can need to be there. And then I'm doing another session in here with Patrick from the. Where he's going to be talking about.
Oh, I see.
And then also here.
Well, that's pretty neat.
Yeah. If you don't have time, I get it.
It's up to you.
All in one, yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, let's,
Another time?
let's make sure that there's another time.
Yes, yes.
Because it's
Let's get out of
partially.
Krista's way, because she's needing to.
No, we're gonna sit back there and.
We're just dominating. I've been doing that to her today.
I need to connect my laptop. Well, I don't need to, but if it's easy, we'll see how long my battery lasts. Which I will. In just a moment. So this is a wonderful opportunity to pause, maybe breath, ground for a second.
Let out a primal scream.
And then a primal scream. Absolutely. Bring it. Maybe an invitation to do something your body needs right now. Maybe that is take a breath. Maybe it's a primal scream. Maybe it's just shake out some energy. Whatever it is. Awesome. Welcome, everyone. So glad to have you here. This session, as you can tell from my slide, is mental health and entrepreneurs. You don't have to be an entrepreneur to get something out of this talk, but it will be focused on entrepreneurship and how that intersection of mental health relates. I love to do sessions that are very interactive and actionable to all of you. I would love for our session to be a discussion. I don't like just talking at people, but I love having conversations with people. So this is an invitation to you to, if you feel brave and bold enough to ask questions, to share your lived experience with any of the issues that we're discussing, to disagree with me. I may be the presenter for this session, and it is totally okay to have a different lived experience than what I'm talking about. Whatever you have experienced in your life, you are correct about that. I don't know everything. I know lots of things, but I don't know everything. And so would love to hear your experience. We're pretty spread out in the room, and I want to honor that if that's what's most comfortable for you, please do what's most comfortable for you. I would love to invite us to move a little closer if you are comfortable with that, but if you're not, please do what is right for you. That is going to be an important thing that I want to talk about today, is really honoring ourselves, because our own journey with mental health is going to look different for each of us, and it is really important that we listen to ourselves and advocate for ourselves and what we need. I think because there is no one-size-fits-all solution, and because no organization or resource can totally meet our needs if we aren't aware of what our own needs are. Does that make sense? So my name is Krista Berry, and I am a career coach, a speaker, and author of this book, Beautiful Badass: How to Believe in Yourself Against the Odds. I am also the founder and CEO of an introvert and neurodivergent friendly women's leadership community here in Northern Colorado called She Goes High. And I live with mental illness. So this is something I have lived with most of my life. There's a lot of mental illness in my family, so I've grown up with it in others as well. And it's an important topic for us to talk about, to break stigma around. Because when mental illness does the most damage is when we are experiencing it in isolation, or when we feel like it's not okay to talk about and we have to pretend like it doesn't exist. I feel like those are the spaces that things get worse for people, and the spaces where we can have conversations and talk openly. It starts to break the stigma. It is also where we can heal, come together in community, and grow. So let's talk a little bit about this. Now, this is interesting here because you are experiencing something very rare with one of my presentations, which is that I actually have a slide deck. Normally, I don't use them, but I happened to create this slide deck for another presentation I did where it was required, and I thought, I'm just going to go ahead and use this today. But I do also want to say that my computer battery is dwindling, and I'm not actually sure it's going to last this whole presentation. And so I thought about just scrapping the slide deck and not using it at all, because I normally don't. But I felt like this was a really good learning point to some of what we're going to talk about today. So the reason that my computer is almost out of battery is because as a humaning in this world, I have challenges, I have ups and downs. Everything doesn't go smoothly every single day. And yesterday, I moved into an emergency domestic violence shelter to get out of an unsafe situation. And so I have a charger at my office that I haven't been to, and I have a charger at the home that I just left. And so I'm kind of in this little bit of a limbo place, and I will get a charger very soon and charge my computer. But the reason that I'm sharing that with you today is because I want to be an example of, like, sometimes we experience things in our life that are an interruption, and it does not mean that I cannot show up here and lead this session and offer lots of value and be an expert around this topic. And my expert is my lived experience, like that I'm experiencing right now, right? So I decided to go ahead and use the slideshow for as long as my laptop will last so that I could speak to what it can look like to show up in the world openly as someone who lives with a mental illness or is, has a mental health crisis. You could have a mental health crisis whether or not you have a mental illness, because these are real life experiences that many of us have had in one form or another. And it does not take away experiencing a mental health crisis, living with a mental illness, having some kind of major life challenge going on, in no way diminishes your value as a person, your value through your work. You can still show up as a competent contributor, even if you happen to be going through a challenge. Okay, so I wanted to speak to that for a minute. Thank you. All right. So I just want to share some statistics because we're talking about breaking down stigma. So according to NAMI, 1 in 5 people experience a mental illness, and that's in the general population. So 1 in 5 adults in America, that's a fairly big number. But the statistics are even more interesting when you drill down into what we see for entrepreneurs, because we see a different representation for entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs are 50% more likely to report having a mental health condition. 50% more likely than the general public to report having a mental health condition. Now, when I first learned the statistic, it surprised me a bit, but it also didn't. Because as part of my lived experience, what I've observed for myself as well as for the people I know is that sometimes the challenges of living with mental illness doesn't mean we can't be valuable contributors in a workplace, but sometimes the structures of traditional employment don't always allow for people to work at their best. People who are different, people who may have a mental illness, people who are neurodivergent, people who have a disability. Sometimes traditional employment structures don't have a way to support people to work at their best. And so that's just my own assessment of why we might see that entrepreneurs are far more likely to report having a mental health condition. Do you have any ideas about why that might be true? I mean, I don't know the answer. We're just spitballing here. Yeah.
Well, it's very stressful being an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Lack of sleep, lack of food, lack of money.
Absolutely.
Putting out huge amounts of energy.
Yeah.
Chasing a dream,
Absolutely. And it's interesting to me, I'm glad you brought that up, because I do think that there are a lot of unique challenges to being an entrepreneur. And I know for me, I find there's also a lot of challenges to being traditionally employed. And my flow, I tend to tolerate the challenges of being an entrepreneur better than I tolerate the challenges of being traditionally employed. So I think we're also all different. Like, yes, entrepreneurship, tons of stress, maybe not always a consistent income stream, all these kinds of things that can be very, very stressful. But for me personally, I tolerate those particular stresses better than I tolerate being traditionally employed, the stresses that come with that. I think that our society has this idea that like being traditionally employed is easier. Not for me. I don't know about anyone else, but definitely not for me. And I'd be interested to hear anyone else's perspective if you're willing to share.
Multitask more. Sorry. As an entrepreneur, like you multitask more, you're doing so many different roles than maybe just the one thing you want to be doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, doing a lot of different roles and multitasking more. But again, it's interesting that you say that, because I actually found myself multitasking more when I worked in traditional employments. But I think that's not the environment. I think that's me and how I engage with the environment that I'm in. Yeah, what was your comment?
I was just going to say the isolation.
Isolation. That is actually really key. I find that entrepreneurship can be incredibly isolating, and that is something that we need to address and be mindful of as entrepreneurs. Is like, where are we connecting in community? Where are we getting support? Because it can be incredibly, incredibly isolating. Yeah.
So I'm just curious, the 50% more likely, do we know for entrepreneurs which mental illnesses are more likely to show up in entrepreneurs versus?
Yeah, we certainly do. That's on the next slide. So I'll break down the statistics in just a moment. So, but great question. Yeah, Karen.
It's for me, it's like, when I present myself, the subject matter, I feel like I'm not people will question my ability, how much I know of this stuff. Is it I'm talking from my lived experience, or is it because I have to, paper to show, yes, I have my credentials?
Yeah. So that those fears around having people question you or, fearing being taken seriously. Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's break down the statistics into the different types of mental illness. So here you have it. According to the research, entrepreneurs are 2 times as likely to experience depression, 6 times as likely to suffer from ADHD, 3 times more likely to suffer from substance abuse, and 10 times more likely to live with bipolar disorder. That certainly doesn't cover every mental illness there, but that kind of gives you a snapshot of some of the top ones. So pretty interesting, right? And this is where, when I said before, my guess as part of my lived experience and also what I know of other people is I do think that there are situations where the flexibility that entrepreneurship offers tends to attract people who might struggle in a traditional employment situation, especially when we're talking about bipolar disorder, that's 10 times more, and ADHD, which is 6 times more. My guess is that people with those conditions find it much, much harder to tolerate a traditional workplace environment, at least what it looked like pre-COVID, right? Like this data, we might see that this changes over the next couple of years now that so many more employers have a lot more flexible work options, remote working options, things like that. But yeah, so what do you think about this information? Yeah.
It seems to me like that my experience that being an entrepreneur you really feel like you are the beginner of breaking the ground. Okay, and it takes so much.
Yeah.
It takes planning, it's just that whole birth of something. And in itself, it's just so comprehensive. No matter how passionate we are about it, still it's going to take. And in addition to that, to me personally, I see that if you have the personality of a leader, that's helpful. But if you don't exactly have the personality of a leader, like some people are followers, some are leaders, some are followers, I think it is more challenging. Not to say that the leader is always making decisions in accordance to the whole kingdom, but so it's just huge. It's just it's a big deal. It's a multidimensional thing to engage in that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your thoughts. I absolutely agree. I mean, being an entrepreneur, I'm giving so much of myself to my business, whereas in a lot of traditional jobs, even though I tend to be an overgiver, if you came to my session earlier, you heard me talk about that. But even still, in most traditional jobs, there's more structure and it's more defined, and you have a role, and it's a little bit more clear. And when it's an entrepreneur and it's your own business, you're giving so much of yourself, and you're doing a lot more diverse, covering a lot of different types of activities and actions in the business, and there are challenges with that. And then you beautifully brought up that everyone is not a natural leader. Some people are more natural followers. And that's totally valid and legitimate. Like if anyone has tried entrepreneurship and they failed at it and that has made them feel like a failure, I hope that I can at some point in time interact and engage with them and help them understand that, like, I don't necessarily think that failing at entrepreneurship or failing at anything means we are a failure. I think that we all have certain skills and abilities. That means some things we're able to do and other things we're not. And it doesn't say anything about our value and worth as human beings. If someone else is able to do this, but maybe my skills and abilities just make that extra hard for me, where that might fall right in someone else's skill and ability set. But that doesn't mean there isn't something else that I can really thrive and achieve at, So what is that? I mean, I started off writing a work-life balance blog, which I did for 10 years. And, at that time, blogging was huge, and there was all these people like monetizing their blogs and like growing these huge readerships, and I was attending blog conferences and I was doing all these things, and I had a good following for my blog, but I was never able to like take off in the way that some people had. And I was okay with that, but there was a period of time where I had to like come to terms with like, okay, what's required? Not to be a blogger, I had the skills to be a blogger, but what's required to like have this huge following that explodes may just be outside my skill set. And that doesn't say anything about my value or worth as a person, as, you know, an entrepreneur, as a blogger or anything. It's just like, oh, that being able to translate my blog into, you know, thousands, millions of followers is just not in my particular skill set. I tried. I tried a lot, and it was just like to monetize it or leverage it in some way for money, and it was just like, yeah, I'm just not able to do this effectively, but that doesn't mean there's something wrong with me. So where can I leverage my skill set? And, you know, as a work-life balance blogger, what happened is people started coming to me for advice around their work situations more and more and more, because I was writing about these things, and people kept saying to me, hey, you should really do this for a living. And I was like, what? Like give people advice about their work? And people would say to me like, yeah, you should do this for a living. And then I did, right? So I became a career coach. And so, you know, again, like the avenue for me was not monetizing a blog or growing this big social media following. It was leveraging my expertise into working directly with people one-on-one. So the fact that I was not able to do that one thing didn't mean I was a failure or had nothing to offer. It just meant I had to find my path and my way that did align with my skills and my abilities. Does anyone else have anything you want to share about that? Yeah, Karen?
You know, for me, that number is going to be varied for people of color.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can see, you know, for myself, I'm like, yep, like, you know,
yeah,
just throw that out there.
Yeah, great observation. Like, we don't know the demographics in this. Like, how do people of color fall higher in these rates? Probably, yeah, great awareness. Did you have something you wanted to say, Paula?
No, I was just gonna ask.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said. So.
Yeah, I will try to repeat what people say. So first of all, the people on the live stream can hear it, but also just in case anyone in the room can't hear it. Any other thoughts about this? This is pretty interesting information, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, I was thinking in some way, to be honest with you, it's a blessing that we are not all daisies. Okay? The garden is very beautiful, the dahlias and marigolds and things like that. Using that as a metaphor of where our strengths lie or our passions lie. If we're all lawyers, that's not going to help. So to me, using that approach, a positive approach, that where your itch was, your passion was, it is yours and it's unique, and it's very complimenting for us. So I don't see it as a detriment. I see it as an asset.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you for speaking up to the diversity angle, because I agree with you. I mean, each of us coming in with our different skill sets, you know, someone with ADHD, for example, they may have a lot of challenges because of their ADHD, but they're also really, really good at very specific things. And the fact that what makes a beautiful garden is all the different flowers and not everyone looking the same. One of the reasons that I founded my women's leadership community, She Goes High, was because as an introvert, I am neurodivergent, but I didn't know this when I started this community. But I did know that I was an introvert, and as an introvert, like all the messaging I've received my whole life has basically said the correct way to make friends and be successful in life and business is to be more extroverted, right? To like act as if, or here's some tools how you can be more extroverted, or you've got to just like figure out how to navigate these spaces differently. And there was part of me that felt like, you know, I'm actually really good at a lot of things, and I've done some amazing things in my life. And I'm proud of the things I've done. And I've done them not by trying to be like somebody else. I have done them by being like me and harnessing my skills and my strengths and finding out what those things are, but not by trying to like be more extroverted and be more straight-laced. I'm not very straight-laced, right? I'm covered in tattoos. You can't see all of them right now, but like, that was one of these things. It's just like, that's just not me. And if I'm trying to pretend that I'm that way, first of all, that takes a whole lot of extra effort and energy. And second of all, I'm not able to actually share my true gifts with the world if I'm trying to pretend to be something I'm not. And so part of that for me means also embracing my own mental illness and recognizing and acknowledging it and working within the framework of like, how can I leverage what my strengths are? Also leaving space for this to be present and like, this is okay. So as I mentioned, I'm neurodivergent. I also have experienced depression my whole life, as well as I have complex PTSD. And so I share a lot of these stories in my book, and I share them from the perspective of so much of messaging that I'd gotten my whole life that I needed to try to be something different to like fit in or belong. And that was never going to be effective for me. I mean, even if I tried to do it, I was only getting so much success from that. And really, when I started to thrive and be able to do the most amazing things that I've done is by embracing who I am and what my abilities are. And one of my personal frustrations, having grown up with mental illness and having grown up in poverty and other things, was like hearing people give me advice from their perspective only and act like this is the right way to do things. This is the right way to be successful in life and business. Speakers, authors, counselors, mentors, like all kinds of people saying, this is the correct path to follow to get the things that you want to get. And me knowing that that path was either completely inaccessible to me or was going to be a lot harder. And I was like, why don't I just make my own path over here? Yeah.
So how are you defining neurodivergent in the context of this conversation?
Yeah, great question. So neurodivergence, my understanding of it anyway, is that it defines people whose brains work and process information differently. So originally when this term started being used, it included people on the autism spectrum disorder as well as ADHD primarily. But lately they have been starting to include other types of mental illnesses or brain disorders. For example, some places do now include PTSD in that because it does change the way you process information. And so I think we're seeing that the term is starting to include a lot more different types of illnesses and disorders. But really, I think the core definition of neurodivergence is someone whose brain processes different information different than what is typical. I don't like to use the word normal, but to say what is typical. But I think that we're finding that more and more people are identifying as being neurodivergent. So it's kind of like typical according to who? Typical according to the people that we see represented in Congress, typical according to CEOs and the C-suite executives we see in most corporations, or actually typical and representative of our population? I don't know the answer to that question, but it makes me wonder, right? It makes me wonder, who is this really typical of? Because my experience has been more and more people coming out and saying, actually, I really identify as neurodivergent. And so I start to wonder, how typical are we talking really, or is it just people whose voices are most often represented? I don't know. Any other thoughts on that?
I was just going to say, kind of speaking to the statistics, it's like what you were saying, it's like surprising but not surprising, like, because when you think of like most traditional employment, it's like kind of fitting everybody into a certain box and like, this is how this work is done and this is, like the typical way things are done. So it makes sense that people that have ADHD or bipolar disorder like wouldn't fit into that box and would feel more comfortable being able to like have the freedom and autonomy to kind of work the way that is best for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, so many traditional employment models, especially pre-COVID, were so structured. And there was the assumption that like, you have to do it our way because this is how it's going to work. But there's actually tons of research around hiring and diversity that shows that more diverse teams actually create businesses that are more successful. The profits are higher. Like, this data exists to show that people who think differently actually help organizations grow and thrive and be successful And so, which is so different from how many organizations operate, which is everybody fits into this box and looks like this thing, and you have to act and do things a certain way because that's like the correct way. And so we're starting to see more conversation around that shifting, but there's a lot to unpack there. It's a really tricky thing because we also have unconscious bias that happens a lot in hiring practices, which is that like at our core as human beings, we are most comfortable with people who look, sound, and act like us, just naturally, right? We don't even realize that, but we are most comfortable with people who are like us. And so we're just naturally more comfortable with people who share a similar background to us and are more likely, whether we recognize it or not, to hire people with a similar background to us. And, you know, Karen here, she's an HR expert, and so she knows that like there's a lot of conversation in the HR world around recruiting to be aware of your unconscious bias and you know, how to combat that so that you're really actually hiring more diversity, you know, being able to say, how can we leverage the unique strengths that other people have? And what do I need to do in the hiring process to make sure that I'm welcoming that, inviting that in, right? Do you have anything else you want to add on that? I'm just like calling you out, Karen, but.
I think in some ways, you know, it's hiring differently, diverse does not make one person all knowledgeable. For example, I'll use myself as an example. When people look at me, they say, oh, because I was hired to be doing Jedi work, which is justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And then all of a sudden one day when I challenged my supervisor, I said, so why did you hire me? She said, because you wear all the hats. Oh, I was sick. Oh, wow, I didn't know I'm wearing so many hats. And he says, well, you are. He says, because, and then I said, are you tokenizing me now? Because I'm different? Or is it because you enjoy my breadth of knowledge that I present to the company? So it made him really think out loud and also challenging him. And so that's one of the things that I have to say.
Yeah, it's important when we are thinking about diversity and hiring for diversity within organizations that we're not doing that token hire or just saying like, okay, now that we've hired this one diverse person, it's going to open up our whole organization. Like, no, you know, it's a lot more than that. So yeah, I'm going to move on here. So I put this slide in here because I like to say this a lot when I talk about mental health, and I really just want this to hit home, that if you struggle with your mental health, you are normal. We all have a brain. We all have mental health, just like we all have physical health. And through our lives, I mean, is there anyone in this room that has never been sick? Never had a cold or no one? Really? No one? Okay. So if that's true, if we all have physical health and we all have mental health, and we know that it's normalized that like people are going to get sick at some point in time, or they're going to have health issues come up. Why not include mental health issues? We're all going to have mental health issues. You don't have to live with mental illness, like that's a separate thing, right? You might live with mental illness, that may be the case. But you don't have to live with a mental illness to experience mental health challenges. What are some, if you're willing to share, what are some examples of mental health challenges that you've experienced? I know it's a vulnerable question, so. Maybe that aren't even related to mental illness. Yeah, Nick.
Imposter syndrome.
Imposter syndrome, yeah.
Imposter syndrome.
Yeah, great example, thank you.
Anxiety. Death by comparison.
Death by comparison, yeah. Anxiety, absolutely. Yeah, just generalize. You don't have to have an anxiety disorder to experience anxiety, or like even a period of acute anxiety. What else?
Low vitamin D3.
Low vitamin D3, yeah. And you said depression? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what about grief? I mean, I don't know that we tend to think of grief as being a mental health issue, but I think it is. We've all experienced loss of some kind in our life, and probably have experienced some really painful grieving. So again, we're normalizing, like, if you're struggling with your mental health now, or you ever have, or you do in the future, you are normal. You are normal. Congratulations, you are a human being. I love it. And even though I know that these things can be hard to talk about, and there's still, I mean, we're seeing it shifting, particularly since the pandemic, we're seeing a lot more openness to talking about mental health issues because so many people had a mental health crisis or challenge during the pandemic. So I'm seeing this conversation more. I've been talking on mental health for years, and before I would be like, I can talk on mental health. And people, organizations sometimes would be down for it, but sometimes they would say, what else you got? And yeah, we're not quite ready to have that conversation in our organization or at our event yet. That was more common. And then since the pandemic, I have so many organizations being like, yes, mental health, we need to be talking about that. So, I'm glad that it's opening up, but it still is very vulnerable. It still can be hard. If I'm being honest, I did not particularly want to get up here today and talk about the fact that I moved into a domestic violence shelter yesterday. Because then the thoughts in my head, like Nick was talking about, imposter syndrome and comparison, and the thoughts in my head are like, are people going to take me as seriously? Are they going to think that I don't have my life together? Are they going to think that I'm falling apart? Maybe they'll think those things, but it is what it is. I'm still standing up here in front of you speaking on this topic, and hopefully I have something valuable to share with you all and you're learning from it, even though I happen to be going through a very particular, difficulty right now that is also a mental health challenge for me, right? So I want to talk about some solutions. So strategies for mental wellness. We talked about the isolation of entrepreneurship, and it doesn't have to be just for entrepreneurs. We can isolate even if we have a traditional job or whatever our environment is. The tendency for most of us when we have a mental health crisis is to isolate. That is the tendency, and to pull away and withdraw. So the first one is to really connect in community. I don't care what community you connect in, find a community and connect in it. Maybe multiple ones. I like to resource myself across different types of communities for different needs that I have, and also so that my resourcing is really well-rounded. So I have She Goes High, my women's group that I started, and that community resources me. I'm also parts of other groups too. If you can't tell, I did this slideshow for 1 Million Cups. That's why they're specifically listed on here, which, by the way, I definitely recommend checking them out if you are an entrepreneur. It's a fun group to go to. But the point is not specific to which groups or communities you connect with, just please connect in community. There's tons of meetup groups out there. If you go to Meetup and you search on an interest, it doesn't even have to be business related. It could be, hey, I am interested in this topic of gardening or something along those lines, right? It's just being around people. You don't even have to be talking about your mental health challenges with everyone you're in community with. It can just be the experience of being in community. The experience of not being alone is so, so important. Does anyone have anything to say about community and how you've used it, your engagement with it?
I guess I have a personal opinion that I think there is a balance to things. I think it's really critical. I am kind of a leader personality, and I think for anything and everything, you do have to take time, to take quiet time, to talk within yourself as to what's your ideal, your dream. You're the one, and it's okay to be quiet. It's okay to be by yourself and figure out what is it that you want to do. Are you following your dreams or not? Yes. In addition to that, of course, part of being a leader, it is to check out prolonged isolation. I think that seems the problem. Yeah. But I just wanted to say that taking quiet time is good. Mm-hmm. Right. And also reaching out for those people are going to assign as team members, sure. Connecting, getting other people's perspectives and ideas, I think that's great. But I just don't want to delete that.
Absolutely. Thank you for speaking that. And I think I said this at the beginning too, our solutions are going to be different and unique to us. I do think community is important, but there is value in maybe not isolation. I don't think of what you're talking about as isolation, but I think there's value in taking time, quiet time to reflect, maybe time to yourself. Absolutely, 100%, that is valuable. I mean, I co-facilitated a workshop last weekend, and one of the things that my co-facilitator was talking about, she's a yoga teacher, and she was talking about taking silent time every day. And there's actually all this research and all these studies that show like no distractions, no like noises, music, TV, phones, even just like 15 minutes of silence. And you don't have to be just sitting there. We're not talking about meditating. She's like, I might be going for a walk, I might be in the shower, I might be brushing my teeth, I might be cooking dinner. You know, you can be doing something else, but sometimes just having periods of time where there's no input is really, really valuable. 100%, yeah.
To go within.
To go within.
To go within, to tap into your own power, tap into your own energy force, and your own, if you believe in a creator, we have it within us. Tap into that and then grow from there out.
Yeah, tap into your inner power, inner wisdom. Absolutely love everything that you're saying. And I think that you bring up a good point too. I personally believe community is very important, that we don't isolate, but we can use it as a distraction to avoid going within. And so that's the balance I think that you're talking about, right? Is like not going so far into that we're using that as a way to avoid that quiet reflection time, to tapping into our own power and things like that, right? There's balance in all things. Another strategy for mental wellness is, so we had connect with the business community, connect with your personal community. We talked a little bit about that. Meetups, support groups, maybe you have a church community. I mean, whatever it looks like for you, it doesn't matter. Just that, you know, we are spending at least some time connecting in. I believe, and I'm okay with anyone having a difference of opinion, not just in this room, but I'm just saying in general, right? Because like, honor your own lived experience, please. Don't listen to me as the speaker at the front of the room and say, well, this isn't how it works for me, but Krista said, so I'm gonna try to somehow take this idea that works for most people and turn it on myself and somehow make myself wrong for how I experience the world. Please don't do that. Please honor what you know to be true for you, because you are right about your own lived experience. 100%, always, hands down. That's my belief. And then, you know, talking about getting professional support as well. Now this sometimes doesn't always work out for people. I had a conversation with someone earlier today about that. And I was like, you know, I've had some really great one-on-one support from mental health professionals. And I've had some mental health professionals that actually caused harm. Like, this is a thing that happens sometimes. So I just want to honor that this is just one, like getting professional support from a mental health professional is one of many options that you might pursue. But if for some reason you have been ever caused harm by a mental health professional, you are not wrong or bad, it's not your fault. And there are other ways that you can resource. And I put on here, for example, like trauma-informed coaches and related service professionals. So I am not technically a mental health professional. I'm a career coach, so I help people with problems around work. But I am a trauma-informed coach, because sometimes our traumas show up at work and we don't realize that that's what's happening. We don't realize that's why we're struggling, is because like our trauma is informing how we're showing up. But I very specifically want to point out that I did put on the slide trauma-informed for a reason. Because again, just like I talked about, some mental health professionals can at times do harm. I don't believe that they generally do, but it can happen. Coaches and other related service professionals who are not trauma informed, when they are dealing with someone who has trauma, can also cause harm. So I do invite you, if you are seeking support from someone, if you have a trauma background and you are seeking support, I do invite you to kind of like have that conversation with that service professional about whether or not they are trauma informed, just for your own safety, you know. And if you haven't experienced trauma, then maybe that's less important for you. Any thoughts about that? Anything that wants to be spoken? Okay. So I want to share something else that is self-care. So we've got this focus on, you know, this is what I call community care. Okay, and I feel like more and more so we're familiar with what self-care is. And part of the reason that I started with community care, as far as like strategies for mental wellness, is because I think sometimes it can be, not always, but can be overlooked, the community care aspect. We talked in my session earlier about giving versus receiving. And so givers, in my experience, people who give a lot and have difficulty receiving are usually not always great at the community care, because the receiving is so vulnerable that it can be difficult to let other people support us and access support that comes from outside of us. And I'm speaking from my own lived experience here. I am hyper independent. That was part of my trauma, which that's a trauma response, by the way, to be hyper independent. And so I grew up that way, and I am hyper independent, and it's like I always want to solve it first, and I don't really want to let people in until I'm more or less got it all under control. I don't want to ask for help. I do, but I don't want to ask for help unless I know I'll be okay without it. But it feels way more vulnerable to talk about it or to ask for it if I'm not sure that I'll be okay without it. And I don't really always want to receive it unless like there's a level, you know what I'm saying? Like I'll receive it up to a point, and then there's a point that I'm like, yeah, okay, no, I got to do it on my own now. So part of my own journey of learning to receive and being more open to that has been, right, like accessing community support and community care, and not only focusing on self-care. Because self-care is important and it is absolutely necessary. But so is community care. This is also important. And it's going to look different for different people. But my invitation to you is to really think about, at least reflect on, how open am I to receiving support from outside myself? What limitations do I put on this? And when do those show up for me? Because like, I'm not even just talking about when you're having a mental health crisis. When I first started working on this concept of receiving for myself, I realized even professional opportunities, like someone giving me a job offer, or once I became an entrepreneur, someone saying, here, I have this opportunity for you. I didn't consciously realize I was doing this, but I kind of ran it through like a mental filter. Do I deserve this? Have I earned this? Is this mine to have? And if I couldn't say yes to all three questions, which very rarely I could, because I was so hard on myself and have such a high standard for myself, that it's like I would reject perfectly good opportunities that came to me, professional ones too. So not just when I was struggling, but like when I was doing well, and people were like, hey, will you do this thing? And I'd be like, oh no, I don't think so. Like it would make me uncomfortable. I'd make up some excuse why I wouldn't do it that made sense to me, and probably to the other person I was talking to. But the reality is that what was really underneath me not accepting that opportunity was my own discomfort with receiving help from the outside. If I didn't feel like I had earned it, if I didn't feel that I deserved it, if I didn't feel I was worthy of it, I would shut it down. And sometimes I would shut it down before the offer was even made. Like I was the person that I used to, at my birthday, this isn't a professional opportunity, but like I would make sure, I like to throw parties for my birthday, so theme parties. So I would throw my theme party, but I would make sure that everyone that was invited knew no gifts. Because I was so uncomfortable with receiving, and I made that up front. So it wasn't even like I was rejecting the gift as people were, I was just like, just so y'all know, no gifts today. And part of my own journey of like receiving support was getting more comfortable with like, I stopped saying that, and then just trying to appreciate and welcome anything that anyone decided to give to me if they chose to. You know, so I was shutting out things that were coming to me before it was even offered, and also after it was offered. And that was one of the ways that I was keeping myself. I mean, I've made a lot of great strides and done tons of personal professional development work, but there was sort of like the ceiling I kept hitting until I started to be able to let in support from the outside more and more and more, and challenge myself to like, what can that look like for me? And didn't only focus on self-care, because self-care is super duper important, but I needed to do this too. And you might be the reverse. You might be great at this community care aspect. You might be a great receiver, but giving is a challenge for you. And so then maybe that's an opportunity to like lean into building up that muscle and lean into being more self-reliant and self-resourced. Any thoughts about that? Yeah, Karen.
I think self-care for me was really hard because of my culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your culture made it hard to do self-care. Mm-hmm.
Well, like, I think as an introvert, like, this can be really hard, or like finding that balance of like, yeah, like, it is really important self-care and like going within, but as an introvert, you're probably already, like, that's the easier part. I know that is for me, and this is really hard, because it's super vulnerable, and like, I want to feel like I can figure it all out myself, and when I can't, I feel like less than, or like, oh, I need to ask somebody for support or help, and it just feels super duper vulnerable, and it's scary.
Yeah. Thank you for speaking to how, as introverts, it can be this like community reaching out can be really difficult, and wanting to be able to do it yourself, and then feeling less than if you can't. I really appreciate that. I mean, that's kind of the reason I started an introvert-focused community, because I wanted a space to connect in community that was comfortable for me as an introvert and as a neurodivergent. So our She Goes High events are designed with introverted preferences in mind to hopefully make it less scary. That's the goal anyway. And to create a space where, you know, people who are introverts that might feel really intimidated by a lot of this stuff might find an easier way in. It's pretty common that, like, when we do our introductions at She Goes High, you know, people will talk about things like, I've been meaning to come to this for a long time. And like, I've had people tell stories at She Goes High that they have actually driven to one of our events, pulled into the parking lot, parked, freaked out, and left. And anytime anyone shares something about like that, I'm like, oh, I've done that. I've done that.
Well, when you do it, like, usually when I go through with something, I'm so glad I did it. Yeah. It was so helpful. Yeah. But like, it's getting over that hump of like, I know this will be good, and I always feel better after I do it.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, doing it.
It's super intimidating to ask for help, I agree. And also I wanted to add, because you did mention asking for help, like reaching out to ask for help feels scary. I also wanted to add, one of my own observations is, and it's okay if your experience has been different, but one of my observations and my lived experiences has been, as I've worked on receiving more, that help actually just shows up for me without asking way more than I realized. But again, because I was so closed off to it, I rejected it without even realizing I was doing it. Oh, and I catch myself sometimes too. One time I had like a vendor booth at this event, and so I had all this heavy stuff I was carrying, and someone said, oh, can I help you? And I started to say, no, thanks, I've got it. And I was like, wait. And I caught myself and I stopped and I said, wait. Actually, help would be great. I did not want to say that. I really didn't. I wanted to just be like, no, I got it. I'm self-contained. But I'm learning to notice those times that people offer. And that's a small example that's easier to catch, but it's happening around like mental health stuff too, that people are offering to help. So yesterday, when I told some people that I was going to be going to a domestic violence shelter, I had two friends immediately. One of them canceled all her afternoon appointments and was like, I'm on my way. The other person, I don't know if she had to cancel any appointments, but she showed up. And I did not ask either of them. And I could have said, no, it's fine. But I received the help. And I'm really glad I did, because it would have been really hard for me to do that on my own.
One thing I found helpful on the community side, because I'm a lot like what you described, and I found in the last couple of years we've had enough crazy things happen in my life, really just hair's growing away from losing one of my kids about a year ago, and things like that can be rather traumatic. But I found reaching out online as a certain anonymity to it, which I found that helpful since I am rather introverted. I tend to guard everything really closely. I reach people to believe because of what I do, they feel like they see my whole world still on the page, but I still tend to hold things tightly, and I'm never writing what I want to say when I'm speaking it. But I found the online stuff is a good, I mean, the real person is better, which she would have obviously get there.
But thank you for calling out some of our differences, which is, for you, it's easier to write about struggles that you're dealing with than to speak about them out loud. And that's okay. You're not wrong if that's the case. And sometimes the anonymity of the internet can be helpful in connecting. And, you know, social media, the way that it stands right now, has really made things kind of weird. sometimes because that anonymity also sometimes is negative. I mean, Jade made a really beautiful, eloquent post about that recently, how sometimes people will be nasty because of their anonymity, and you're like, you would not say that to someone's face if you were face to face with them. But there are still places that we can find. And I fully appreciate what you're saying, because back in the day, you may or may not know what LiveJournal was, but pre-Facebook, there was this website called LiveJournal, and it was a place where people could write about their lives, and then you could have friends, you could connect and meet people who had shared interests, and some of my very, very best friends in the entire world are people that I met online from LiveJournal, and they do not live in Colorado, and we are still friends to this day, and we connected over some shared interest or another, and we got to know each other through sharing personal things, you know, on the internet, and then like building friendships. And it's like, now I have friends that I go and visit every year at various parts of the country and the world, because like we started off as online friends. And you know, that really speaks to what I did want to say is, like, one of the most important strategies for mental wellness is to talk about it. Talk about your mental health. Whether or not you are struggling right now, talking about your mental health, I have never had an experience that I shared about my own mental health that there wasn't at least one person in the room that was dealing with an unspoken mental health issue that came up to me later and was like, I'm so glad you said something, because I needed to hear that today. So you don't have to be in crisis to talk about your mental health. Things can be going well, and you can just acknowledge your mental health. You can normalize the conversation of saying, like, how are you doing today? What is your mental health like today? But you can also talk about, you know, a past challenge. And I promise that, like, even if it's not something you need to do for yourself, right, in this moment, there are other people who need to hear it. And it's amazing to me, I also said this earlier today, when I start to feel that shame, when I start to feel that comparison that Nick talked about, when I start to feel like somehow I'm not good enough, what I have learned, for me anyway, the antidote is to speak up and say something. So I don't want to share about checking into a domestic violence shelter, I really don't. But I've mentioned it multiple times today to various people, because I know that I'm feeling bad about it. And I'm like, the only way I'm going to move past this feeling is to talk about it. And to say, this is my true lived experience today, and it's hard. I'm still up here talking in front of all of you and hopefully offering something of value. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up. Do we have any last minute closing comments? And we've done sort of Q&A throughout. Are there any last comments, anything that wants to be shared, anything that you're taking away from today? Yes.
Yeah, I'm maybe the only person here, or maybe not, but I actually was raised around pretty much 95% extroverts. I went to school where that's how it was. And so for a long time, that was my normal. So whenever, and we actually did shy away from those that were not like us. And that's kind of how the school was. So, but then eventually, as I grew up and started having my own life, I started sheer inability to communicate, because I like to connect with people. And I will easily connect with people like me. But when it came to communicate with someone who was not an extrovert, it was a different experience. And it always kind of bothered me, and I became curious about it. And over time, as I investigated more, here's how I see it. I see that I am so glad that there is people that we call it the introverts, because the picture that comes to me is a picture of a tree that has roots. And the roots are just as critical and important, but they go on the ground, they're not visible. I could actually call them introverts.
Yeah.
Without the roots, a plant can't grow. On the other hand, above ground, we've got this tree and it's got all these blooms. These are the expressive, this is what's on the ground. So to me, you know, to be honest with you, we're all in the same boat. We're all human beings. We all have a heart and soul. We all want to be loved and loved. We're just at different levels. Okay, and to be able to recognize that we are all the same actually, because I realize I also could become an introvert any second. You know, in case of an unknown situation. So
Yeah.
that's just kind of.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That is beautiful. I love your analogy that introverts are like the root of the tree and the extroverts are the trunk and the branches, and that it takes both. I absolutely love that. You know, as She Goes High, I often say we're for introverts by introverts. The extroverts show up anyway. We do have extroverts, plenty of them as part of our community. And because, right, we work as a community because we have both represented, you know, and it is important to have both. And I believe our greatest opportunity and possibility to thrive both personally and professionally is in knowing ourselves, accepting who we are, and playing to our own unique strengths instead of trying to force ourselves to look, talk, act, be like someone else or what anyone else thinks that we should be. You are valuable, you are worthy, you are a human being, and you are doing much better than you're giving yourself credit for. So thank you so much for your time today. Thank you. Thanks for the food. Oh, good things.
Hey man, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right. Cool ride.
Wow. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going out over a live stream.
Uh-oh.
We're on the live stream now.
Uh-oh.
So we have a few
Yes.
options for you.
Yeah.
Do you want to just speak or do you want me to interview you first of all?
I'll speak.
Okay. And then do you want to sit in that or do you want to sit in this chair?
I think I'll sit in this for a few minutes.
Okay.
Then maybe I'll transfer.
I'll just move the chair
That's
over
really
where
clever.
it's easy to transfer to.
Sounds great.
Here? Okay. And then you want to show that video. What do you want to do that?
First.
Okay.
And we're not in any hurry.
I'm going to do it on my computer though.
I was hoping you would.
That'll be easier.
She sent me a text and said, is your computer HDMI compatible? And I laughed and said, what's HDMI compatible?
I'll Google HDMI.
Yeah,
on the computer.
yeah. I'll Google that and find out what that is, but I'm not really going to do that. That's not my thing. Yeah.
Did you send me the link to the YouTube video? Okay.
Can you get to YouTube?
I can. Actually, here, why don't you?
If you just go to YouTube and in YouTube, just hit Sharknado
Can I watch that?
trailer.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Sharknado trailer.
Trailer. The first
Okay.
one.
All right, let me,
That's right there, 1 minute and 17 seconds.
this one?
Yeah. And do you
Okay.
have it with ads? Because I don't want ads.
It'll probably show ads. I don't have YouTube.
So that's okay. If you just quiet it for the first few seconds and then we'll just turn it up. It really doesn't matter. It's not really all that critical.
Okay, let me hook up with the.
But it's an interesting thing.
Topic presentation.
And we have toffee, yeah.
That's all topic.
we're okay with that.
You know,
That's-
straightforward.
Has nothing to do with our family business.
Pretty much why anybody hangs out with us anyway.
I can
It's
see
okay,
that.
we're used to it.
Using you for topics.
Yes.
So how's the wedding?
It's planning, it's going fine.
For some reason I thought it was in August.
No, it's February.
We've still got time.
Oh, okay.
February, yeah, so, well,
We
just
have-
a few days ago, it was 6 months away.
We have dresses, we have rings, we order flowers, cake, food zone.
Okay.
Now it's all little details.
It's all exciting
Like, how
stuff.
do we get people from the after party to the hotel kind of stuff? We'll figure it out.
Yep. That you will.
This gives me an opportunity to get out of the way too, which is really nice. Oh, and this is exactly the opposite of what I'm seeing. That's fantastic.
Right there, starting there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so we'll do an intro first.
Yeah.
And do you want to get this out or do you want to instruct them?
Yeah, just give it down. That's
Okay.
fine.
My favorite. Okay, everybody, thank you. Thank you for coming. So this is the last of our interviews on the How I Built It series for Scale Up. This is my friend and neighbor, Patrick O'Neill and Stephanie O'Neill, who are the third generations to take over Vern's Toffee, which is undeniably and unquestionably the best toffee in the world. But it's true. Patrick and Stephanie make the toffee by hand in their facility right down on Link Lane off of Mulberry. So if you like toffee, go talk to them because it's amazing. And if they're not too busy, Patrick will even give you a tour.
Show you around.
So I asked them to come and talk about how Vern's Toffee was built, survived multiple serious financial turndowns and recessions, and now for the third generation to take it over, and you're training up your fourth generation already to take it over. And what's also kind of cool is that Vern's Toffee has gone through the women in the family line. So it was Stephanie's father who owned it, but it was her mother's parents who started it. So it's gone through the women, and the husbands and wives have taken it over, and that will happen again when their daughter Katie takes over eventually. So pretty cool, nice, long-lasting company, and I'm going to give her a
Well, thank you, Candace. And Steph has some samples for you to try out. Take them home, have them here, whatever you'd like. As Candace said, my name is Patrick O'Neill. This is my wife, Stephanie. And we are the current owners of Vern's Toffee. We have 47 years. This will be our 47th Christmas. 46 years in business, our 47th Christmas. Thank you. Thank you. And we're pretty proud of it. I have a video to show you real quickly, and I'm gonna explain that video in just a second. Well, actually, I'm gonna explain that video in a few minutes. But hopefully we have sound and everything else, and if Candace would play that, I will tie that into toffee.
Think about the sound. Hopefully we'll get enough sound.
Hopefully we have some sound. If not, I'll narrate.
That changes everything. This is unprecedented. A phenomenon that challenges the social norm. I've never seen anything like this. A spectacle that brings people together while taking the world by storm.
If you are told to evacuate, make sure that you seek shelter.
They say lightning never strikes twice. Who are we kidding? Let's go kill some sharks! It's happening again. You ready to get more shark stops here? Yes! I'm not crazy. People have to know the truth before it happens again. Welcome to the This is a big apple. Something bites us, we bite back.
I'm not gonna do it again.
Holy shark.
They're getting closer.
They're sharks this year. No one wants to get eaten. But I've been eaten. And I'm here to tell you, it takes a lot more than that to bring a good man down. A lot more than that to bring a New Yorker down. Don't you sit, don't you? Jump the shark. Sharknado 2, the second one, premieres Wednesday, July 30th at 9. The Sharknado's a tougher New York. Only on Sci-Fi.
All right, I showed you that video to explain to you that's a day at Vern's Toffee. Only we are in the toffee business, not in the shark killing business. But the topic, or the what I call my talk today, is drywall, segways, Vern's Toffee, and Sharknado. And you might ask yourself, what on earth do all those things have in common? I'm going to tie it all together in just a couple of minutes. I'll explain it to you. So Vern's Toffee started 46 years ago in 1976 when Steph's grandfather opened the business as his second retirement when he was 60 years old. And that in and of itself is a little bit crazy. Why would you start a business when you're 60 years old and have to work as hard as they did, which was why the second generation came in. So they started in 1976. They had been, he had worked for H.J. Heinz, the big ketchup company, and had been a regional guy with them, and then retired to Fort Collins, loved to play golf, loved to go to Estes Park and do that kind of stuff. But he still wanted to do something. And an acquaintance of his, one of the big developers in town, Mr. Everett, and he were just chatting one day while playing gin or poker or something, and asked him if he would open a restaurant. Vern had never run a restaurant before, but he knew the restaurant business. He'd been in hundreds, if not thousands of them. And so he said he would, and that business was the Colonial Hickory House. And if you're from Fort Collins, you might remember it. Most of you are way too young, but it was over on LeMay by the hospital, right across the street. And they had a very small restaurant there. They were open for lunch and dinner, and people would come in the morning and have coffee and donuts and just throw a couple of quarters on the table for the coffee and the donuts. It wasn't even a thing. It was just come on in, visit, talk, whatever, while Vern and Kurt, his wife, were getting ready for the day. And then they did, yeah, it was really fun. Then they did afternoon lunch and then dinner. So they did that for 5 years, and they found out that working a restaurant is a really, really hard job. I'm so glad and blessed that they didn't stick with that. I'm glad I'm not running a restaurant today. I'm glad I make coffee. Well, anyway, after 5 years, they decided to retire again. So they sold that restaurant. It remained in business until not that long ago. And it's where the Jimmy John sits now. And probably 10 years ago or so, it was sold, and Jimmy John's occupies that space today. Anyway, they retired again, and Vern was doing his thing, but he had a toffee recipe, and he would make the toffee and sell it just kind of around locally, and people really liked it and they wanted more of it. And so a couple of friends convinced him to open a toffee shop. And so he did. He bought a building, he's 60 years old, bought a building and commenced to making toffee, and had people come in, especially people who knew him from the restaurant. And he had an instant clientele with that. And it just grew. As soon as he opened it, Christmas came, they shipped toffee to those folks' friends and family and some business associates. And then that happened again the next year, where it just kind of exponentially grew. And it exponentially grew for many, many years. And a few years later, he was talking to his daughter, Mary, Steph's mom, and said, I'm working too hard. This is not retirement for me. I want to stop. So I am either going to sell this business or close it. Well, Mary and Steph's dad, Ron, had their own professional careers. Dad was a college professor. Mom worked for a huge energy conglomerate and down in Dallas, Texas. And Dallas, Texas is a tough place to live, tough place to raise a family. Fort Collins is idyllic, especially in the 80s, the early 80s. And they said, don't sell it, we're coming. So in 1984, Ron and Mary joined the business. And they worked alongside Vern and Gert, and they had many of the problems that family businesses have when it comes to working with other family members. It's difficult, it can be really, really hard, but they got through it and they kept doing it. And Ron and Mary bought Vern and Gert out completely in 1992 and kept going. And aside to this, you talk about pivoting and changing and things like that. Vern would not take a credit card, even in 1991. He used to say, people would call from all over the country and say, I'd like to order toffee. He'd take their order and they'd say, well, I'm ready to pay with a credit card. He said, oh, I don't take credit cards. Well, how am I going to pay you? Send me a check. So he would send the toffee in the mail.
On credit.
Yes. Hoping, and then toffee people are good people. It's just the way it is. Toffee people are good people. And he would be asked every once in a while, what happens if I don't send you a check? And he'd say, we're not going to do business anymore. And that was it. So he did business that way for many, many years, 15. And then mom and dad took over, and mom and dad saw it a little differently. Put in a credit card machine. In 1994, they put that in 92. In 1994, they worked with a local computer developer to build themselves their own mail order management system, which at that time was very new. Nobody was doing stuff like that. So they did it, and they replaced a typewriter that they hand typed every single address onto an envelope and stuck the order forms on. These are thousands of them, and sent them out before Christmas in order to have folks put their orders on there, calculate their shipping, send a check along with their orders every year. And then they would get the orders and do it and add it up. And if it didn't add up, they'd send them a note and they'd say, I'm sorry, but you owe us $3.42 because you didn't calculate this. It's kind of crazy. But that's the way the system worked. And mom and dad said, we can't do business this way. It's too big, it's too large. And I need to be able to hit print rather than type out 5,000 addresses and send it to 5,000 people or more. So they changed that. Well, we watched this. My wife and I met in 1995, got married in 1996. And so we were not very intimately involved in the business, but we watched mom and dad. Steph worked in it in high school, and we saw it grow and grow and grow and keep doing that for several years. And then I think one of the most interesting, everybody tells me it's an interesting story about taking over, was in 2010, mom and dad had 5 different offers to buy the business. People started to notice how old they were and that they were retirement age. And they said, this is the time for you folks to get out. And mom and dad started to entertain those offers and look at them seriously. And they had one extremely serious offer. And this gentleman was going to come in and do great things with Vern's Toffee, and it's going to be fantastic. And mom and dad were thinking about that, and they mentioned it to us one day on a Sunday in the fall. And I said, well, why don't we look at this? Why don't we do it? Well, at the time, I worked for the Weld County Sheriff's Office, and Steph was a nurse. Both had great careers. Things were going well, but running your own toffee business, a candy business, has some perks that working at the sheriff's office and being a nurse in a hospital does not have. One of them is toffee. The other one is tons of chocolate, all these things. So we looked at doing it. Well, this is one of the biggest barriers to doing this was Mom and Dad were reluctant to sell us the business because they didn't know that we could do it. And they had a genius who was a business guy saying, oh, I can do that, I can do that, I can do it, no problem, I got this. Well, blood is thicker than water. We said we can do this. We went, put a business plan together, talked to them, and I quit my job. That's another story. And Dad called me and said, why did you quit your job? What happens if this doesn't go through? And I remember a quote from a movie a long, long time ago, and they were talking about cutting ties or doing what you have to do to make something happen. And the quote was, when Cortez landed on the New World, he burned his ships, and that motivated his men because they couldn't build a ship by themselves. So they had to go along with everything that he planned, and then they would get back to the shore and they would build ships and get in them and go back. So for me and for Steph, it worked out. We burnt that ship. I resigned and said, we are going to do this. And that was one of the catalysts that really made it happen. Except for, and this is the best part of that story, right around Christmas time, our daughter was 9 years old, and she was talking to her Nana, and she said, Nana, can we go ice skating tomorrow? And this was the day before, it was the day before Black Friday, Thanksgiving. And Nana said, no, we can't go tomorrow because that's Black Friday. We're going to be at the shop and we're going to be working really hard. But in a couple of weeks, we can do whatever you want, whenever you want. And Katie, a smart 9-year-old, she said, why in a couple of weeks? And she said, well, because we're selling the business and I'll be retired and then we can do whatever you want. And Katie, my 9-year-old daughter, got up, went in their den, and wrote them a note, and it said, you will never, ever, ever sell this business. This business is my family. And she took that note, and she went in and set it on their bed, on Papa's pillow. And first of all, she doesn't treat her Nana and Papa that way. She doesn't walk away from them. She doesn't storm away from them, things like that. And so they watched her do this, and she was really upset. She was really mad. So they followed her into the bedroom, and they found the note, and they read it, and tears were shed. Nana shed some tears, and Papa shed some tears, and they said, we have to have a family meeting. And so we talked, and we decided over the course of the next couple of months that we would join the business. And best decision I've ever made. I think it's the best decision that Steph thinks that maybe I ever made.
Other than marrying her.
Yeah, and of course having Katie.
Yeah.
It all comes from that. Well, so that was the nickel tour of us joining the business. One of the things that Candace had laid out for me is questions about, what were the obstacles. The obstacle to joining the business was I had never been in that kind of a business before, and how do you do it? So my advice to anybody joining any business, especially joining, but looking to do anything like this, is my first year, I asked questions. I never offered a thought or an opinion on anything. I did what I was told to do. And it was very good. And I thank God so many times that I was as old as I was when I joined Vern's Toffee, because I was much, much more mature at that time. And I knew to just shut up, listen, and do what I was told. Don't ask questions. Don't say, hey, why are we doing it this way when we could do it that way? I knew that I had a lifetime after that, after we transitioned, after we signed on the dotted line, to start making those changes. Because they had been doing this for 36 years, 37 years already. They were really good at it. I have some specialties from manufacturing and things like that and family business on my other side from years before. But I got in and I just worked. And I just saw the process, saw how they did it, pardon me, listened a lot. And then on March 1st of 2012, we went to the attorney's office and we signed the paperwork, and Burns Toffee was ours. And we had worked for a couple, well, what would that be, a year and a few months. We also didn't earn a paycheck for a year and well, almost 2 years. So that's one of those other things that is a very large stumbling block for most people when they're developing a business or going into business. We were very lucky in that we had a fairly significant retirement already built up through the sheriff's office and through Steph's work as a nurse, but we spent all of it. So this was, again, one of those conquistador Cortez moments. We are going to do this. And by the time we had Christmas in 2012, it was pretty lean. There wasn't a lot of money. We had spent almost everything that we had getting to that point. Fortunately, we had a great year in 2012 and it worked out really well. Another one of the questions that Candace had was, how has Vern's Toffee been resilient through all the difficult times? All of you are too young to remember this, except for me. But when Vern started the business in 1976, it was an extremely tumultuous time, a really, really difficult time. You had just gotten off of the gas problems that we'd had in the 70s, and gas lines as far as the eye could see, people fighting and killing each other for gas, and terrible inflation.
Interest rates were 12%.
Interest rates were, well, interestingly enough, they started at 6.8% in 74, and by 1982, I think it was 12.9% interest. And you couldn't buy a house.
That was for a mortgage.
Yeah.
It would have been higher to buy a business at that point.
Yeah, it would have been much, much higher. One of the things that Vern absolutely instilled in all of us is it's about cash. It is about cash. You have got to work from your reserves. I don't owe the bank any money. We don't believe in that. The newest vehicle I have is a 2004 Nissan Quest. And the reason I have a 2004 Nissan Quest is because it works. We also have a 2001 diesel truck that works. I don't need to change that. I don't need a fancy BMW. I don't need a 2022 BMW. I can buy one if I want to do something really stupid and go buy a $100,000 car on credit, but that doesn't build my business. Not at all. When my family's business in the early days, me just out of college, was a industrial sandblasting and painting business. We did huge plants and big feed stuff and big towers. One of my painting suppliers said that the easiest way that you can figure out whether somebody is going to be successful as a painting contractor is when they throw their shingle out. If the next time you see them, they're driving a new pickup truck, they are going to fail. And that's all there is to it. And I said, that makes a lot of sense. It really, really does. So when we bought Vern's Toffee, we didn't go buy a new car because we don't need a new car. We don't need the pressure that brings. I don't need to look at my bank account every single month and wonder how I'm going to do this. So do yourselves a favor and don't do that. Your ego is much better served with a successful business than it is trying to make a car payment on the 30th when you're 30 days late. So don't do it. Drive what you need. When you need something, go buy it. And save, actually save. And you guys are all smart. You're here. You're doing this. So I know you're going to do that. If you absolutely have to finance a vehicle, You finance the least vehicle that you need to accomplish the mission that you need to do. The first thing that you do is, everybody does this, they go out and they buy something that's got power seats, power windows, power door locks, power blah, blah, blah. You don't need that for a business. One of the things about our business, and one of the things when we make decisions, and this, I coined Frank's name back in 2011, I believe. So our business has a name, and his name is Frank. And the reason our business has a name is because it doesn't get confused with Vern, who is Steph's grandfather. Steph's grandfather passed away, and I don't want to talk about the business as Vern. So it took on a new name. Make up whatever one it is that you want to have. Ours is Frank. I work for Frank. Steph works for Frank. And when I make decisions based on what I think Frank needs. Frank is the golden goose. Frank makes everything happen for us. So everything that we do is dependent on what Frank wants us to do. So, and I mean everything. When we are making plans, is this good for Frank? Because I don't pay my mortgage on my house if it doesn't work for Frank. Because ultimately, he pays all the bills. So our businesses, all of you are either in business or starting a business, your businesses will be required to pay the bills. They're going to pay the bills. So if a new BMW at a $1,300 or $1,400 a month payment is made, you need to ask yourself, how does that support my business? You might be a realtor and you buy an SUV and you have a $1,300 payment. Well, okay, you're carrying around clients. That makes sense. For us, we make toffee and we sell it and we ship it via US Postal Service primarily. So a new BMW or a new Cadillac SUV doesn't affect Frank at all. He doesn't care about that. He is not interested in that. What he's interested in is packaging and ingredients and things like that. So that is one of the major things when we talk about cash or business philosophy. Is it all has to come down to that. Now I want to talk about drywall, and I'm going to give you we're going to switch gears a little bit to drywall. Probably nobody in here knows anything about the story of drywall, and probably not at home either. Drywall was invented in 1894. And this is the reason I'm telling you about drywall, because it has something to do with your businesses and your endeavors. Drywall did not catch on at all, not in the least. And it was taken over by the gypsum company in 1916, 1917. And if you Google it, a lot of people will say it was invented at that time, but it was actually invented in 1894. In 1916, the American Gypsum Company took it over and started manufacturing. The patent was long gone for the gentleman who did it, but it still didn't take off. People did not use it. Fine homes and good homes were plaster and lath. I don't know if anybody in here has ever seen plaster and lath. You've seen it, okay. So you know what it is. If I've actually done it, I've worked on it, it's really hard to do. Yeah, really hard. It takes probably 15 to 20 times more time and energy and materials to do plaster and lath than to do drywall. So you would think that as soon as somebody saw drywall, they would have instantly adopted it and instantly gone for it and said, this is perfect. So the American Gypsum Company, they marketed this, they did everything they could. Nobody bought it. Nobody cared. They spent millions of dollars in the 20s. Nobody bought it, nobody cared. They put it in a few large buildings in New York City and stuff like that. Nobody bought it, nobody cared. It was a great product. And it wasn't until 1941 through 1945 that it actually took off. And the reason it took off was because there weren't enough plasterers, there weren't enough people who could do that work, because they were over in Europe fighting a war, or they were in in the Pacific fighting. So there was nobody to do it. So all of a sudden, people got interested in this cheaper, faster method that ultimately is much, much better. I used to have a house that had plaster walls, and they're thin at the top, and actually they're much wider at the bottom. It's kind of bizarre to work on them because the wall, as it was drying, actually slides down. It's much, much cheaper. The reason I tell the story is because just because you have a great product, just because it's better than everybody else's out there, doesn't mean that it's going to be adopted. Today, that is a worldwide about a $20 billion a year industry. In America, it's about a $4 billion a year industry. There's no patents. The American Gypsum Company just kept on doing what they did, and now they control the vast majority of it. And it's a much superior way. There's not a building probably within, well, there's probably 1 or 2 buildings within 5 miles of us that has lath and plaster, but it's all been replaced at one point or another. And you have nobody, there are probably 10 people in this town who have ever even worked with lath and plaster. So just because you thought it up, just because you designed it and you know that it's better than everybody else, you need to give some serious, serious thought to your customers, who they're going to be, and whether they'll actually adopt it. Because even if it's better, doesn't mean they'll adopt it. And that takes me to my segue. So this is a segue. I don't know if anybody knows anything about the story of Segway, but it was invented by a genius inventor named Dean Common. And around 1999, somewhere in there, he started talking about this revolutionary device and what this thing does. And he got about $500 million worth of free advertising on ABC, NBC, CNN, everybody talking about this thing, how it was going to revolutionize transportation. It was going to replace vehicles in towns. You were going to go to work on this. If you lived within 5 miles of your place of business, you're just going to go there on a Segway. They were going to sell millions of these things. And everybody ate it up. They had it at the White House. They had it everywhere. They showed it off everywhere. And everybody was convinced. He thought he was going to sell initially about 100,000 of these a year. So he ramped up to build 100,000 of them a year. Now, in 20 years, they built 140,000 of them. And that was it. They spent billions of dollars on the manufacturing, on the plants, on the people, on the everything. Is this thing cool? This thing is really cool. You can see, I mean, it'll do all kinds of really neat stuff. The good news is Dean's fine. Don't worry about Dean. Dean's worth about $500 million today. Dean has 1,000 patents, a bunch of them related to things like this. All of the scooters that you see out there, the orange ones and the green ones and the ones that, you trip over when you're on the streets, they own 40% of them. And they built an entire industry that doesn't have anything to do with the start of what they were doing. They started with this. Actually, he started with a wheelchair, and he wanted to build a wheelchair that would climb stairs and would have somebody sit at eye level. So he built that, and then he said, this isn't the right way to go about this. There isn't a big enough market. We got to take this to everybody because we're spending too much money on R&D and stuff like that. This is going to be it. This is not it. It's really cool. It's really great. It does all kinds of stuff. And it made them no money. The people who invested in it lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Is it the best idea out there? Absolutely. It does things that, it's just crazy. It's crazy what it will do. It is, right now, it is sending 60 impulses a second to the computer, telling the computer what I'm doing, how I'm leaning, and what I'm asking it to do. Great. So what? That and a cup of coffee will get you a conversation. And other than that, it just absolutely trashed those people as far as the investors went, because it didn't make any money, even though it was the best one. So I say to you, really do your research. Just because you've got a great idea doesn't mean it's going to pay off. It doesn't mean it's going to work. I mean, it could work, but it doesn't mean it's going to build a business for you. It means that you've got a great idea. And that's the story of drywall. The patent for drywall ran out 17 years after it was invented by the gentleman. Never made any money with it. Had one of the best ideas. Again, worldwide, it's in almost every industrialized building in the entire world. Never made that guy a dime. He had a great invention, wrong time, wrong place. Took 47 years for that to materialize and people to start adopting it. So be very, very careful. That's my other thing. Conservative is a good way to go. I understand you got this great idea or you got a great business plan and you're going to go full guns on it, and that's fantastic. But at Vern's Toffee, we do things very conservatively. We grow very conservatively. We don't take on, a great example of this is around 2005 or 6, something like that. Whole Foods approached Dad and said, we'd like you to make toffee for Whole Foods. And Dad said, oh, I don't know about that. I don't think that's a really great idea. And the guy said, well, let's just start out in one region. And you'll do it for these 5 or 6 stores, and we'll see how it goes. So Dad did that for quite some time and built up a nice side business, kind of making toffee for Whole Foods. But as everybody knows, these big corporations are fickle. Whole Foods sells to Amazon. Amazon changes their entire way of doing business. And we were happy to have left. We got out about the same time they started to talk about it, but we were getting out anyway because it's just not something that we wanted to do. We didn't want to focus on that. We focus on customers, having relationships with customers. And that's the best advice I can give you there is demand absolute quality from yourself and your employees, and then build relationships with your customers. We have customers.
Is that Whole Foods brand or Vern's label?
That's Vern. No, it was ours. It was our candy in their stores. And we did that for probably about 10 years. And it just, it just wasn't one of those things that we wanted to keep doing. By the way, selling wholesale to someone to sell your product versus selling it yourself is a completely different animal. If you're setting up to sell wholesale, good luck. I don't like to do it. I hate to do it. I am no fan of that. If it works for you, fantastic. But my toffee costs $23.95 for you to come in and buy it. I don't want to sell it for close to half of that so that somebody else can make that profit.
Oh, you won't make it up in volume?
I don't want to make it up in volume.
What about the exposure?
I don't want the exposure. I don't want it. I have plenty of exposure. And if you try the toffee, and I hope you do, and I hope you enjoy it, you'll understand that I don't want to sell 100,000 pounds of toffee next year. I want to sell the best toffee that we can possibly make. And every single time I've ever seen anybody try to scale up that kind of an operation, they always lose the quality. One of our big competitors 20 years ago got big. And it hurt them. Their quality suffered. And I don't want that. I'm not interested in that. If I can't have a hand in the business, managing the quality and making sure it's exactly what it needs to be every single time, then I'm doing something wrong. If I can't manage that, then I'm losing out. Frank is losing. We as a family are losing. My daughter is losing. My daughter's 20 years old now. She's joined the business. She loves it. She's the 9-year-old I was telling you about who said, you cannot sell this business. Because at 9 years old, she had designs. She's going to do this. This was her thing. She always wanted to do this. It's what she wanted. And so my job is to make sure that it's there for her when she wants it. And that's the legacy and that was Vern's legacy. to make sure it was ready to go when Ron and Mary joined. That was their legacy. Thank goodness they chose this path to make sure that it was ready for Steph and myself when they were ready. Go ahead, Candace.
So the guy that was going to buy it,
Yeah.
you told me a little story years ago about his designs on it, what he was going to do to scale it. And didn't he end up buying something else?
He did. So there was a very small toffee company in Loveland. I'll tell you this story. It's a sad one for them. We took over, and Mom and Dad were going to sign the paperwork on the Tuesday after the Thursday's conversation with my daughter.
And his plan was to scale for install.
Yeah, it was to just go through the roof. They were going to be in Dina DeLuca, they were going to be in, name them, and they're going to be everywhere. And so Dad called him and said, we're not going to do that, we're going to go with the kids. And his response was, and it's not the worst response in the world, it was, they're going to fail. Third generation companies never succeed, they always fail. Well, that's not exactly true, because we've not failed yet, we've been just fine. But thank you. But he said they're going to fail. That's it. You're done. Don't count on your money. You're never going to get it. And so he bought this little company in Loveland, went to making a whole bunch of toffee and changed the recipe immediately, of course, changed the name immediately. I don't know why he bought the company. Why would you do that? I don't know. But anyway, he started making toffee. And now don't do this. And I'm going to be highly critical. I'm not going to tell you his name, but this is what they did. 2.5 years after we bought our company, on Christmas Eve, I went to their Facebook, because we follow our competitors. And I went to his Facebook, and on Christmas Eve, they put a Facebook post out that said, nobody needs to come back to the plant the day after Christmas because we're closed. Now, if I can give you any piece of advice, be a better human than that.
Wow.
Yeah. He fired his entire staff of 44 people via Facebook on Christmas Eve. Wow. Don't do that. Yeah. Be a better human being than that. That was horrible. Anyway, we don't normally celebrate people's, go ahead.
Was that 2020?
No, that was a long time before that. It was 14, I think.
So no macroeconomic.
I think it was Christmas of 14.
2 years
No, it had
ago.
nothing to do with it had nothing to do with the pandemic.
Yeah.
It
Had to do with the toffee.
It had to do with the toffee and the fact that dealing with Dean and DeLuca and Whole Foods and Trader Joe's is extremely difficult. They are extremely difficult taskmasters. In fact, a friend of mine had this great deal to sell to Nordstrom's. Oh, this is going to be great. I have candy and I'm going to sell it at Nordstrom's, and Nordstrom's is going to do this great thing for me. And this is just going to be huge. And it was licorice of all things at Christmas time. Christmas licorice. What? Okay, fine. They bought it, whatever. So he gets 5 pallets of licorice and sends it out to the Nordstrom stores. And guess what? It didn't sell. And guess what happened? This is amazing. I had no idea.
They returned it.
They didn't return it. They called him and said, here's your bill for the rental on our space, on our shelves, and you need to come get your licorice. We're not doing anything with it. It's yours. Yeah, careful. If you ever decide to do business with a corporation like that, they're not evil. That's just how they do business.
Read the fine print.
Read the fine print. So he had 4.5 pallets of Christmas licorice. I don't know how many stores he had sent them to, but bunches that he now has to deal with. And eventually it just came down that he paid the bill, he paid the rental space, and asked them to throw it away.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing he could do. You don't ship that stuff back at your own expense.
Yeah.
$500 or $600 to.
And it's getting stale.
Yeah, and it's stale, and it's just a terrible story. And that was totally an aside, and I didn't mean to tell that story. But that is the story of drywall, a segue, Christmas licorice, Now, my final piece of advice is Sharknado. Do you remember Sharknado?
Yes.
Has anybody ever seen Sharknado?
All three.
There's 6 of them.
There's 6?
You have work to do. You have work to
There
do.
goes the weekend.
Yes. And a 7th is in the works. All right. So here's the interesting thing, and the reason I wanted to tell you about Sharknado. Yeah, I know. Isn't it crazy? When you decide that you have an idea, and then you talk yourself out of it, that might be the biggest mistake you ever make. This is one of the most interesting memes I read this year, and it says, if you ever think your idea is stupid, think about the guy who sat in a boardroom in front of smart people and pitched that. And they bought it. They said yes. Now, you can have any kind of idea you want, obviously, because that worked. And as franchises go, it is one of the most profitable movie franchises in the history of cinema. Really, you can take Star Wars, you can take Raiders of the Lost Ark, you can take all of those movie franchises, and they made billions of dollars, and that's fantastic. These guys made the first Sharknado for somewhere between $300,000 and $500,000, and it grows to $100 million.
Which is
peanuts
for a movie. But
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. And they have continued to do that every time. Their budgets have grown to about $1 million a piece, but they've made 6 of those. They make them for $1 million, and they've spent $6 million. They've made $700 million. Because Netflix carries it, Prime carries it. It's insanity. So when you have a bad idea and you go, that's just a stupid idea, remember this guy. Remember this guy who went to a boardroom and said, look, I want to spend $1.5 million of your dollars between making and hiring the actors, my goodness, and then we got to do a little promotion. So total cost is $1.5 million. We might be able to get that back. And they've made $700 million doing it. So anyway, that's my chat. So thank you so much for coming and listening to our story. Any questions?
Yeah, questions, you guys?
Yeah.
Have you made any changes to, say, the recipe or ingredients due to like consumer shift or consumer?
Absolutely not. No. So that's a great point. That was in my notes, and I didn't touch them, as you can see. No, we never changed the recipe. Everything around the process of the kettle is up for grabs. We continually evaluate what we're doing. I am continually thinking, is this the best way to do this outside of the kettle? The kettle, every single batch is hand stirred. It's always been that way. Before
Copper kettles.
Yeah, big copper kettles, and Vern stirred it, then Ron stirred them all, then I stirred them. Now my daughter helps me stir them too. And that is one of those things that I just can't give it away. I cannot. Yeah, it's hard work. And even now, I still do it. I have a little perch and I sit there and I hand stir it because it's that important. Everything, go ahead, sweetie.
Can I add to that to kind of answer your question? And I'll stand up. So we've been in business since 1976, and we have customers that we've had since 1976. And some of them have ordered every year, and sometimes things happen in their lives and they stop for whatever reason. I got a call 2 weeks ago from a woman in West Virginia, and she used to own a business in Texas, and her business conducted business with someone who is right around the corner from us. And that business had introduced her to us and our toffee. And so it was a great treat for her when she would come visit these colleagues. She would come and visit Vern's Toffee and buy Vern's Toffee. At the holidays, they would send it to her as a gift for doing business together. And somewhere in the mid-90s, she retired. She left Texas. She moved to West Virginia. She fell out of touch with this company around the corner from us. And she hadn't thought about us since the mid-90s. And for whatever reason, in June of this year, she was thinking about Vern's Toffee. And she looked us up online and she found us, found that we were still there. She said, I'm just gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna order some toffee and see if it still tastes the same. Hopefully they haven't changed anything. And so she called, talked to our daughter, didn't tell her the story of that at all. Ordered like 6 pounds of toffee. We shipped it to her and she called me 2 weeks ago to order more. And she said, I'm gonna tell you, I had my fingers crossed the whole time that nothing would change, that it would be just as I remembered it. And I opened that box and it brought back a flood of memories. It was absolutely the same flavor that I remembered, and I'm so glad you guys didn't change anything. That's why we can't change anything. It's gotta be right, it's gotta be perfect forever. It has to be what you remembered in 1976 and in 1996, and it just has to continue. So that part has to stay the same.
Which creates complications for you.
In fact, it does.
Yeah, it's kind of leaning into that. Supply chain changes, climate change for cocoa sourcing as a natural ingredient, price adjustment due to inflations. How do you overcome these hurdles over 50 years?
You have to be creative.
Yeah, you gotta be creative. And
because you've changed your prices, I would assume, since 1976.
Yeah.
Significantly.
Yeah, many hundreds of percent. You know, that's a great question. How do you do that? So you make the best product that you can possibly make, and you price it very, very well in the market. We're less expensive than any one of our competitors. And we have, in my opinion, and in a lot of people's opinions that I talk to, we have a superior product. And that's what brings people back. You can buy Hershey's bars at anywhere, right outside, I'm sure. But it's not the same quality. It's not, and there's nothing wrong with Hershey's. Hershey's does a good job doing what they do, which is kind of the point. I'm not trying to be Hershey's. My competitor who closed his business on Christmas Eve decided he was going to be Hershey's. All of a sudden, I'm in 5 or 10 years, I'm going to take over. I'm not trying to take over the world. I just like to make toffee for people and hope they enjoy it. And it makes us so happy when we get calls like that and they say, oh my gosh, it's the same. And the other thing, you know, I talked about personal relationships. We have a relationship with so many people that we've never met. They call every year and we talk about their kids and their grandkids and what they've been doing and things like that. We know these people. And sometimes we get news that they passed away or get a call that just hurts. Dad died. And can we have toffee at the funeral? You know, I mean, my gosh. I make toffee, but I don't just make toffee. I make relationships, and it happens around those counters at Christmas and Thanksgiving and other times. And those people are eating our toffee, and they are connected to us.
Emotionally.
Yeah, and again, we've never met, but you know, a story from years ago now. A gentleman who had been a customer of ours for a long time, his wife passed away. And I knew him because every couple of months he would call and we would chat and we'd just talk. And sometimes he'd order toffee and sometimes he wouldn't. And that was great. And his wife loved the toffee. And she passed away. And Steph came in and told me, I was in the kitchen, we were ramping up for Christmas and I was making toffee. And she came in and we just both cried. I just felt so bad for him, and I don't know her. I've never spoken to her. She suffered from Alzheimer's, but he was important to me.
We never met him.
I never met him, but I talked to him all the time. And then a year later, he passed away, a little less than a year, because that's how that works. And his daughter called and said, I just wanted you to know this. And we cried again, because these people are important. And that's what makes our little business in our little corner of the world important to them and to us.
Man, how many vendors get called to let them know that someone passed away?
So if I could add, Patrick left out
Yeah.
a detail on that. So, but this is just a bit of general advice, something that we instituted after we took over the business. So oftentimes customers will send candy to a friend, a family member, and we sign a note for them. But oftentimes people buy for themselves. And so you would think, well, we'll just put that in a box and send it to you. Well, we do put that in a box, but we sign a card to our customer who is buying for themselves, and we say, thank you for your business. And when we know them, we add something more personal to that, you know, hope you had a great time on the lake this summer water skiing or whatever. Well, Patrick and Carl would always talk sports and things like that.
The Giants.
So Patrick would always put a note with his toffee and say something, you know, go Giants, go Broncos, whatever, something about what they had connected on over the phone. And when his daughter called us to tell us that he had passed away, she told us also that he had kept every one of our notes in his desk drawer, and she found them. So never underestimate the power of any connection you could have with somebody, no matter how simple. I mean, there was nothing deep to those notes.
No,
They were just, hey, Carl, great to chat with you. Hope you're enjoying this football season, whatever. Your friend Patrick. And he kept them.
Go ahead.
Do you guys have any pointers as far as working with family members goes?
Any pointers?
Sure. I have a great point. Do what you're told. No. I'm joking. No. My biggest thing about working with Steph is she has her side and she has her expertise in what she does, and I have mine. And a lot of times during the day, we only see each other 2 times. Steph's in the office taking care of her stuff, and I'm in the plant basically doing that. And so we really don't cross paths much. We get out of the truck together in the morning and we say bye, and I go into the kitchen, and then I come out for a few minutes after production and have some lunch, and she said, how'd things go? And I say, great. How are you? Great. And then I go into packaging. And so I think compartmentalizing is really important. Listening to the other person is extremely important. Steph knows our books inside and out. I don't. That's not my thing. And I don't get involved unless she asks me. I'm not interested. I trust her. She does what she does really, really well. And I try to stay away from the phones. Because when I answer the phone and somebody asks me questions, I generally tell them, I'm the toffee maker. I don't actually know that. But if you'll wait on hold for just a minute, I'll get that answer. Which is kind of weird because I own the business, but it's really not my thing. I'm hoping somebody's going to pick up by the 3rd ring, or I'm going to do it. And
So you don't co-own?
oh yeah, we own the business.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, and when you're asking that question, are you asking about dealing like as a couple, or are there other entities involved?
Both, that's a great question that you just asked.
Okay, so is this hypothetical or is it current?
It's potential.
Okay.
So,
Let's give it concrete. We're considering bringing in capital from family members to
Yeah.
fuel expansion growth.
Okay.
And that's a tricky situation because we're comfortable doing business together with ourselves, but bringing in parents is questionable.
So it's your business that you would be bringing someone else into? Wow.
Well, are they going to be just investors, or are they going to be investors who walk through the door and say, what's going on, and let me see the books?
we're hoping for just investors.
Yeah.
It's never like that.
I know.
I know. It's hard.
Fortunately, that has not been something we've experienced. I'm sure you have thoughts on that. Patrick is very good with structuring and how to do those sorts of things. I would kind of go into it thinking, this is probably going to be great, right? Patrick would be a lot more measured with that.
Yeah, you have to have really, really, really concrete requirements.
And boundaries.
Yeah, this is your money, you're putting this much in, and this is what your return is going to be, and how it's going to be communicated. Because you can't call me every third Monday, or even more than that, and ask me what's going on. Because I'm busy doing the things that I do. I assume that you come from good parents who are going to treat you well and aren't going to be looking over your shoulder all the time. But that is a sticky situation.
So also though, if I could just real quick, when we talked with mom and dad, their biggest concern when we were joining the business and ultimately taking over was not in fact that we couldn't do it. Their concern was having bad interpersonal relationships. Because as Patrick had alluded to, when they joined my grandparents, there ended up being a great deal of tension and friction at times. And we were and are so close to my parents that they couldn't bear the thought that that might happen between our two families. So that was their biggest obstacle, was the thought that maybe we wouldn't still always want to be around each other. And so one of the things that my parents did, and we thought was great, they really sought excellent counsel. They spoke with great financial planners on how best to structure it, how it would work really well for them, and how it would work really well for us. So it was going to benefit Frank, and it was going to benefit my parents. And then, of course, they also sought excellent counsel from an attorney who structured the contract. And it was just great for everyone to know exactly what everyone's expectations were.
So
there was no question.
So they sought a method for creating a win-win situation. Right.
Exactly. It rather than just seeing it as, we were in a really unique position since they were trying to retire. It was really, how do we build wealth for the entire family? How do we live in our retirement? And yet, they didn't want us to suffer. They didn't want us to just hand over everything forever and live on nothing, live like paupers. So they wanted it to be something that was always reasonable and beneficial. And it was a wealth building transaction for our entire family, for generations, for 3 generations, for them, for us, and for Katie. So, but that all came from really talking to people who are expert at planning those sorts of things out and making sure that it is beneficial.
Yeah, on that, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, just a comment. I very appreciate you still say you are a small business, little business, and a very concentrate for your quality. I very appreciate that. The totally is the best. Why I say that, I come from China. In China, in my hometown, there are a couple of business, family business, lasting 100 years. Some very good family recipe food. But after the world is open, and they have more people invest, hope they can become big building, big restaurant, big some company. But when I come back, I taste that stuff again, it's totally different. It's quality bad, they have big store, more customers, but they lost my childhood that taste. Totally gone. So for me, just disappointed. That's a loss. It's not about money. Yeah, so I appreciate
That's exactly
what you did.
Thank you. And it's just as important to us about our business. We have, we really do have customers that have been with us all this time, and we could tell hundreds of stories. We could keep you here all night. But when I was a kid and we lived in Texas, my grandparents would come through and go to Austin and do like those craft kind of shows, but at the holidays. And they would go to Austin, and the Junior League in Austin in the 80s put on a big fancy thing. Like people showed up in evening gowns to buy their holiday gifts, and it was a thing. They would load up a van full of candy and they would sell it all out in 2 days. About 6 years ago, Patrick's at work by himself, and a woman walks into our business, and she's got her husband and her 2 kids in tow, and she looks around and she says, "Oh my gosh, this is exactly how I always envisioned it. It's exactly what I thought it was going to be," which if anyone ever comes out to our business, you will wonder how anyone would ever envision that our business looks like our business does.
Cute little lobby
it's so
surrounded
small.
by industrial stuff.
Yeah, and just small and very
And a very
minimalistic.
small table that you make all that toffee on.
Yes.
It's not a big, it's like smaller than your dining room tables that they make all this toffee on.
So we're very minimalistic. She was a child whose mom was in that Junior League and would plan those holiday craft fairs. And so she was always around them as a kid, and she would always try our toffee samples. And after, I think the last time anybody took our toffee down to Austin was probably 1987.
Wow.
And she happened to be visiting and said, "We have to go to this little toffee company. I hope it's still there. I hope we can find it. I hope we can." And then she said, "This is exactly what I thought it would be."
That's cool.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
How many employees do you guys have?
Well, that's a great question. So we like to have 15. And go ahead.
Temporary employees
Yeah.
at the holidays.
Yeah, we ramp up at the holidays, which is another great piece of advice for anybody who is in a seasonal and or fluctuating business. You have to make it to scale. You have to scale up and scale down. It's kind of like construction work, We've got 100 houses to build, we've got to hire this many people. We have tons of toffee to make, so we have to hire people to help us do it. However, you have to make sure that they do things that are extremely simple and that they can accomplish and that don't have anything to do with the quality of your product. That's my rule, because they don't care as much, and it's nothing against them. They're not family. That's not their thing. It was good enough. Nothing's good enough. It's got to be perfect or not to us. So it's really difficult. One of the other difficult things is staff right now. I don't know. I'm sure you guys are talking to people. Staff is just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I've got friends all over town. You talk to them. They've had ads out for months, paying $18 an hour for a dishwasher, and they have no applicants, none. So you talk about inflation. When Vern started it, we had high inflation. Fortunately, in the 80s, that ebbed and went away, and it was fine. You have the tumult of the 90s with the war in Kosovo. Interestingly enough, NATO gets involved. NATO in against Russia in 1999, and Russia backed down, and that was it. But these were things at that time that people were really worried about, and mom and dad were really worried about. Geez, are we going to war? What's going on? You have 2001, 9/11 story from them. 9/11 happened. The phone didn't ring for a month. And mom came in and said, "What are we going to do? Do we slow down and cap production?" And dad said, "No, we just make toffee." They had their biggest year ever that year because people want stability and comfort. And what's more stable than a 30-year-old business at the time?
What's more comforting than high quality toffee?
Well, and candy and that kind of stuff. That's our thing. Quality over volume is really important to us. And those people, you hate to raise your prices. I absolutely hate it. It is gnashing of teeth every year. Not every year, sometimes we don't. We usually raise prices every 2 years if we can get away with it. But the last couple of years have been really hard. This one was really tough. You look at your prices, not to talk politics, but one of our very famous politicians said, we need to lower our costs. Really? I can't lower my costs. My costs are dictated by my suppliers. When I call the chocolate guy, I am going to pay the price. And when I call our almond distributor, I'm going to pay the price for that. And that goes back to something I was going to say earlier. One of the really difficult things for us has been the change of that over the years. Everybody's changed. Our chocolate supplier, which is a 100-year-old company, 5th generation, sold to a Japanese conglomerate. Because the great grandkids were just like, yeah, this thing's worth hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. Why not just take the cash and let them figure it out? So they did. Our almond growers, family-owned almond growers, we knew them. We talked to them all the time. They sold to a Japanese oil conglomerate. What? Why are we doing this? So those personal relationships go away. So then it's my job to go out and find personal relationships with people, because it's always better to do business with your friends. It is nice to pick up a phone and talk to somebody and say, Peter, can you help me with this? And they'll generally do it. But if you're a number on a sheet and that big corporation doesn't care or just took over or whatever, you don't have a relationship. So you got to go make a relationship, and you make those within that corporation, and those people will do what they can for you. But then that's kind of capped, because they can only go so far. So it makes it much more difficult. That's been a difficult thing in the past 6 or 7 years, is all of our suppliers are going that route. It's painful, and I don't like it.
And being a small producer, you were not top of their list for delivering product.
We're not taking train loads like other people are.
Yeah.
And so the train goes right by Fort Collins.
Right. Yeah, we're not at all.
Are you looking at stocking agreements or like longer term contracts to try to offset supply chain shortages?
So we do that with our almonds.
Yeah.
With our chocolate, that's not possible. We work with the largest supplier of cacao or roaster of cacao beans on the continent. It's called Blommer Chocolates. Nobody's ever heard of it. They supply Hershey's. They supply Mars. They also supply Vern's Toffee. And funny enough, until 10, 13 years ago, something like that, Dad used to call Peter Blommer every year and just chat. He was the 4th generation owner of Blommer is actually how it's said, chocolates. And they would talk, and Dad's going to get a couple of tons of chocolate. They lose more than a couple of tons of chocolate on the factory floor every day. But Peter would take the phone call, and they'd chat, and they'd do their thing. Well, they're gone now. They're retired. They live in big homes. Good for them. God bless them. But that makes it hard for us, because then this big conglomerate comes in and says, we're wiping out half of the chocolate that you used to use. Isn't going to be available anymore. So we're going to reformulate, and you're going to have to figure it out. And interestingly enough for us, they sent us the chocolate that they said is closest to what we used to use. And we tried it on our toffee, and it tasted cheap. Yeah. Cheap. Why? I don't know. It's more expensive than the stuff we used to use. It's supposed to be a better chocolate. So we spent months going back and forth with them trying to get the right formulation. And it ended up that we couldn't find anything, so we actually combined chocolates to make our own chocolate.
You do that in-house?
Yeah. Now, we don't make chocolate in-house. No, we buy it from them, and we combine it. And again, it's just complicating the entire issue. It makes it harder.
More steps.
Yeah, much more. And you got to be very, very careful.
More supply chain, more marshaling.
Yeah.
Is chocolate the biggest problem? Butter and cream more straightforward?
Butter's been fine, but butter, strangely enough, butter's higher priced, but not completely insane. but it can be really difficult.
But butter is difficult to work with because depending on weather and how
Grass.
healthy the cows are, that determines the butter fat. And we buy an entire lot, so
We
it's
used to
gotta be
buy, we used to buy butter weekly, and it would just be delivered. And what I found every year was towards the end of the season, in November, early December, it was just really hard to work with, really, really super difficult. I'd start the year and it'd work great, and at the end of the year, I'm fighting every single batch. And our motto, Dad and I, our motto was, you always start with the same thing and end with the same thing. But in between, all kinds of different things are happening in that kettle. You got higher temperatures, you got lower temperatures. It was kind of crazy. Well, towards the end of November, early December, it just didn't act correctly. It was just all over the map, and we were fighting it. And finally I said, we're gonna buy the entire lot early. Because my experience over those years was, and what I learned from the butter manufacturers, is the grass isn't as good in October and November. So the cows are not getting the nutrition that they normally get in the summer months with the nice ripe grass and things like that. So it really, really affected the butter. So now we are looking for places to store butter in our freezers in late August, early September, and through October, because I won't take November's butter. We don't want it. So we take an insane amount of butter early on.
What's been fascinating for me as a business owner, getting to know Patrick and Stephanie, is for Phil and me, we're a family-owned business, and our problem is always sales. You know, it's like, are we going to have enough sales to meet our number? Their problem is never sales. It's, are they going to get the product they need to meet the demand? And so we sit down for dinner, and we have such different business problems, and it's interesting to me because it never occurred to me that sales wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. We're very, very blessed. And I'm blessed to be the third generation in a business that was already successful before we got there. And, you know, you ask about pivoting. We pivot all the time with like packaging and how we set things up and stuff like that. Our offerings, baskets and towers and stuff like that. But the main product remains the same. It has to.
So we think about, you know, all right, people are going to tighten their belts. Do we think people are going to tighten their belts this year? Okay, then we need more offerings that fit this price point.
We're going to have to stop the live stream. You guys can keep talking, but everybody wants to shut things down. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take your toffee, and if you didn't eat it, enjoy it later. Have some dessert. Thank you very much.
Yes,
appreciate it.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Yeah, and I've got.
Thanks so much for being here. I'm Nick Armstrong, the organizer.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful having you here.
Nick White.
Yes, in case I didn't get back in time for this, but yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Are you ready?